Hello? Are we live? Is anyone here? What's going on, everybody? It's good to be back. I had a nice week and a half off, courtesy of getting my wisdom teeth taken out. Having so much swelling and pain that I couldn't even really talk for like a week straight. Which I'm sure a lot of people actually appreciated not having to listen to me talk for that long, but fortunately I recovered, so I'm back to terrorize and torment people once more. I am having a nice Sunday. I slept all day. It's been great. Nice lazy day. Let's see. So I got a new setup for my stream. I bought a stream deck because, you know, that's what lame ass streamers do these days. We buy really expensive equipment because we're too lazy to memorize hotkeys. And I bought it like almost 3 weeks ago. I still haven't set it up. It's sitting on my desk. I have it turned on and everything, but I just never bothered to set it up. So it's just sitting there now. Kind of useless. It's great nightlight, though. I also have a... Switch that to live chat. Yeah, there we go. I also bought a... What is this? A tablet for the first time in my life. And now I can have chat on something that doesn't scroll when I'm scrolling my inventory in Oblivion. Speaking of which, let's get Oblivion going. Oh, that is way too fucking loud on my end. And the nice thing about this... Let's see, how loud is the desktop audio? The nice thing about this tablet is that I can also have a map of all the Oblivion gates open while I'm going through it, so I don't have to sit there switching between my phone and all this crap. I can just have it right up there in my face the whole time. And I found a better map. I found this really nice map on UESP that shows all the, let me switch scenes. What is this? This is Alt 5, I think? Yes, there we go. Should pop up in a second. There we go. What was I saying? Yeah, so I found a better map that shows all the locations of the Oblivion gates at spawn. And that's what we're going to be doing today, is doing the Oblivion Gate challenge again. But this time... I don't know, should I start a new character? I feel like I don't want to waste another 47 minutes doing the fucking sewers again for the millionth time on stream. So I think I'm just going to load from here. So, yeah, I want to start a new sort of run. I'm going to keep the same character, I think. Name this dude a little bit different, though. So, last time, if I remember correctly, kind of ended in a really disappointing disaster because I found out I went way too far in the main story, and it started deloading. Well, not deloading, but yeah, I want to be mage for this, right? Yeah, I still want to be mage. It started to cap the amount of gates and the spawn chance down to like 25% and 25 max of 25 gates because I got too far in the main story. So this time I'm not going to go too far in the story. I think what we determined was I have to get to the point where Mankar Cameron takes the Amulet of Kings into Paradise, and then that's as far as I want to go with the main story. Then it's just, alright, start grinding out the things. Yeah, the scripting around the Oblivion gates. After you kill Cameron, the spawn chance, and there's a command in game that you can use. Like it's called like get gate spawn chance or something like that, or get gate max spawn or something. And what it is there's a value in there that will automatically limit the number of gates that can possibly spawn in your world. So after Manco Cameron runs off with the what's it called, with the amulet, it goes up to like max 50 gates, and then the spawn chance is 50%. But then after you kill Cameron, that goes down to 25-25. So that's what happened last time. I got too far in the game, and turns out the Oblivion Crisis kind of starts to sizzle out a little bit once Cameron's dead. Yeah, so what I'm going to wind up doing is get my character set up, run through the quest until Cameron runs off with the what's it called? The amulet, and then just start closing gates the proper way, the way God intended, which is wandering around the landscape. Oh, fuck, it's been so... I haven't played this game in like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and I already kind of forgot everything that I was doing. So, if I remember correctly... Yeah, so, once again, speed. Speed is of the essence in this, and some sort of magic. And I think it was willpower that I wanted to do, because intelligence is going to get boosted, because I think I'm going to go with alchemy, this character... Right, because, what was it? I wanted to do, like... Oh, yeah, I wanted to make paralysis poisons so that I could fight, like, larger enemies that scale out my, that scale me out. And I can just, well, not really fight them, but just hit them with a paralysis poison and then just run away. So I'm going to do alchemy this run. And then... Why was I doing mysticism? Alright, I was doing mysticism as well to boost my intelligence. So between alchemy and mysticism, intelligence will be getting boosted enough that I don't have to specialize into it. Leaving just willpower, which will be getting boosted from destruction, restoration, and alteration. And that should... Because mana was a huge problem last time. Almost makes me wonder if I want to try doing a high elf instead this time around. Problem with high elves is just their resistances to a bunch of different damage types is very low. Yeah, I don't think I really want anything else. Endurance, I found out, wouldn't be a bad idea either. Just because it gives you more survivability. And if you wanted to, you could specialize into heavy armor. And try to negate, like, some of the movement penalties and stuff from heavy armor. That'll help your survivability as well. Heavy armor clashes with magic usage, though. So I think I'm just going to stick with that. And we just got to look at the skills that I wanted. So, acrobatics, alchemy. Do I pick alteration? I'll hold off on alteration just for a second. Let me see what else I wanted in here. Restoration. Sneak wouldn't be too bad either, but... I could do light armor. I should have gone back and looked at what my old character had. You know what, actually, I haven't done anything really productive just yet. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's just load them up real fast. Because I don't remember off the top of my head what I picked. And Oh, dead deer. Oh no. What did I do? What was his character? Does this tell me? Huh. I mean, obviously speed was one of my favorite attributes. But I don't think there's a way for me to actually see in-game what my favorite attribute was for my class. Like, really hovering over this should tell you the shit that you're specialized in. You know, I got mage. Huh, yeah. Doesn't actually tell you. Though I'm almost positive it was what I was just going with earlier. Okay, so in athletics, blade I found out I just didn't really care about, so that's getting dropped. Alteration came in handy enough. Oh, so I did pick illusion as well. Right, because I wanted to unlock, like, paralysis spells and stuff like that. But I don't know. I could probably drop it. Acrobatics and athletics, though. 71 acrobatics at what, level 10? I managed to get up to 71 acrobatics. Okay. No, actually, it looks like I'm level 11. Maybe even level 12. Who knows? Alright, let's go back. Okay. Just give him the new name. And go with another class. Magic, speed, willpower. Acrobatics, alchemy, alteration. Did I say I want to keep alteration? Hold on one sec. We'll keep it on just for a minute. Athletics, no bleed. Destruction. Yeah, I wanted to drop illusion, that's what it was. I'm going to pick light armor this time around. Because I might as well. Restoration. I think this should be it. Let me just double check. Don't need armor, don't need bleed, don't need block blunt, conjuration. Don't need hand-to-hand heavy armor. Illusion is kind of irrelevant. Mercantile mysticism. I wasn't really using much mysticism last time. I was just using it to boost up my was it willpower or something? Intelligence. And yes, good enough. Okay, let's get going, I guess, right? I don't need to make a hard save. I already have that hard save there. The orrery. Right, because last time I did the orrery, I got access to that ridiculous, like, game-breaking spell. I'm just trying to get my bearings once more. Let's see. Spells. What do I got for spells? Cold touch. Blah, blah, blah. That's interesting. This is all still sitting here from my last character? Oh, maybe... Huh. Yeah, I guess these are still sitting here from my last character. That's weird. Alright. Oh, maybe because I reloaded an older save? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, so we'll do Cold Touch. And... Heal... Protect. And I'll put shock on there as well. I mean, I probably could... I don't think I really need flare. I don't think I need any ranged spells. Actually, I'll put it in there too. Fuck it. Let me take a look at the map real fast so I just get my thoughts straight. Let's see what we got for equipment. Like, I'll keep using swords and shit, but I don't need to actually have it specialized or anything. Oh, actually, I'm being ADHD right here. Okay, so now I gotta remember what ingredients I need to be picking up and stuff so I can train my skills and make appropriate potions. So that's a new dimension I have to keep in mind. Okay, so we got skills, 30, 30, 30, 41 destruction, 30, 27 acrobatics. Oh, no, we need to get that up. And, okay. And then my attributes, what are we looking at? 55 speed. Surprising amount of agility as well. Yeah, this is what sucks though about the Dark Elves. If I was a high elf, these would already be in like the 50s, I think. And we don't have much magicka, very little health, but that's alright. So, I think the first order of business is just head over to Joffrey and give him the amulet. I gotta start thinking about equipment. I learned that the sigil stones were great for making equipment, so I want to stock up on like random crap like pants and stuff like that. Just speed on through this conversation here. Wait. Let me get in there. Oh, I have to wait for him to unlock it, I guess. I mean, I don't really... I'll take it. That's all vendor crap. Alright. Oh, this character moves so slow. Now, I know those make health, or, magicka potions. These make health potions. Oh my god. Can I please pick something? There you go. I should have gotten... This is the mod that lets me see what I'm actually picking. So that's just a nice quality of life mod to have lying around. Should be able to find like flax and stuff. I really don't remember. This is where my knowledge ends. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge about every effect on every plant. Though what I do know I'd want: water walking potions. Anything that lets me resist fire, because that'll let me walk across lava very easily. Healing potions. Certain poisons would probably be helpful too. Yeah, let me see. Oh, what the hell? Oh, it's a third effect, right, on these guys to get restore health. These guys restore... Oh, these guys even do fire damage as well. That's pretty nice. I'd like to see it. Where are we going? Going to Kvatch, right?
Come on! God! Go!
Yeah, so to explain what I'm doing, this isn't really like a speed run because I'm not good enough to be doing speed runs, but it's just I want to see how long it takes for me to be able to close every single Oblivion gate that opens up in this game. And this is my second sort of attempt at this. I learned in the first run though, it actually doesn't take as long as you would think. So there's a little progression that we got to do first though in order to get the maximum number of Oblivion gates to start spawning in the world. Because as you progress through the game, those rates like go up, they go down. And after a certain point, they reach like a maximum where there's like a 50% chance that a maximum number of 50 gates will spawn in the world, and that's what we want to get up to before we start just wandering the world, looking for gates. Before we go out gate hunting. So, like, if you go out into the world, you'll see any Oblivion gate that spawns, that you just find, like, out in the wild, in the middle of nowhere, there's a percentage chance that it's actually going to spawn in that location. There's, like, a total of 99 locations in the world that an Oblivion gate can spawn in. Alright, I should have my thing up so I can cast faster. Oh, wait, why am I fighting shit? I forgot how this thing works. See. I got too busy talking. I forgot how to actually play this thing, which is don't fight things. Yeah, how do I get around this one again? I think I gotta go around. Oh, no. This is gonna... I think this is like a special gate. So I kind of have to play along a little bit. I might just be able to hop up over here or something. Maybe not. I mean, right now we just got scamps, so it's easy to run past these things. If I remember correct, blood grass has some decent effects. Let me see real quick. And I got resist paralysis. Hirata roots. What do you give? That's what we're looking for. Damage health. Hear rocks falling, but I don't see them. I think bloodgrass might restore health at like a certain level. It's like a level 3 or level 4 effect. These guys. Oh yeah. Give me your gas. Did I get anything from those? No, I think I failed both of them. Yeah, this is one of the boring ones where I can't do any like really fancy skips. I mean, if I was a high enough If I had a high enough, like, speed and acrobatics level, I could have just jumped around the gate up in the front there. Excuse me. I should be remembering to do is putting up this thing for specifically for reasons like that, situations like that. There's just a bunch of dudes standing at the door waiting for me. Like, it's easy at these like lower levels because the enemies are pretty low level themselves. Right. This one has a key. I have to get it from one of these dudes, right? It was like a Tetramorre or something. Where are the rogue dudes? Right. Now I remember. I gotta go through one of these doors to this tower. I remember how to do, like, all the random ones that spawn out in the world, because there's only, like, I think, like, 7 of them. Like, 7 different varieties. Yeah, just melt this dude. There we go. I'm not gonna fight him, though. And the door that I had to go through is this one, right? Should go up. Yep, there we go. As long as you're heading upwards, you're going in the right direction. Okay. Gotta remember to keep this up. I need to get like a light spell to cast alongside that, so that I know when it drops. So that's what I had last time. I had like a light spell that casted alongside my protection spell. Because that's really all I care about, is keeping the protection spell up. And when the light spell expired, I knew, oh shit, gotta re-up. You know, God forbid I actually pay attention to what's going on in the top right corner of the screen. Right. I think I already had a pestle and mortar, but it's all good. We'll come down here. And if I remember correctly, I can just... Yep, there we go. It's time to tell the captain that we did good. Did his job for him.
If we make it through,
No, that's... You aren't the captain. Let's go. Yeah, I need starlight. Get my sword out so I can hold block and spam spells at the same time. No. Yeah, I'm not breaking the siege.
Have you brought help? What?
And now we got Martin as a follower. What's gonna suck about this run is the last one I got to the end of the game. What? Why is it not updating me? Didn't you just agree to follow me?
It isn't that It isn't that I don't believe you.
Oh, maybe I have to... I think these guys gotta come in the building, right? Oh, right. Forgot. Have to listen to him laugh first. There we go. Now he should follow me. There we go. Oh, good luck with that.
They're killing everyone at Weynon Priory.
Alright. Run.
Only the chosen will survive.
Let me put this up. Alright, but what I was saying earlier, the last run I had, I brought it all the way until... Right, I picked those already. I brought it all the... Stop fucking interrupting me. I'm trying to ruin my train of thought here. I got it all the way to after we kill Mankar Cameron, and we are taking Martin to the Imperial City, which makes him a follower, an unkillable follower, and I found out how powerful he actually is, combat-wise. So I had an unkillable follower just wandering the world with me as I closed gates, and it was fantastic because he just kept all the enemies distracted and off my back. And if I got into a situation where I didn't want to actually fight, level up, I just let Martin sit there and, you know, take all the damage. He had a nice, powerful sword, and it was great. And now I don't get that this time around.
Yes.
Yes.
They've taken. With the.
Alright.
We should get moving. I won't rest easy until Martin is safe.
I can't jump through that window. Yeah, we just go up to Cloud Roller Temple, listen to Martin give his speech.
Yes, Cyrus. This is the Emperor's son, Martin Septim.
Alright, we can do the quick save, quick load. Oh, whoopsie. Forgot. F5 isn't reload for me. Or isn't quick save for me, it's alt. Oh, no big deal. That didn't happen. There we go.
This is the Emperor.
If we just quick save and quick load, we just skip a lot of their dialogue, so.
Ah, well, thank you.
That's...
Come. Your blades are waiting to greet you.
Let's see. How many quests do I even have to do? Got... So now we're gonna go and... infiltrate, right? Because technically I have to do the Aid for Bruma quest line. So do I have to... I think I have to unlock the... Like, I think I have to get the Aid for Bruma quest in order for certain gates to spawn for like for the cities and stuff. I think.
I know you all expect me to be. I'm not used to giving speeches, but
Does it appear without starting that quest? Guess we'll find out. What's nice about the quest is that it does give you the location of those gates.
that's it.
Thank you.
Well then, thank you. We'd all best get back to our duties then.
Not much of a sp-
Oh, right. I gotta do blood of a... I gotta do, like, Azura's quest or something like that. Yes, I join. So where's my next
How
quest?
did I do, my friend? It is good to be back. You're right. You
Yeah, now I gotta go talk to Boris and the guilds in the city.
tell him he should not blame himself for the Emperor's death.
I'm gonna level up.
Hail.
Shrine of Dagon should be the last quest I have to do. Alright. Trust in you. Trust in you, Patrician. Do I want agility? Might as well. It's a +2, right? Better than +1 to intelligence. Help my light armor. Oh, you know what? I probably should be wearing light armor, right? How does it affect my... knocks my magic effectiveness down some, though. So maybe I shouldn't... Yes, this is a conundrum here. Just run around pantsless, right? Should be fine. Yeah, so this is a problem that I have right now is... Why the hell does this hood weigh 3 pounds? That is one heavy-ass hood. But, yes, the problem is that... If I don't have anything enchanted... Well, that's garbage. Ew. I think I'm gonna hit up a town first, just to dump some stuff off. I'm just trying to think. Do I want to be wearing robes or do I want to be wearing armor? Armor affects my magic effectiveness, but robes don't protect me. And if I'm wearing armor, then it's training my light armor, which is a nice little thing to have going on in the background. Because you do wind up taking a lot of damage during this thing while you're just running past everybody. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna wear it for the time being. Let's see what happens. The problem is that, like, this armor is gonna get destroyed immediately. Oh yeah, we are going to the Imperial City anyway. So I might as well stop in the Market District. And do a little bit of inventory management. We'll go to... Let's see. Let's go up here first. Try and sell off some stuff. Try and make a little bit of money. Because I gotta buy some spells.
What can I interest you in?
Yeah, let's sell that. Oh, let's do a little haggling. Sell the goblin staff. Hold on to any, like last time, I'll just hold on to any soul gems that have actual souls in them.
And that
Need repair hammers. Sell these.
that's a good.
Not that they're actually worth much, but you know.
That's more than I usually pay.
I wonder if I should get like a silver short sword or something like that. Let's go up in here and sell some stuff in here as well.
What can I interest you in?
Now I'm gonna hold on to that. Hold on to the ropes too. Hold on to just stuff that I can throw random enchantments on. Actually, let's do that right now. What do you think would be worth more? Fortify fatigue 10 points or damage fatigue? I think fortify might be worth more. Let's see. What the fuck? Why is that worthless? No. Maybe because I enchanted... I've never seen that before. Maybe Mythic Dawn equipment can't be sold for anything valuable. Yeah, no inherent value. Oh, I guess... Oh, that's interesting. That must mean it's a multiplicative value then, and if you multiply by 0, you don't get anything. Yeah, exactly. I never thought about that before. Nobody wants to even be caught buying freaking what's it called? Stuff belonging to the Mythic Dawn. That doesn't become okay until Skyrim, where you get that guy who's who opens up the 290. Ew. That's terrible. I'm gonna put it on my sword actually, just to see. Let's just run a little comparison right here. I'm curious now. You run into that guy in Skyrim who opens up the Mythic Dawn. The Mythic Dawn museum. Can't words today. I'm tired. Yeah, that's better. I can always find another sword somewhere else. He's not gonna be able to buy it though.
Well met.
Did I have anything else I need to sell him though? I think I did. Well, you might as well take this crap off my hands then. Let's go down the street, I guess, sell this sword, and hopefully pick up something silver. Silver short sword would be wonderful. Just to have it.
What are you? Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
No silver. She doesn't even... Yeah, I'll take the iron short sword. Was that 19? Yeah.
An excellent deal.
Only gonna get 200 for the sword. Ew. Wait, the ring was worth more, I guess, yeah, the ring was worth more. Because I was only getting like I was getting like 260 for that or something like that. Yeah, whatever. I don't feel like having to re-enchant again. Now I should have some money to buy some spells. Let's see if good old Edgar has anything. See if he's got anything worth buying.
Have a look at my way.
Yeah, Starlight, that's what we want. Got anything else? Snowball, frost damage, 10 points on target. Nah. He has drain skills. Oh, I'll take this though. And we'll get this so I can start training mysticism, and I think that's all I really want to get. It's water breathing, but I need water walking.
Good day.
And I'm going to clear these out and just redo this real fast. I want shock and touch on one, because I found out that apparently Daedra are weak to shock and not frost, which sounds a little counterintuitive, but that's how it goes. Alright, so now, alright, let me go back into that real fast, switch this to multicast. What is it? How do I do that? How do I do that again? Yeah, click on it. Multicast. So once I hit 3, it'll cast all 3 of them, courtesy of that that mod there. And I'm gonna rummage through the garbage here, looking for anything that I might be able to enchant, because I'm gonna be getting a bunch of sigil stones. Take this crap too, right? Might as well. Make some potions. Man, you'll just leave all this stuff lying around for some homeless dude like me to come? It's weird that this isn't considered stealing. They must have weird property abandonment laws in Cyrodiil. If it's in a box, but it's out in the street, it's still fair game. Alright, I think I got enough. Yeah, now I got like a whole wardrobe on me. Should be good for the time being. It'd be nice to pick up some like weapons and stuff, but I'd rather pick those up out in the field. I ain't buying. Would also be nice is an alchemy kit. So what do I got? Yeah, all I have is a pestle and mortar right now. Might as well knock out some of these restore fatigues. Yeah, because these don't have anything worth. And this will give me just a little bit extra money. A few extra skills. Yeah, this has silence. That's nice to have. I don't think I'm gonna find anything until level 3s. Until like Journeyman. That's gonna be able to make others silence. Potions. Well, this does damage magicka, which isn't not the worst thing in the world, but I want to hold on to that rice though. Yeah, I guess just burn that. All right. Just sell off these potions and then. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go to the Mystic Emporium. Because I got some scrolls and shit that I can sell.
I offer the finest herbs at lowest.
Oh my god, disposition 28. She really must hate Dunmer. Yeah, you can have that. This is magic 15%. Yeah, I'll hold on to that. Hold on to that. Definitely hold on to
You've made a good bit of gold.
all my health potions because when I have to walk through lava, that's gonna be what keeps me alive. Here you can. Is that an area? Nah, that's just damage 20 points. If it was an area of effect, I would probably keep it, but. Okay, I think we're good. Let's go talk to Boris.
Sit down. Don't say anything. Just
Are exploits off the menu? Depends on the exploit.
listen.
Like, I'm not gonna do, like, things like out of bounds nonsense with paintbrushes or something.
Luther brought
I didn't mean to talk to you. I just play by ear with when it comes to exploits. Freeze, dude.
Good work. So, this, if you,
Right. So there's one. I'm not really sure if I can even call it an exploit, but just a really powerful spell that you can make that somebody taught me last stream. But in order to get like get the spell, I have to go through the repair the orrery quest line.
It was so nice.
Okay, now I gotta get the others, right?
Who will help an old beggar?
I'm Finty. Good day.
Okay, now Gwyneth is here.
I'm sorry.
Alright, I gotta wait for him to go inside. I gotta wait for him to actually have the book before I can ask him for it.
I'm here for my book, Nankar Cameron's Commentaries, Volume 3.
Ah, of course. Here you go. Keep us in mind for any future needs.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't tell you how long I've been looking for this book. Go on.
Hello.
Have you been far? The myth. I beg. What? Here.
There we go.
How are you?
Ooh. That room is getting way too fucking hot. Time to ruin my audio with my AC. I apologize. But I'm sweating right now.
You're not easy to get.
Oh, yeah, that stupid fucking dialogue. Literally gone. Not even an hour.
Know how to get to the heart of the
Yeah. Now we gotta follow Boris. If only I had a spell that increased his movement speed. You want to call in? Do you actually want to do that? You want to hop in a Discord call or something? Yeah, I'm down for that if you actually want to just chat. You can plug your, pimp out your next video. Pimp out your fucking Oblivion video. Will I do a Morrowind video? Yes. I'm planning on starting that soon, actually. Probably gonna start playing Morrowind in the next... Probably next month, sometime in August, I'll start playing through it. Oh my god, is it seriously August next month? Oh my god. Yeah, that means classes are gonna be starting again soon. I don't want to go back to school. Yeah, definitely. Definitely gonna be doing a Morrowind video. I don't know if it's gonna be out this year, because it's gonna be a huge-ass video, but... I'm gonna at least start working on it, start playing. Because probably gonna play through the game at least like 2 times or so before I actually have enough to do a proper video on. Alright, hold on 1 sec. Hold on 1 sec, Pat. I'll jump in. No idea how this is gonna work. Let's see. Jump into Discord real fast. Somebody's hitting me up right now. All right. Waiting to call. All right. Let's see. Discord saying. Yo, what's up? Yeah. Hold on 1 sec. I gotta boost you up a little bit. All right. Yeah, let me go up to like 30. I'm thinking. All right. Should be good. Now I just gotta drop the audio of Oblivion, otherwise everybody's gonna go fucking deaf. I'm still gonna drop it a little bit more. Yeah. People hate getting deafened. I don't know why. I love it. Who needs to hear, right? So yeah. What's going on?
Like, okay, if you were watching, like, I don't know who you watch on YouTube, but if they were doing modded stuff, how would you compare to Oblivion? How would that?
Depends on what they're doing with it. If they're trying to make definitive claims about like gameplay elements or whatever elements those, like, say they got like a like, say they're reviewing the Mages Guild or whatever for Oblivion, and they get like a mod that completely overhauls. Where is Boris? I ran up past him, didn't I?
You might want to make sure your audio is good.
Does it? How's it sound on?
I'm not listening.
Oh, we can't. Oh, they're saying we can't hear. Oh, can't hear the other guy. Yeah. Hold on.
Discord.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Streamer mode disabled. Maybe that's what was going on.
How you stream?
I'm streaming with OBS.
Sometimes Discord goes to a different audio device.
Okay.
But it won't make it to the stream.
Yeah. Let me see. No, I did just have it in streamer mode, so. Yeah, let's not do that. Voice, let's see. It's saying it's outputting to my audio, my proper audio device.
I don't know. Chat tends to lie sometimes too. Oh, they're saying the fan's louder. So they can hear me. Just can't hear me over the fan.
Let me see. There's gotta be a way for me to boost you without blowing out.
Date stream.
Without blowing out my ears.
Yeah, you gotta tell us what you want.
So many fucking settings. This is not something I would ever want to do on the fly. Oh wait, output volume. Let's see. Now try speaking. Let's see how loud you get.
What's going on?
Alright. Everybody's very quiet, I think. It's probably also because my desktop audio itself is very low.
Make sure.
Oh
yeah.
god, this is so
Turn-
fucking loud.
Okay, we're both going to desktop audio, and you turn desktop audio down. Then yeah, I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah.
You turned Oblivion down.
Yeah.
So you gotta turn Oblivion down into like the volume mixer in Windows.
Yeah, the thing is like, I guess this is why people do like multiple audio setups, right? They have one thing lead into another different stream, and then.
I didn't realize.
Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh, I'm dumb. I have desktop audio lowered on OBS.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what it was. Okay, so I don't have to blow out my ears now. People should be able to hear you now.
Yeah. Can you hear me stream?
Oh yeah, you're pretty high now. Actually, might be a little bit too high. I'm not high enough.
Yeah, I can hear it. Cool.
All right, there we go.
Anyways,
So your question.
I came on to confront.
Yeah,
Came on to confront you about using mods and reviews.
Yeah. And so my take was, if first you have to be upfront with it in the beginning of your video or something like that. You gotta say like, I'm using mods in this thing, and ideally give your mod list as well. Second, if you're going to review, like, say, the Mage's Guild, but you have like a Mage's Guild overhaul, there's a way to still do it. I don't want to say, I don't like being the type of person to be like, oh, you should never do this or that or the other thing, because I feel like there's always a way to do something correctly. There's different, you just got to know what you're doing. You got to be careful with how you're writing
Just the
it.
problem is 100% of us are bad at our jobs, so yeah, there's a lot of people who don't do what they're supposed to.
Yeah. So.
Because who was it? I think it was the guy I invited to your Discord today. I'll look up his video real quick.
Oh, you invited someone? I don't even pay attention anymore. I don't know what the fuck. I don't even know what day of the week it is. What day of the week is it? It's Sunday, right? Yeah, it's Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because all the churches are playing music in my town. Yeah, it was From Hero to Zero who used like a bunch of graphical overhaul mods in his Morrowind video.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
And that got people fired up.
As long as you're not saying like, oh, look how great this game looks and stuff, and you have a bunch of graphic mods.
I want to try that sometime because I've always wanted to review Black Mesa and say like, just pretend that it's normal Half-Life.
Can I jump forward, please?
Okay, well, if you really want to piss your audience off, and by your audience I mean like the guys who care about using mods and videos, you should do an OpenMW review.
Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna do that.
Because you can do Tez 3MP that way. Or do you have VR?
No, I don't.
See, if you got VR at some point in the future, you'd be able to take your save and put it in Morrowind VR. If you did it in OpenMW. I don't know how the save like transfers work. But then, instead of invading your streams, we could also invade your save files.
Alright, there we go.
You got quiet there.
Yeah, I was just... lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? So what exactly... I know OpenMW, that's like a... I'm just standing here fucking taking this damage. This is adding a whole new level to streaming that I've never dealt with before. What was I gonna say?
Yeah, it was wild when do you know who Zarek Zakharon is?
No, I don't.
He called into like my third stream. He's like 100,000 sub YouTuber. He called in to the random stream of mine. And we chatted about like Michael Kirkbride.
I'll see you back at Cloud Ruler Temple. Good luck.
But what was I saying? Yeah, so OpenMW, I know that's like obviously it's like an open source sort of thing. What changes does it even make to the game itself? Like, why would people get so pissed off that you're playing OpenMW?
Well, okay, so original Morrowind has a lot of quirks to the way that its engine worked. that OpenMW kind of changes because it makes necessary engine upgrades.
Okay.
It's basically plain normal Morrowind, but with the code patch, which fixes some stuff that people consider to be like essential glitches in the game. I think in base Morrowind, you can cast, like, if you add Soul Trap to a spell and then cast it at the ground, it just is permanent now. I don't know why that is, but that's not a thing in OpenMW because that's like stupid.
Yeah. And
Um,
I guess I can see where like people would be coming from, because it's like if you want to do a review of it.
Well, I don't think anybody busted Civi for using, like, I think he used GZ Doom to review
no, it's
Doom and Doom 2.
I'm fucking I don't
Like,
know
open
shit.
source ports exist for stuff. It's just OpenMW's of a more modern game. I mean, 2002. But people think that if it's not an open source port of a 90s game, then it's like cheating in some way. But even that's not really a big deal compared to like using a hit chance mod in Morrowind. That would be like a criminal sin for me.
I don't know. It depends on the type of video that you're really making. So like for my Skyrim video, because that's the video what we're really talking about, is that I made a video where I reviewed Skyrim, but I had a bunch of mods installed.
Which I haven't seen yet.
I wasn't really... Like, I tried to skirt around talking about gameplay mechanics, because it really, like, it's almost... It's kind of a fault on my end to even have called it a retrospective. In retrospect.
Right.
Because it was more just like... It was kind of like a machinima / let's play / like, I'm just kind of giving some ideas about what like, how I think about the game. And the ultimate conclusion that I came to is that I'm just trying to find a way to enjoy this game that I kind of hated for 10 years.
Right.
So
what's odd is I almost did something like that. So when I started my channel, one of the first videos I made was like a part 1 for a Skyrim series, because I've been wanting to make a Skyrim video since like 2014. And I did like this 100-hour very modded playthrough, and was kind of doing what you were describing, less on the machinima side. Because I just considered myself so knowledgeable about Skyrim's mechanics that I could do something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is like I'm very ignorant to a lot of like the vanilla mechanics of Skyrim, because I've almost always played Skyrim modded. So I'm like, why am I gonna... Do I really want to sit here and make like a whole thing about vanilla Skyrim when I really don't know much about vanilla Skyrim? It's like if I did something on vanilla Minecraft. I don't fucking play Minecraft vanilla. It's like if I'm gonna make a video, I want it to be about how I know how I've always played the game and stuff. So I was like, all right, how can I make a video like that? So I came up with something, and it's just... I have to go... I also can't remember for shit, like, what I say in my videos at this point.
Well, you
When
have
I-
those people...
Yeah,
Sorry, give me one
no,
second.
no,
I gotta remember what I was trying to say.
Okay.
No, I forgot what I was saying.
So that's kind of how I was going at it. I was just like, okay, how can I make a video that I know how to make, that I've never really seen somebody make before, and I don't remember how deep I actually got into analysis and stuff, but I remember trying to skirt around it. And I was talking more in generalities, like, I really enjoy like the exploration of this game, and really very few mods are going to affect the exploration aspect of the game enough that it's going to invalidate what I'm trying to say. But at the same time, maybe I was a little bit too optimistic and loose. Maybe I should have... This was before I was really... Like, the thing is like, in order to get into this, we're delving into a deeper discussion here, unfortunately, about like why I make videos and like the format that I chose to do. And I don't really want to get into that because that's like a fucking hour-long conversation. But I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So what I was gonna say was, there's people out there who think that once one video has been made about a topic, like it's oversaturated. But the thing is, there's like, which is done by itself, but there's infinite combinations of like mods that you could do.
Yeah.
That means that you really can't oversaturate Skyrim videos if you have a lot of videos that are like, I actually went to the effort of trying to fix this game.
Yeah. Well, here's my take. Here's my take is that when it comes to what you and I do, which is video game analysis, it's very difficult to oversaturate this thing. First off, there's so
few people.
There's so few people because it requires so much time and a certain skill set and a certain ability to create arguments and stuff, which I'm not good at. I'm not good at making arguments. That's why I try and make things that are like half argumentative, half entertaining, because I'm not, when it comes to analysis and stuff, I'm just not that great at it. So there's that. But on top of which, it's like when I watch a video of like Oblivion, it doesn't matter if it's like a 20-minute long video or like a 6-hour long video, I still want to watch more from other people because it's like I only got that one person's take. And ideally, everybody has a sort of different take on the game. If they're able to effectively portray that in a video is another question, but like the way I see Oblivion is different the way you see Oblivion, which is different from how like Salt Factory sees Oblivion, and all three of us can make different videos.
Oh man, don't get started on that shit.
But it's so like anybody who's saying that video game analysis is getting oversaturated is not paying attention to, or they just disagree with too many of the videos that they see out there. It's, I don't know.
I think some people's minds are stuck in like 2016 where there were even fewer people,
Yeah.
and a lot of them would just say the same shit.
Yeah, that's a problem too, is that like now that I've started doing this more, I'm realizing how, like, I don't want to name names, but like there are people that I used to watch that I can't watch anymore because I realize that they just don't say anything.
Oh yeah, part of the worst thing for me was and this is why you should never have this mentality. My whole thing is if I like something and I try to reproduce it, learning about editing has been one of the worst things to happen to my enjoyment of stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Especially because now that you know how the sausage was made, it's like why I try not to learn how music is produced, because to me music's like one of the last things in my life that's actually magical. Are you still there? I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I tried making music for a while. There's some stuff where, as I learned to do it, it didn't really ruin it for me, but editing is probably one of those areas where knowing made it worse.
Yeah, even movies and stuff, I'll be watching and I'm like, oh, that's a weird cut that they did there, something like that. But especially for especially online.
That
videos
was
and shit.
Mm-hmm. Or like when you realize that content creators you used to watch don't actually put as much effort as you thought.
Yeah.
And this isn't even like an analysis people, because analysis people are some of the most complex videos. I'm talking like just normal content creators that I used to look up to.
Yeah. Or you'll see that they don't. You thought, oh god, I just got fucking destroyed. You thought that they were like, they really knew their shit. They really knew how to make their videos, and then you realize and you watched over the years. Now that you know how to actually make shit, and you're like, oh, they never figured it out at all. They have no idea why their channel was successful. And then you can see just why they're failing or something like that.
Isn't it crazy that there are people with silver play buttons who don't understand how YouTube works?
Yeah. Or they don't understand how like the analytics works, like all this shit that they can tell. Like I'll be watching people, like tech YouTubers, and they're sitting there like, I don't know why my videos aren't doing well. It's like, if you read the analytics, you can actually see quite a bit. You just need to look at the analytics and see what other people are doing within your what's it called? Like
Studio?
your niche.
Right, right.
I went down the wrong fucking door again. I'm gonna die again. Some... no. Actually, I'm at least making it out of the first room here. I remember doing this for like 10 minutes last time, though. Trying to steal the fucking amulet without actually fighting anyone.
It's an interesting section because there are so many, there is so much written on how you do this part of the game. And I've never actually considered it that challenging.
Oh,
but
wait,
I always play, like, magic characters.
Walkthrough-wise, you mean? Like...
Well, I mean, like, when I look this stuff up, I see that, like, there is a ton written on, like, discussions of strategies about how you go about it.
You cannot escape the master's...
So not like walkthroughs, but like someone going on game facts and asking
yeah, like
how they get past this challenge. Part.
Yeah, I've never really... I mean, it's easy to get lost in these, like, tunnels and shit, I guess, but...
I just kill stuff until I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, it's an Oblivion dungeon. It's really not that complicated. I mean, I guess if you have like a really unoptimal sort of setup, and you come here at like a higher level.
Which, let's be honest, a lot of people do.
Yeah. And you come here at like a lower or a higher level, so that these guys are like hitting you with really powerful fucking spells. Yeah, I could see that.
That's the main thing, is the spells, because their stuff doesn't scale that well.
Yep.
You cannot escape the master's vigilance.
Did you know you can join the Mythic Dawn, technically?
Join how?
So it's a faction in the game, and when you talk to the doorkeeper, it puts you in that faction, and then if you immediately leave, you're in the faction. Because if you talk to Harrow, the next guy, then the door locks, but the door's unlocked until you do that. And so you're in the faction. It changes your disposition with the blades, and like there's a bug where you'll use like voice lines that belong to the Mythic Dawn when you attack, when you do like power attacks.
What?
Because of how they scripted it. It's a very interesting thing. Not a lot of people talk about that.
I mean, that is kind of Bethesda's MO, is they'll do like a lot of hacky shit for like quest triggers and stuff like that. Especially if, you know, like they just assume, oh, the character's gonna just go through this whole thing, and then when they leave, the triggers will be ended. But it's just like, no, you could just turn around, and they didn't think to, you know, lock the door behind you, I guess.
Well, and it's like the doorkeeper in NPC is superfluous. You don't need that, because the only reason he is there is to unlock that door. So someone at Bethesda didn't know that you could just put a rock in front of that door and despawn the rock once you like reach the necessary quest stage. It's just that easy. But they added a whole ass NPC to serve that function.
Oh, like a rock to block the door, you mean?
Yeah, because there are quests in Oblivion that do that.
Yeah, they even have like oh, maybe that's another door though, because I'm thinking when you finish all the you collect all the alien statues for that one dude, and you go into that ruin. Yeah. You go into that ruin at the end, and he like activates that door, and it like kind of just like crumbles. But I guess that's kind of the same thing. That's probably just scripted as like another door.
Yeah, they just don't let you get to that part until you have are at the necessary stage.
Yeah,
it's weird what designers knew how to use the editor and which ones like you can tell were like laying the tracks out as they edited or as they designed stuff. That's weird because Kirk Coleman was the one who designed the main quest, and I should know this, but okay, so he started at Bethesda with Daggerfall. I don't know why his quests have so much hacky shit. I guess it's just he came up with Todd Howard because all he's credited as is additional content on Daggerfall. I'm gonna assume that's like assistant designer. Todd was a programmer on Daggerfall,
Yeah.
so they kind of both came from that like hacky 90s era of like, let's turn the guy's hat into a train car and make him run down the tracks to simulate a train of shit that Bethesda does.
Where's
Good evening, sir.
this? Is, I don't remember this. I remember getting stuck on this quest. So
I haven't time.
Did you turn in Shrine of Dagon?
yeah, I did. Yeah,
can I
yeah.
do?
This is what it was. I have to talk to Captain Stefan about the spies.
So you should be good.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember
You should
last
be good
time.
for,
I
like,
remember last time I was.
58 gates.
Yeah, right.
Because there's only 2 gates that you get from main quest after this, which is the Bruma Gate and then the Great Gate
Yeah.
in
So
like the final battle.
I don't need to.
So you don't have to do this.
Yeah, I don't need to do the spies. I just got so engrossed in our conversation. Oh god, does that mean I actually have to fucking start?
Doing Oblivion gates? Yeah.
Looks like it. I gotta bring out my map now. That means I'm gonna say goodbye to chat on my tablet. But I still got chat on my main screen, even though I'm not really reading it right now, because I'm not a good streamer. I can't play effective. If I was just wandering around doing jack shit, it wouldn't be that big a deal. So
Well,
it's
you
like,
know, streaming is harder than the military.
what is that? Sounds like what?
There are streamers out there who will die on the hill that streaming's harder than the military. Which is not my take.
Yeah. That sounds like
I wasn't in the military, but I'm going to imagine that well, my dad was, and he had some stories, so.
Yeah.
And my dad didn't even serve during like wartime.
Yeah, one of my friends was in the military. It's I mean,
I think he would have rather been. I think he'd rather have been playing Minecraft on stream than fucking
and getting
wearing a uniform all the time and getting told what to do every day.
and having to like go into
Or
like,
getting
formation
shot
and
at.
shit. Yeah.
I think their argument is that like, well, streaming's a lifestyle. I got to stream for 8 hours to pay rent.
You know,
And
here's
it's like, no, the military is actually a lifestyle.
yeah.
I'll tell you right now, you are committing years of your life. You don't like really get time away until you're out.
Yep. And then hope your VA benefits are good and shit like that. Hope you don't get fucked up while you're over there. Otherwise, you never leave the military. The military will just stay with you forever because your back is all blown out. Your knees are bad. Because you were carrying a fucking 90-pound rucksack for 4 years.
Yeah, my dad had a lot of friends that were like that because he left like a couple months before Desert Storm.
Oh.
So like all his friends that stayed got to fight in a very fucked up conflict.
Yep. That's Desert Storm is in. That's a fucked up war to begin with. The whole like.
There's a reason they don't make games about Desert Storm.
Yeah. It's just let's just go in and it's not even really a war. It's more just a slaughter. These people don't even want to be
Anyways.
fighting. Yeah, let's not get into it.
Let's not take over the stream with that.
Yeah. Something that I can feel like I can talk about a little bit now that I've done both streaming and YouTube. I feel like streaming might actually be more difficult than YouTube, though.
I'm gonna disagree. I'd rather fucking stream all day.
The reason here's
At least compared to what I do.
it depends. Let me see. Do I remember how to do this one?
It depends on what your main project is.
So
Like if I was back to cutting 30-minute videos, yeah, I'd rather do that. But
yeah, I mean,
this 11-hour shit.
I mean that's yeah. I mean I'm doing what is it, like close to a 5-hour Mass Effect 2 video right now, and it's kind of depressing, but, you know. But the way I see it is, you make a video on YouTube, and it's up for however long until either, you know, they change the rules and then your video gets taken down by some DMCA bullshit or whatever. I mean, now you got that on Twitch too, so you got to worry about. But once you upload something, it's there forever, ideally. When you stream, especially on Twitch, once it's done, it's done. So if you really, like, if you want to be the most effective streamer possible, you want to be streaming at least 4 to 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. Don't take vacations, don't take time off, and you just keep doing it every day.
That's a problem manufactured by their glut of content. The fact that there's, you know, most of those streamers, there's like 100,000 other people that are that have the same personality.
Yep.
that do exactly what they do. Because the thing is, people who live stream like a show where they have a content plan and they say, I'm only going to be streaming for an hour, but it's going to be a really good hour, have it a lot better than people. Because it's like, your content's watered down for you to stream for 8 hours.
Yeah.
And I know that from experience. Because I think my longest stream was like 6 hours. And that was watching Will Loves Video Games video. So that wasn't like 6 hours of me just, you know, jerking off in Minecraft. That was like, I was having to do stuff.
Yeah, so basically it's... Yeah, so like, yeah, your format kind of determines... But at the same time, here's the thing though. So imagine doing something like that, but on Twitch. Once you're done with the stream, like, what happens? Nobody's gonna find that stream. Nobody's gonna find that VOD naturally. So
Right.
it kind of just gets. So doing like a show like that, you need to like how do you start a show like that on Twitch? You just
clip your streams and post it on YouTube.
yeah, I guess so.
And
But-
you know, advertise. Another thing is like have a schedule, because there are people out there who are just like, I need something I can watch at like 1 o'clock
Yeah. Oh my god, I almost
at this time every time.
died there.
So yeah, I get like it's hard, but like so's dropping, you know, days of work on YouTube and then getting 10,000 views.
Days. Oh man. I think if you had to guess, how much time did you spend on that Morrowind video?
That's something I've had to struggle with because I have no clue, to be completely honest. Because there was a lot of stuff where it was like I was getting home from an 8-hour shift and I was just going right to working on the Morrowind video.
Yeah. So here's what I wound up doing, and it might work for you, it might not. When I was doing my Oblivion video, I would log every minute that I spent. Like, I had a whole spreadsheet, and I would just sit there and I would just log it. Like, okay, between, you know, 11:30 to 12:45, I worked on this. Like, worked on writing the script. I worked on editing. I worked on cutting audio, recording audio. And
I don't
just
do that now, but if you look in the image I sent you, like the markers that are on the top refer to like what day I did that. So it's like I got this far in this pass on that day.
Yeah.
So I do have a better idea for the Oblivion video of how long this is taking, but that Morrowind video is just, who knows?
Well, you said, what was it? It was 18 months that you spent working on that in total? Something like that?
Yes, but it's kind of disingenuous to say that because there were months that I didn't do anything on that
Yeah.
project. And I did other videos at the same time.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Well,
that's what makes it kind of difficult.
My question is, so, like, by the time you got to making your Morrowind video, you'd been making videos for, you know, what, like, close to 2 years, something like that, right? So
It was like 18 months.
18 months. So it's like, by then you kind of had a good idea of what you were doing. I doubt, like, because when I started my Oblivion video, I had no, like, my first video took me over 100 hours to edit for 40 minutes worth of video. When I got to, by the time I was finished and I was making, like, the last couple of videos of Oblivion, I spent maybe a quarter of that time, like maybe like 20 hours actually editing, 18 to 20 hours editing a video that was almost twice the length. So it's like by then, obviously you pick up speed as you get better at it.
Yeah,
but-
learning how to set your shortcuts up to do stuff, it helps a lot.
Oh yeah.
Like, one of the main things I do is change the level of the audio. So I set that to G. It used to take so long to do that for each individual thing.
For changing audio.
Yeah.
Or
I can't-
in Premiere.
I can't give you 11 hours of Morrowind, but I have 8 over on my channel. You can go check it out at PatricianTV.
There you go. I still gotta.
No, the 11 hours is Oblivion.
I still gotta finish your Morrowind video. The reason, like, I started watching it. I'm like, you know what? I know I'm gonna be playing Morrowind. I want to go in as blind as possible. So I kind of just stopped after. I think like I got like 2 hours in. And I was like, all right, I gotta stop because I want to maintain the purity of my experience with Morrowind. So what I'm gonna do is play through it. I really want to start playing through it soon, like really soon.
You should do a test run as soon as possible.
Yep. Get everything set up, do my first playthrough, record it all and everything. And then after I've played through like once or twice, then I'll start actually watching. Like I'll watch through your video, I'll watch like other people's stuff but I'll probably write some of my ideas before I start watching. Cause I'm one of those I definitely see the benefit of watching other people's stuff when it comes to making videos. But at the same time, oh god, I'm gonna die in this fucking lava. At the same time, there is something to be said about having, like, you know, pure ideas without letting it get clouded by other people's. Because there are times when I'm sitting there and I'm writing.
That was my Cyberpunk video.
You just did it completely blind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Especially
And
for
I think
a
it was
game-
better for it.
Yeah, especially for a game that has like a lot of controversy surrounding it and everything. But at the same time, you don't want to be speaking from like a position of total ignorance. You don't want to like make a point where it's like you criticize something really hard for it and then it turns out, oh, I just didn't know that this part of the game answered this problem that I had or something like that.
It's less so for me. It's less so about that because I tend to get I only watch other people's videos for these massive projects, and really I've only done it once because I've only done it for the Oblivion video. For me personally, it was about finding examples of arguments that people would use and less so about learning about the game, because what I needed was stuff like where you said that you did the Umaro fight without the Crusaders relics.
Yeah.
Because, well, that seems like something that I want to bring up, because originally I had this idea that, like, there's nobody that's going to do that, right? Like, it's the armor of Knights of the Nine. Surely they're just going to wear the Knights of the Nine armor. Well, you're an example of somebody who didn't, so... what else would be a good kind of example of that? One of the main things is Will Loves Video Games talking about why Kvatch couldn't exist prior to its destruction. He kind of like he defeats his own argument in the video, and I think that it's not gonna be for everybody. There's gonna be some people out there that like you shouldn't, you know, go after other YouTubers.
Yeah.
But I kind of disagree.
Well, it depends on how you like somebody like you, and I feel like I'm kind of in the same boat. I look at YouTube as just like another form of like another tool for communication and having discussions about games. So it's like if I'm watching somebody's video and they make a point, I would really like to make some sort of counterpoint. I don't expect this person to look at it. I don't expect them to respond to it. But if they do see it and they do respond to it, then I feel like that's a net positive. You create.
I mean, the thing is,
there.
Academic reviews are a thing in the academic world.
Yeah, that too.
Like when I wrote an essay about when I was in college, I wrote an essay about Bartleby, and one the steps of that process was reading what other academics had to say about that topic. So that's also the case of like you need to be aware of what the conversation is in when you're going to cover something, especially for as comprehensive as you or I do.
Yeah. Especially like this is why I've been taking my time with Morrowind. Is there's certain games that just, I mean, I'm going to be generous here and say that it has a very storied legacy and it has a very dedicated fan base. Other people can turn around and say that it has a very entitled fan base and, you know, blah, 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 but I'm not really that cynical in buying into that sort of narrative. I feel like most people who have criticisms about a game or criticisms against criticisms of their game usually comes from a good place. It's because they really strongly believe in the game. But anyway, regardless, for me, I always looked at Morrowind as kind of like the holy grail of like my first year and a half, 2 years of YouTube. It's like if I can do that, I want to do it right because I want to do right by those people. I'm a newcomer coming into this game, into this franchise. Well, not franchise, but into this certain part of the history of the franchise. Because, you know, Morrowind is kind of the last hurrah of that sort of mentality of like Daggerfall and stuff. And then they started becoming more of like a casual thing.
But what's interesting was it was by its own on its own a kind of a deviation too.
Yeah, because that's always the thing too about Bethesda is that they always reinvent their games for the most part. Like Skyrim is a pretty large departure from Oblivion. Oblivion was a huge departure from Morrowind. Morrowind was a huge departure from Daggerfall. It's just like that's always been the case. And you could also there's you know Redguard and stuff that they had going on too, and there's a ton of history, and for something like what we do, research I feel like is pretty important. But at the same time, going back to what I was saying, this is something that I keep repeating, is that I only get to play. Why do I keep checking my map? I only get to play Morrowind the first time once. And I feel like that's kind of an interesting take, is that, you know, I've been playing these games I've been playing Oblivion since I was like 14 years old. And I've never played Morrowind, so I feel like I could have a certain viewpoint that other people just don't have. Oh, this is going to be one of the awful ones too. And
yeah, I have seen Mauler's Dark Souls 2 video. We can chat about that later, because you had a point going, but I was going to address that.
Yeah, like I was just saying, there's a certain purity there that I would like to retain in my video. So it's a balancing act. I keep checking my fucking map in hopes that it would let me out of this place, but that's not the case. Word of warning though, I haven't watched anything Mauler related yet. It's been on my to-do list, but
it's because it's more movies, I bet.
The problem is like I like a very specific, I like Francis Ford Coppola, I like Martin Scorsese. I like very specific directors, and
Mauler really only covers like trash. Although he did watch something less trash. I forget what it was called, which is funny given what the movie's about. But so yeah, I can understand not having seen anything Mauler, and he hasn't done like video game stuff in a long time.
I should still watch some of his video game stuff though, just because like everybody in our group's always talking about, ooh, Touch of Rage, Tom.
Honestly, everybody's talks about him because of EFAB, where he's more infamous.
Yeah, and that's something I got to check out too.
Because I think to a degree, EFAP has kind of a chilling effect on the conversation, and yeah, he talked about the father. That's what it was. No, EFAP does have a chilling effect on the analysis community, because there are people who are afraid to do stuff now because they're worried about getting covered on EFAP. I think that's kind of stupid.
Yeah, just put your shit out there. I mean, I get shitty comments and stuff all the time, almost every day. I get 1 or 2 comments. It's just like, I don't want to read these comments anymore. It's just, you put yourself out there, You just gotta roll with the punches. You gotta have a thick skin.
I always just post shitty comments on Discord, so other people can laugh at them. Because I feel like I have exclusive access to a commodity.
Or what do you mean by that?
Because most people in my community aren't reading my comments actively, so really, I'm like the only person that read what these people have to say.
Oh, okay.
And I kind of want to share that with people. That's why I'm always posting like the really interesting comments in the Discord. I should post more good comments because I usually just post like really dumb ones.
It's that
But,
it's that it's that fucking oh shit, almost got crushed to death. It's that the whole thing that like every YouTuber always says is like you can get like 60 great comments, but you're always gonna just notice and think about that one nasty comment, which is 100% the case. True in my case. It's like I'll be sitting there, I'll be scrolling through, I'll have like 30 comments in a row where it's just like, oh, I really love the video, whatever, and it's just like, yeah, thank you, and then I get that one where the dude's like, what the fuck were you talking about here, blah 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 blah, and it's just like, then the whole day I'm just sitting there thinking about this guy, this one asshole, and go through the stages of grief with that.
Yeah, I don't really get bothered with it.
I'm a very sensitive and emotional person.
Well, my mentality has always been, if I start to get bothered by it, that means that I must be being entitled, and then like, I feel guilty about that.
That you're being entitled?
Because like,
well,
well, yeah, like one of my,
you're entitled to only have like
yeah, that's one of my big fears is like as a content creator is that like one day I'm just gonna be like, I can't handle a single negative comment.
I mean, I don't. The thing is like if somebody wants to leave bad comments or whatever, they're fine to do it. I'm just not going to read the comments, and it's also because I waste enough fucking time. Yesterday I spent like my whole day just detailing my car rather than doing what I'm supposed to be doing, which is working on the Mass Effect 2 video. And it's just, so I'm like, should I really be sitting here at 30 minutes a day, every day, reading comments and responding to comments? Or should I just be using that time to just work on videos instead? Like, what would people rather see?
Well, yeah, I get that. When the Morrowind video was new, I would like read comments for half an hour in the morning, like after I woke up.
Yes.
I've kind of discontinued that ritual because it goes through waves for me where it's like I'll have a wave, like I'm in a wave of good comments right now where like people say insightful stuff, but sometimes I get a wave where it's like, did somebody watch me on Twitch and just send me a bunch of like their shitty viewers?
Yeah.
I have seen, okay, so I haven't seen Kratos' stuff, but we were kind of memeing on it in our Discord because they had like a really bad reaction to Many a True Nerd's Fallout video, which is amazing to say because like that should be a slam dunk. So
I gotta do some inventory management here. Frost damage, yeah.
I think, okay, I might have an unfair advantage here because a lot of the people who would leave shitty comments get caught up on the quick retrospective thing. And
yeah, so they just get into an argument of like some like pedantic argument as opposed to
they just put quick in quotes and then just like leave the comment, and then that like discourages them from actually like saying whatever they were going to say.
You know, that might be a strategy right there. Make something that that just attracts all those stupid comments.
My Oblivion video, I have in my script the first 30 seconds of things I say in the Oblivion video highlighted because I'm going to pick one of those words and I am going to butcher its pronunciation. I'm just going to fucking destroy that word because then every single person that always leaves comments when you mispronounce something are just going to hone right to that and they're going to shut the fuck up because they're not going to be able to think about anything else.
Yeah.
And it won't bother me because I did it intentionally.
Yep. So
It
you
was
so you
stylistic.
knew exactly. You knew exactly. Like for me, so going back to the Skyrim video, I knew that I was going to get comments from people saying, "Oh, you shouldn't be." That was the first fucking thing that I knew is people are going to give me shit about reviewing a game that is modded.
Was modded.
Yep. So it's like I kind of expected that. And I was actually surprised how long it took for that to wind up coming about. So,
Did the Skyrim videos like take off for you immediately?
no. I thought they were a complete and utter dud. I was like, wow, I really fucked up with that one. And then now it's the second biggest video on my channel. So, I'm gonna probably do a follow-up after I do Mass Effect 2. Actually, I'm not probably going to. I'm definitely going to do a follow-up. That's going to be the next video after I finish Mass Effect 2.
I was gonna say, I thought you were working on that.
What, the Skyrim one or the Mass Effect 2 one?
Yeah, I thought you had like started a character, like as a test run.
Yeah. I have some ideas and stuff like that. What I kind of
Which is where I'm at with my Skyrim video, because like I have a character kind of planned out, and I've kind of done some work on like quest timing.
Yep.
Skyrim's a fucking nightmare, by the way.
It is, because it's like so many different things like overlap.
Yeah, with Oblivion, you can just like, I'm gonna record all the fighters guild
Yep.
stuff now, and it's not gonna be a big deal.
Yeah,
With
it's-
Oblivion, it's like you can only do the first 6 the companions are fine. You can only do like the first 3 College of Winterhold quests, and then you hit a leveled item, and it's just annoying.
Yep. And also this thing too is like there will be mentions of like different guilds or like different interactions between guilds, which is kind of, you know, it's a little bit, it's better. At least it makes the world feel a little bit more alive. But when you're writing about that and talking about like a guild, it's just like, oh shit, I got to talk about this
I will
part
say-
of this guild and blah 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 blah.
I will minorly spoil you on this. The Fighters Guild and Thieves Guild in Morrowind have a minor conflict that you need to look out for, like near the beginning of those quest lines, if you're planning on doing them on the same character.
Yeah. Well, what I'm probably gonna do is my first character. This is why I want to do multiple characters. Like the first character, I'm not sure how much I'm even gonna show of it. I'll probably have to do some like, you know, editing wizardry to make it seem like a coherent sort of narrative. But I'm probably gonna try and tackle. I keep checking my fucking map. I'm probably gonna
I
try.
have this
and
composition notebook for taking
tackle-
notes on Skyrim.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna try and just tackle like the whole game with that one character, or at least as much content as I can.
Right. Okay, so there is one problem with that. You can't do all 3 great houses on a single character.
Yeah. Yeah, I figure there's going to be certain. So, what are the houses specifically? Is that like part of the main story, or is that,
Yes and no.
or is it like guilds themselves?
The houses are like the political factions of of Morrowind, and so part of the main quest is you get the support of each of the great houses, which kind of emulates a quest that's already in the great house, kind of like a weird version of it. So like House Halalu, when you go up to a certain rank, you have to do this quest. Its Nerevarine or its Hortator quest for that is kind of the same, basically. So, like, the main quest kind of gives you a taste of all the great houses.
Okay.
If you're part of the great house, you can kind of skip that because you've basically already done it. If you're high enough rank. But it's like a guild, but it's also it's like a combination of a guild and like the Stormcloaks or the Imperials from Skyrim, basically.
Yeah. All right. Trying to think of other analogs to that sort of. Like I'm almost thinking maybe like something New Vegas related, where the. Nah, it wouldn't really be like that.
It's not as extreme as like New Vegas factions.
Yeah.
They're not explicitly at war with each other, but they do have some conflicts.
Yep.
Like military conflicts.
But you can only side with one house, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Alright.
You can do two. There is a glitch. You can join House Hulalu in another house, but again, that's a glitch. The game's designed around kind of content exclusivity for those factions.
Which I feel like more games should embrace that. Oh god. Getting fucking annihilated here. Like in Oblivion, everybody makes the same observation. It's silly that by the end of the game you become, you know, the champion.
You do everything.
Yeah, you become a literal god if you do the Shivering Isles. It's just like, how powerful is this fucking character gonna get?
I've always kind of held that the Elder Scrolls characters, like the Dragonborn's not the guy who assassinated the Emperor.
Yeah.
You know, the champion of Cyrodiil is not Sheogorath.
Did you make that point in? Because that point sounds familiar, and I feel like it did
I've
come from
made-
you. I'm just wondering where
I've made it before in like streams and stuff because it comes up a lot.
Yeah. It was one of the work streams.
People get it in their heads that their headcanon of what their character does has to be consistent with what everybody else's headcanon of what their character does. And it's like, if you want your cock to be fucking, you know, do everything and fuck every waifu in Oblivion, you know, go for it. That's your thing. It's just my case and my opinion is that all of those factions belong to a different character.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of difficult to reconcile a single person doing all of that. And that's especially true in Morrowind. And I think it kind of works better that way.
Yeah, because, like I said, it becomes... Oh, why isn't anything loading here? My game's about to crash.
Oh, so I kept forgetting. This person asked me, out of curiosity, do I know input Kirkbride had on Oblivion besides the commentaries and Songs of Pelennor? So, at that stage at Bethesda, Michael Kirkbride was a contractor. So he didn't really have... He has a credit to his name, obviously, but he wasn't an employee of Bethesda at that point. He was just like... So basically, he was just a freelancer. And anytime they needed something lore-heavy for their game, they would ask Michael Kirkbride to write something up. So he wrote Mankar Cameron's speech. That came from, funnily enough, it came from an email that Michael Kirkbride sent Todd Howard, and it was just him, like, in character talking, because he was trying to get in the head of Mankar Cameron so he could write the commentaries. As for anything else, I mean, there's something on the Imperial Library where you don't even have to go that far, actually. It's on the UESP, where he lists everything that he kind of wrote. So I can pull that up for you. He wrote The Abadal Before the Ages of Men. He wrote that with Ken Rolston and Kurt Coleman. He wrote Riemann Ada and Shezar and the Divines. So it was kind of like he was working on what the Riemanns were in Oblivion. Other than that, Michael Kirkbride has a very overstated presence in Oblivion. He's cited as like the main writer of the game, which is not the case.
Where is that even stated? Because I remember you saying that, like, Bethesda has some really, like, fucky credits when it comes to their games.
Yeah, so they credit Ted Peterson and Michael Kirkbride and most stuff as writers, because what those guys do is they are dedicated writers. They write the books and stuff and the lore that's in the games, but they work as like freelancers. Like Michael Kirkbride was a concept artist on Redguard that also wrote lore on the side for the games. The people who actually write the games, as in the stories that are told in them, are the people who are credited as designers. So that in Oblivion, that would be Ken Rolston, Kurt Coleman, Mark Nelson, Emil Pagliarulo, Bruce Nesmith, and Brian Chapin.
Right.
And then Alan Capone Alan Nanez was a side quest person, and then I forget who the Shivering Isles people are, because I am not that far on my current pass of the video yet, but today or tomorrow or the next day after that, I'll be working on the Shivering Isles section, so I'd be able to answer that. And I do know about the Sheogorath stuff in Skyrim where they hint at it. That just hints that he's involved, and every Daedric prince was involved in the Oblivion crisis. So, you know, I've always looked at that as like, as just like we're gonna playfully reference Oblivion, because obviously that's what they're going to do. They playfully reference Morrowind in Oblivion. They playfully reference Daggerfall in Morrowind. You know.
And that's basically because I'm assuming it's because they don't want to really have to sit there and write all sorts of different explanations and try and come up with canon explanations for a bunch of different things that could, you know.
Yeah, it's just ammo you can use if you want to justify your headcanon, but
Yep.
at the end of the day, what you have to understand is, with Elder Scrolls games, everything and nothing is canon in terms of what the player characters did.
Can you explain this to me? I've read this on UESP like a million times, and I still don't fucking understand it. What the fuck is the Warp in the West?
So the Warp in the West refers to the ending of Daggerfall. In Daggerfall, it's like it's basically like Fallout New Vegas in that there's 5 or so factions that are competing for access to Numidium that all have different desires for what they want. So, like, you have the King of the Orcs, who's founded Orsinium and wants the Numidium so that he can take out his competitors and establish an Orcish kingdom. You have the leader of Daggerfall, you have a Hammerfell leader, you have Mana Marco. So you have all these powers. And the Warp in the West basically says that everybody got their hands on Numidium because Numidium's like this fucked up entity that represents, like, the Dwemer all put their souls into this thing, and so it has like weird time fucky powers. So that's kind of just what it refers to. That's why there's both. That's why Orsinium can exist during Morrowind and Oblivion, and Mana Marco became a god, because those two things are contradictory. That cannot be in a normal kind of time frame.
Yeah. So basically, just everything happened.
Yeah.
I am really feeling these Oblivion Gate spawn rates now. It's just like, last time I was doing this, I would, you know, hit like 6 or 7 different spawn locations and nothing would spawn. And now it's like every 2 something spawning, which is 50%.
There's
spawn
nothing
chance.
like There's nothing like rotating your character around and seeing like multiple Oblivion gates surrounding you.
Definitely makes the world feel like it's ending. This is... I don't even remember seeing this Oblivion Gate.
So in the case of Mana Marco, it's generally accepted that Mana Marco, basically he split off. There was a divine part that became the divine, and then there was like a mortal part that kept all the angst and hormones. And so there's like 2 Mana Marcos.
2 Mana Marcos that exist at the same time, or it's just 2 Mana Marcos that... Okay.
So it's like there's a Mana Marco who's the god has the moon in Oblivion and Skyrim, and then there's the flesh and blood Mana Marco, who's a lich and runs the necromancer cult.
Yeah. Wait, do we see the second Mana Marco then? Or because like I know the one that you see in the guilds, but do you see the other one in Oblivion?
The god Mana Marco? Yeah, when the necromancer's moon happens, that's Mana Marco's body.
Oh.
Because the celestial bodies are like the actual physical bodies of gods.
Yeah.
Of Adric gods.
Oh, so that's literally Mana Marco tapping into himself or something. There's probably some joke in there.
I really dunk on Mana Marco in fucking my video because He's one of the worst designed boss fights I've seen.
It's so bad.
Someone didn't realize that he can't cast one of his fucking spells. Like, he just doesn't have the magicka.
That's great.
And I mean, my mentality towards player characters I hold for all of the games and other role-playing games. Like, I don't think that V from Cyberpunk 2077 actually did everything.
Yeah. So no, okay, so here's a question then. So, are there games where that philosophy doesn't apply? And what's sort of your criteria?
Where a character did do everything?
Yeah.
I would imagine like a Batman Arkham Asylum, where it's like, yeah, Batman is just that cool. He can collect all this shit in one night.
Yeah.
Like, if because the game, there are some games that kind of state that, like, yeah, the player character did do everything. Like, I really like imagining, like, Aiden Pierce from Watch Dogs just sitting down and playing chess, and then, like, going outside and, like, firing a grenade launcher at a convoy, like, in between saving his nephew.
Alright, I gotta do some info.
For The Witcher, yeah, I think Geralt is penned as, like, doing everything. But, I mean, The Witcher's kind of more freeform. That was what made Cyberpunk so confusing. It was like, it seems like you guys didn't learn anything from The Witcher, which is really weird considering your name's on that game.
What do you think? What do you think specifically they didn't learn?
I was thinking about this the other day. I'm trying to remember what my conclusion was. It's like,
Just word of
I don't know.
Word
There's a
of
lot
caution,
of a lot of like,
I haven't actually played.
You haven't played a lot of these?
But I've watched a lot of playthroughs of it, so I'm pretty familiar with like what goes on, but
there's some like real bad agency problems with how Cyberpunk is framed that are not mistakes that The Witcher makes. So it's like, they tell you in Cyberpunk that you have a fucking terminal illness. That's not something The Witcher would ever do, because when you have an open world, or specifically The Witcher 3 in this case, because let's be honest, that's the only one that matters. Witcher 3 would never, like, frame something in such a way that it's like, that's the most important thing you have to do, because it's like, if you're dying from a terminal illness, finding the solution to that should be, like, the #1 priority.
Yeah.
And Oblivion kind of has that problem, because it's like, hell is invading, why isn't this your priority?
Yeah. Well, oh shit, where did I see that? So somebody somewhere, I don't know if it was a video or like something, they said that they took it. Oh right, it was in one of your work streams where he was. It was one of the videos that you watched.
Probably
the games.
Probably the GameStop.
Yeah,
video.
yeah, the GameSpot one where he was like, I just took what Uriel Septim was saying as just the ramblings of a mad like a grief-stricken, distressed old man.
Yeah, it's an interesting take, except everything he says ends up being true.
Yeah.
So.
But you don't know that
It's
at
like,
the time. At the time,
I mean,
it does
okay,
sound like
you get this vision that hell is invading, and then he says, "I'm gonna die today," and then he dies that day.
Yeah.
And then hell invades. So it's like,
oh, that's
I don't know.
That's actually interesting, because I look at that opening cutscene as just like, oh, it's just a cutscene. I would never think, like, from my character's point of view of, oh,
that they're
having a vision. Yeah.
In Morrowind, you do have a vision. They don't state that the Oblivion character has one.
Yeah.
So I guess you can get that. I just view the setup is just way too pushing the player into the main quest. Even if you can rationalize that the player character doesn't see like the vision of hell invading.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because it's just like I guess too, because you do have Boris, whatever, who like he tells you, oh, you really need to get that to Joffrey and blah 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 blah. You kind of have him corroborating what
Well, and
Muriel was telling you.
what would realistically happen in that situation is if the player did not immediately bring the Amulet of Kings to Joffrey, they would be having Oblivion gates opening up around them, and they would be constantly getting attacked by Mythic Dawn agents.
Yeah.
Until they turned it in. It's like the fucking hit squads in New Vegas. Just constantly until you got that shit off of you. And I really like the cognitive dissonance that happened with my character, where I went to Kvatch before giving Joffrey the amulet. So I took the Amulet of Kings to Oblivion. Like, Mehrunes Dagon should have just turned up and game overed me. But I actually have a
maybe
really
he
interesting
didn't
theory about
know.
that story. I have a really interesting theory about why Mehrunes Dagon does the stuff he does that will be in my video.
Yeah, because that's kind of how I ended my my what's it called? My part
Your
of
series?
of like the part specifically about the nice. Ooh, that's a really nice shield. About the story itself, I kind of at the end I'm like, and he's invading. Why is he doing all the things that he's doing? If he could have just invaded. Like, the Dragonfires are out. Why didn't he just invade from the get-go? And I knew I was probably being a little obtuse at that point.
No,
it's you know,
my 557,000 IQ take on that is that like Martin is the chosen one of Mehrunes Dagon.
Martin is the chosen one of Mehrunes Dagon. So it wasn't Mancar Cameron?
So Mehrunes Dagon represents revolution and destruction. All they tell you is destruction, but he is the Daedric Prince of Revolution. So what Mancar Cameron is advocating for is a return to the Chaos Age, or the Dawn Age, which was chaotic. It didn't have linear time. And Mehrunes Dagon would actually oppose that because it would basically mean that Mancar is like the emperor forever. And Mehrunes is about revolution. So you can kind of see this. It's in a microcosm in Oblivion's main quest. Do you remember the part where you meet the Tetramorre and he asks you to go like free the Zivile from the cave?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is Mehrunes Dagon in a microcosm. The worshippers of Mehrunes managed to throw a revolution against the Zivile and buy their freedom, but eventually Mehrunes has to come along and crack down because you can't have revolutions if people are free.
Yeah.
So you have to have this revolving door of like oppression and then revolution.
Yeah.
So the reason why Mehrunes Dagon resonates with Lorkhan so well is because Lorkhan wanted linear time. He wanted that kind of the system where you could have rulers and then have revolutions. So it wouldn't be in Mehrunes Dagon's interest to install Mancar Cameron as the leader, which is why he kind of... Okay, why does it take 15 minutes for the siege engine to leave the Great Gate? Shouldn't it just be like sitting at the gate waiting for the fucking thing to open?
Yeah, you would think.
And just like immediately come out?
Yeah, because
so the reason that Mehrunes Dagon wants you to succeed at destroying the Great Gate, because he wants you to get the Sigil Stone so you invade Paradise and get the Amulet of Kings back.
Stop him and stop fucking Cameron.
And then he wants you to take Martin to the Imperial City so that that final scene happens where Martin mantles Akatosh, and because the end goal is basically he wants to make Akatosh stop relying on the Dragonborn to keep Oblivion out. He wants Akatosh to like be more active as a god, and you see that in Skyrim. Yeah, I know about Selective's lorecast. I was surprised that they were still a thing. I thought they stopped at like their 14th episode, but no, I saw that they were still going. They're more into like the heady Michael Kirkbride lore. I try to keep it more like what the player can see.
It's usually the safest way to go about it. If you can anchor it in like the main content. Because what was I gonna say? In the Mass Effect 2 video, or Mass Effect 2 in general, there's a lot of shit that happens during the main game that only gets retroactively explained from like Lair of the Shadow Broker or like stuff that happened in books. And it's
I never owned Lair of the Shadow Broker, so I always had that issue.
Yeah, and or like I never read the 3 comic book series on like.
Because who the fuck would?
Yeah, so it's like if it doesn't happen, if there's nothing in game in the base game that allows me to justify these explanations, how valid are these explanations? How valid?
Mahler
is
has
this
a thing about that,
interpretation?
where it's like there was a bunch of people who were like going, you should read this comic or this novel that justifies X, Y, and Z bullshit that happens in the Star Wars movies. And it's like, no. You got to base it entire. The movie's got to be self-contained. And it's the same thing with Mass Effect. It's got to be self-contained. I don't want to read a fucking comic book to understand what your fucking game is about.
Yeah. Especially like I can understand, you know, like opening up like some sort of like little like side story or something like that in a you know, like a comic or something like that, or some like DLC like that. That's fine. But if for me to understand like the justifications of an entire faction rests on me reading a comic or understanding why this character radically changed from one game to another because it happened in a comic, like that's not good. that doesn't help me as a player. Because then I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck happened with this character?
All right, I'm gonna be right back.
So let's see. Is this one even on my map? Yeah, it is. It's up here. So it's time to do some inventory management. Actually, I think I'm gonna hit up these 2 camps first. So I'm doing these camps in order to unlock. I haven't really been explaining what I'm doing. But I'm kind of doing 2 things at once right now. So I'm doing these camps because they unlock access to a certain spell that allows me to make a really powerful destruction spell through spell crafting. And it basically will let me one-shot almost anything. So that's why I'm doing like these random camps, because I need to do the repair the orrery to get access to that spell. Plus, bandit camps are fantastic sources of like leveled loot and everything. Actually, it's been a while since I've done a sigil stone check. This has been a really blessed run so far. Like I got this. I might as well. Oh really? I can't equip 2 of these at the same time. Oh right, because I have that. Yeah, the Magicka ring. I've been finding some decent things. Like this is a great shield. So I was using it for a while, but it's heavy armor. And I found the exact same enchantment on a light armor shield. So. Oh, here we go. I wasn't even paying attention to this. This is why we gotta do some inventory management now. Now we got the sigil stones. Let's see what we got. Shield, yes.
How many gates left?
A lot.
Asking for an audience member.
Let me see. So I've closed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 gates so far. And I can have a total number of 50. I'm not even gonna. You know what's gonna happen is I'm gonna hit a point where I'm only gonna have like explored half the map, and I'm gonna be at the 50 gate maximum.
So they'll all just be in like a couple locations.
Yeah.
Yeah, main quest be like that. The Oblivion gates seem like an early attempt at like the dragon encounters from Skyrim, and you kind of see that same thing with in the Shivering Isles with the Knights of Order obelisks. It's like they're really like this idea of like a random encounter that happens that is difficult but provides like a big reward.
Yeah. I don't really need either of these. Although the obelisks in Shivering Isles were kind of more annoying than anything else. They didn't. They give you some like items, I guess, some soul gems and stuff in it, but they never really. I feel like Oblivion Gates, as crappy as they are to go through them, they're a little bit more rewarding to do, just for sigil stones alone.
Yeah, that was the main thing. Was I think they wanted to give like fighter players the ability to like enchant stuff.
Yeah.
And then it ended up being better than enchanting.
Because they scale so fucking well. Like closing gates at like level 25 gives you access to some like really crazy freaking sigil stones.
I concluded that like the best weapon in the game would be made from a sigil stone. Like it's not any of the swords that are actually in the game.
Yeah, none of the swords created by gods. It's just
some shit that Mehrunes Dagon accidentally is responsible for.
yeah. I'm gonna take this helmet because helmets are rare. Actually, does she have gloves? Yeah, I'm gonna take gloves too.
I also think that like Black Souls should max out at greater level unless it's a named NPC.
Yeah, because Black Souls, God, especially in Skyrim, they completely invalidate. If you get the Azura Star, corrupt it, then it's just you have unlimited souls. It's already over, because half the shit you fight is, you know, bandits or whatever. Yeah, they probably should have been like greater. Give you some sort of trade-off so that it's not objectively better every single time. I'm gonna fast travel up here.
Well, it's like you can see what they wanted with the idea because it's like, oh, you got to murder somebody to turn them into a weapon. But it's like, I don't really, nobody feels fucking moral complications from turning bandits into soul gems.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, they go to the soul cairn. Oh.
What if they made it so that you literally had to murder innocent people in order to fill black soul gems? It's like
that would be a way too. I do like the idea of like being able to take like random bandit souls because I tend to play a playstyle that's like cast soul trap, kill a spell, and then recharge soul gem immediately.
Yeah.
So it's like all my weapons are always charged. So what's annoying in Oblivion is that like there's dungeons you can't do that because Azura Star in Oblivion only takes creature souls.
Yep.
And you fight way more humans than you do monsters. Especially
because then you have to find, like, to get a grand level soul from a creature, you gotta be fighting, like, Minotaur lords and shit like that. Like, super high
some
level.
ridiculous stuff.
Yeah.
But then, like, a level 1 fucking beggar
yeah.
with 1 health point has a grand level soul.
You know what? He just has a very generous heart. He's very free-spirited, so his weight of his heart, not the size.
Did you notice that the beggars all have a different god?
A different god? Oh, yeah.
They give you
yeah.
They give you the blessing of a new.
Oh, wait.
And like
oh, you mean like a specific...
There's no...
I thought you were saying like one, different beggars correlated to different gods. And they would give you different...
No. They all refer to like a god that isn't part of any of the quests. That's all like a lore kind of thing that you have to know about. Because it's like, not many people point out that like, who the fuck is Anu? I mean, there's an answer to that question, but it doesn't come up in like Knights of the Nine or any of the Daedra quests.
Yeah, who is Anu?
He is like the conception of order. He's basically the counterpoint to Sithis.
Oh, okay. Why would beggars be?
Why would beggars be into that? Who knows? Anu isn't even like part of any fucking pantheon. He's referred to by the High Elves as a Nuiel, and that's it.
Maybe that's why, because he's an outsider or something like that, outside the social system.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be talking a bit about Anu when I talk about Sithis particularly, because I don't think Sithis is real, or I don't think Sithis is as active as the story implies.
Yeah.
It seems like Mephala fuckery to me,
It could
and
be.
that's not an uncommon take. Because, like, the common read is Mephala got her worshippers back in Morrowind, so she just kind of abandoned the Dark Brotherhood. So that's a very common interpretation.
Yeah, I always thought something always seemed off about Sithis to me whenever I'm playing Oblivion. I'm like, how is this dude real?
No, it's an Emil Pagliarulo thing. I've been shitposting about this in the Discord today. There's this like clip from the Bethesda podcast of Emil Pagliarulo going, "Yeah, when I worked on Oblivion, I didn't really understand the lore." And it's like, even if that's true, why the fuck would you admit that?
That's gonna you're just pissing off a lot of people for no benefit there.
Yeah, so it's like the reason that Sithis is a thing in Oblivion and Skyrim is because Emil Pagliarulo didn't get the lore and just kind of like read that Sithis was a thing in Arena. Emil's got an like where he came from and how he joined Bethesda. He's got an interesting story. He's one of the more interesting designers over there.
Oh, what the fuck? My phone is just like blowing up my speakers right now. Throw my
What if
phone-
pissing people off is the benefit? I mean, the thing, he is a Fallout guy more than an Elder Scrolls guy, so there is kind of this dichotomy of like Bruce Nesmith is going to be the Elder Scrolls guy. When Todd Howard finally like when Starfield is made, Todd Howard is going to continue aging and he's going to crumble to dust on stage, and then like Bruce Nesmith and Emil Pagliarulo are going to come up and Bruce is going to say he's in charge of Elder Scrolls 6 and Emil's going to say he's in charge of Fallout 5. That's my big predictions for the future.
split it. Split the studio.
Well, Emil just never seemed happy or comfortable with Elder Scrolls. Like, he's way more in his element with Fallout. I mean, he's not good, but his problem is he doesn't get RPGs. Like, he was a thief guy, and like, he just happened to be friends with Pete Hines and Todd Howard, and that's why he works at Bethesda. Not because he played like Daggerfall or Arena or even Morrowind. Where it was like Douglas Goodall in Morrowind's development was a huge Daggerfall fan.
Get my ass kicked by a bunch of fucking bandits right now. She should be good to go down.
Did you see the thing I posted about the Crusaders armor in Skyrim?
No, I didn't.
So the creation club for the Crusaders armor, the way they integrated it into the game was they just put it on some random bandits at a random dungeon, and like they're not level scaled. You can go at level 1 to this place and get this Crusaders armor that's like as good as ebony with like crazy enchantments. But when you fight them, they have the fucking Crusaders armor, so they're like super OP. So I cast Frenzy on him, and he like killed all of his friends. Like, just annihilated them and had like 90% health.
you know,
Creation Club is something else.
oh my god, me and one of my friends, we get into discussions about the Creation Club a lot because it's like why does it exist? It's, I mean, I know why it exists. They wanted a piece of the modding pie, but it's like there are certain quest mods. Like this is the one he and I like to complain about a lot. They'll have quest mods in there, and it's just like,
Oh, they're amazing.
but they just they don't have any voice acting or anything like that, which
Which I get. I understand that.
But it's like,
but
if you
at the
want
same
to, if you
time-
want to make this seem like a premium product that people are actually gonna pay to have access to, why are you not getting they have voice actors who are on retainer? I'm sure they probably have people there on salary who can just hop in a booth and do some lines for a little quest for how. Is it 30 minutes, maybe a couple hours tops for them to record this stuff? And that immediately makes it hey, look, we got professional voice acting in this thing that you are paying for. And
So I've been logging into Skyrim every month or so and buying all the Creation Club stuff as it goes on sale because I'm getting all of it for my Skyrim video.
yeah.
And when you leave the tutorial with all of the Creation Club content stuff on, you just get bombarded with quests. You know how you get all of the plugin quests when you start Oblivion?
Yeah.
It's like that, but for an hour. Because it just goes da 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 da, and then it'll say the name of the generic quest, and then it'll go away. It'll say the objective, and it goes away, and then you just get the next one. Da 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 da. It's actually might be a problem for me because it's gonna be going on when I get to Riverwood,
Oh my
and so
God.
it's gonna be going over that conversation in Riverwood, or in me getting Findle. So it might be I gotta I gotta disable all of them, do that, and then enable them
yeah.
when it's safe. And then the integrations are so fucking lazy. A lot of them don't need to be quests. They could just be a person at a place.
Yeah.
But it's the only reason the quest exists is because it has to tell you where the stuff is. It's there's one where you get Chrysamere from it's not integrated into the dungeon. It's just they put a ghost at the end of a dungeon that has the sword, and that's it. Remember this from Morrowind? And it's how many people remember Chrysamere from Morrowind? No, it is some of the laziest shit I've ever seen, even by mod standards.
How much do you think you paid for all that DLC?
Oh, I've put... Because the thing is, you don't spend real money on it.
Yeah.
They make you buy their weird cryptocurrency.
Of course.
I've taken to calling the microtransaction currencies crypto because it's funnier that way. So I've done I do the highest one because obviously it's going to be the most efficient because they give you 5% more, and I know that I'm getting all of them. So I've dumped $80 into it, but there's $120 worth of stuff. So on sale, I'm hoping it'll be $100. And I mean, it'll be $100 well spent because I'm making content. Do not buy Creation Club shit just because I did. Do not support that fucking business model.
I wonder how.
The only reason I am spending money is to laugh at it.
I really wonder how much they've actually made off of Creation Club stuff.
Yeah, I have to wonder that too. Them being under the Microsoft umbrella means that their stuff might technically end up in a public earnings call. So
Maybe.
it might be good, or they'll do a quarterly report. So that's probably one of the good things to come out of the Microsoft deal is that we're gonna finally get some Bethesda financial information years after the Creation Club for Skyrim died.
Well, it's still in Fallout 4, and oh god, this would give me personality.
Do they still make new stuff for it? Because they stopped making stuff for Skyrim a year ago.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Maybe chat knows if they still releasing stuff for Fallout 4. But the question is
I
it
doubt
gonna
it
show
because it's
up
so
in,
lazy that.
Well,
Is it going to show up in the future? Oh yeah,
yeah.
and it'll be worse
Yeah.
because they're just pilot testing ideas for Starfield, basically. I don't know if Starfield will have it bad. It depends, because there's two ways I see Todd Howard going. Todd Howard goes pure purist and makes the game he's always wanted to, or Todd Howard goes like full businessman and just fucking cashes out all of Bethesda's remaining goodwill.
Yeah. I gotta wait for this freaking to get the right
Whatever
spell.
goodwill still exists.
Hey, you know what? I'll still fucking buy Starfield at launch.
I will, but because I'm gonna make a review of it. I mean, I haven't bought Fallout 76. I didn't buy Fallout 4 until like I could get it for like $5.
I bought Fallout 76, but I bought it for like $15 or so. And you know that's not helping. That probably won't even cover the fucking costs that I incurred on their bandwidth and shit.
It probably would. I can't imagine that bandwidth's not that expensive.
Well, you just gotta remember,
Especially the way they do it.
Well, I'm using.
They literally
bandwidth.
all they're checking is all they're literally checking is like, did he cheat in any of the microtransaction currency? That's like all they do.
I'm just using it as like a catch-all. You know, like I think this is the right one I needed. You know, for like all the overhead involved with running an online sort of game. All those people that they got to pay and everything. Shit's expensive.
One day I will play Fallout 76, and it'll be one of two things. Either I've already reviewed the entire Fallout series, and by the way, I'm not even committed to doing that, or they announced that like the game is closing down, and then like I'm gonna rush and like because I want to do a Discord playthrough,
post-mortem sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to do the post-mortem. I want the game to live forever, but I do want to do a thing where it's like I play with people in my community, and that's only possible when the game is still alive.
Yeah.
So if they announce in like 2023 that, and I still haven't like got that far, because I mean, like, let's be honest, if I decided to cover the Fallout series, it's going to be years before we get to Fallout 76.
I'm guessing you'd be doing something like how you're doing with Oblivion, going as thorough as you possibly can.
My mentality towards that is, my plan was, because I kind of lay out ideas for like what could be videos. Fallout 1 and 2, just to kind of a primer, and then 3 in New Vegas in one video, and then 4, and then 76.
3 in New Vegas in one video. Well, I did do my Fallout 3 video is only like an hour and a half long. This is surprisingly not a whole lot to talk about. Jesus Christ, can this thing give me the right one? Oh, wait a second.
My idea for the video, I know it has been done, but
I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I'm just.
I want to reconcile the differences between the 3 and New Vegas fan bases.
Yeah.
So I can brainwash 3 fans.
No.
Into playing a better game.
The real power move is brainwash the New Vegas players into liking Fallout 3.
Oh yeah. I don't think they make LSD that strong. Or I think your heart fucking explodes.
What do I gotta do? I gotta start selling some shit. Listen, there's things to love about Fallout 3. I like Fallout 3. Not as much as I like Fallout New Vegas, but...
I played Fallout 3 for some footage, and I didn't have the worst time, but, you know, it's one of those things. Sometimes when I play a game for footage, I kind of keep playing it.
Yeah.
Like Total Warhammer. I did a battle in Total Warhammer for, like, to simulate the Battle of Bruma, but with more people. And then, like, I ended up doing, like, I ended up playing the most recent campaign, which was Torox the Brassful. But Fallout 3 was not one of those games.
Man, the more...
I did not want to keep playing it.
The more I hear about your video, the more I can't wait to fucking watch it. Using Warhammer to simulate the Battle of Bruma.
Well, it's just a gag, but I mean, like, Because it is a common thing where people are like, dude, it's just a battle with 10 people, you know?
You're a fine negotiator.
It's like, well, I mean, you know, we all understand that Bethesda can't really do giant battle scenes, and it's
Yeah.
like, here's what this battle would look like. Is that any better?
Goodbye.
I would love a Total War game set in Elder Scrolls, though. I'm really mad that apparently I didn't know this. Creative Assembly on the Warhammer game specifically, you can't make mods that use other people's intellectual properties, so there can't ever be an Elder Scrolls mod for Total Warhammer.
Oh, yeah, see, I've always thought about that. Also, my game just crashed when I tried reading a spell tome. That's a new crash. Never seen before. Oh god, loud noises.
What's your problem with New Vegas? I'll help you through it, Faye.
But yeah, that was always something that I wondered about. Like, there's gotta be a reckoning coming for
Only
mods
quality goods
and
for sale.
publishers and developers
Can I
who
interest you
allow,
in?
like, Star Wars mods to exist and stuff. Because Disney is such a litigious fucking company. And I'm willing
And they're
to bet,
taking over all the IPs.
and they're probably going to move into
for a
video
good
games
customer.
because they're going tit for tat for what Netflix
That's
is
more
trying to
than I
do,
usually
and
pay.
Netflix just got into video games, so it won't be long before we see Disney. Like, there's no reason Disney is not in video games, and once that happens,
See, they failed their first time around, and they've decided to leave it up to EA right now.
Yeah,
I think once EA's Star Wars license expires, that's going to be the pivotal moment where we know what Disney's doing with video games.
yeah. I thought it already expired. I remember hearing that it did expire already.
They got a 10-year license, and it would have had to have been like 2012 or 2013. So we're guaranteed at least another year, if not two.
Yeah. Yeah, by then I'm willing to bet they'll have some sort of studio lined up where they're just gonna.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
they just started a studio. I'm pretty sure they did just start a studio. It's like Lucas Games or something like that.
But that's so shitty because LucasArts was literally a fucking talented game studio, and they fired like 95% of its staff when they took over.
I got to make sure that I'm not talking my ass with this one. Let me see, like, new Star Wars video game studio. I'm pretty sure I saw this like a few months ago. Lucasfilm Games, yeah. Branded for that's why I assumed that
Jesus Christ. I gotta make this Force Unleashed video because I have a fucking axe to grind with Disney.
I am not a big fan of Disney, so I just don't like large
Nobody
media.
is.
I just don't like large media conglomerates in general because I'm more-
Anyways, as
Yeah.
to the question, I think it's going to be one of those things where publishers are just going to push it off on as the responsibilities of the mod authors.
Yeah.
And you might see stuff like that liability thing where Warhammer doesn't want other people's IPs. But that's a different kind of situation because Total Warhammer is a really weird licensing setup. Because they themselves got like a 10-year agreement with Games Workshop for the IP, and there was like tons of stipulations, but it was worth it. It was probably the smartest decision that Creative Assembly made in terms of the Total War series.
Another.
Yeah, that's one of those there's certain franchises that I'm not invested in, and from the outside looking in, it's just like a labyrinth, and Warhammer is one of those franchises.
That is the case. Honestly, you just have to play Total Warhammer or just play a faction. Get a recommendation for what faction you want to play based on your priorities, and then you'll just get into it, fight osmosis. Faye responded, they said they would start it up, they get around to interacting with the powder gangers, and then they can't be bothered to continue. I'm going to assume they're referring to the powder gangers in the prison. That is kind of a slow segment. You're not really supposed to, like, there's an intended way you get through New Vegas up until you get to the city, where you go through Nipton and then you go through Novak, and then you go north up to New Vegas. And the powder gangers really aren't on the way. Like, they have relevance to the local politics. It's like Good Springs and Nipton, and you can install them as like the law in Nipton. But you should go to, is it Nipton or is it, what's the town with the the roller coaster?
Yeah, that's Snipton.
Come back and see.
Okay,
Yep.
so you go to that town and you do the sheriff quest, because the sheriff quest is like the second microcosm of the total conflict of the game, and see if you like it. Because I assume you're coming at it from the perspective of like you've played Fallout 3 and so like you're used to these kind of games. Like if it's an issue of like I don't play a lot of role-playing games, then that's a whole other kind of thing we have to solve. Prim, that's why. Nipton's the town that gets where all the people get crucified.
Have a look
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
You won't
You would
find
think
better
I
places in all
didn't
town.
do a video on
But-
this game.
Yeah. I still get people asking me what Spudgrings refers to.
Fine transaction.
Doing my inventory management right now. Don't mind me. Don't mind my silence.
I'm surprised karma bothers people, because it seems like a non-thing. Like, I've never thought about karma in a playthrough.
Especially in New Vegas, it's basically... It doesn't do anything at all, as far as I'm aware.
This person's claiming that it like forces you into an option. I can't recall off the top of my head what option that is, but I think that I don't know. It's never again. It's never really been an issue. I think maybe there's some perks tied to karma.
That's
That can be annoying because like evil playthroughs are like really annoying to do.
Yeah, I don't think... Because I know in Fallout 3, they had certain companions that would stop following you around if you had bad karma or something like that. Actually, I think they got that in Fallout 4 as well. Which even then, like... I don't know. I don't really mind that too much because it's like... Yeah, it kind of makes sense if this character's like a really morally good sort of person. And I'm going around just like murdering people and robbing houses and shit. Like, they wouldn't really want to hang around with me.
It seems like a karma's probably an Emil thing. I bet Emil came up with the idea of infamy because obviously Dark Brotherhood.
What do you want? Always.
Doesn't force you into anything, but the idea of it in the game doesn't tell you. It doesn't matter that much at all. I guess I kind of get that because you do get pop-ups that like my mom has that issue when she plays games. Like pop-ups can really like throw her off, and then I'm like, oh no, what the game told you is like that's not a big deal, you know. But like if a pop-up tells her something in a game, then like
Have a look at my wares.
that's like
I bet there's
dogma.
something to suit you.
Oh,
Some people
yeah,
just
yeah.
have like have a personality like that.
They basically take it as like the word of God or something like that, as opposed to just like a suggestion. That's interesting. So what I got out of that is that your mom plays video games?
Both my parents do.
Oh my god. Neither of my parents do. They didn't even know that I had a YouTube channel until like 4 weeks ago.
So you had to explain where you're getting all that money.
Well, I wasn't getting any
It was
money
from
then.
live stream donations.
I wasn't making anything at that point, but I did wait until that was like one of the things. I was like, I'm not gonna tell anybody anything until I'm actually making money off this, because at least then I could just explain like, well, you know, it's a job, you know, I get paid. These strangers pay me, and YouTube pays me advertisement money, and that's that.
Yeah, Faye, I think that the fucking powder gangers do suck as a conflict because it's like it's what are the options? You have like the guy in Prim, the robot, the NCR, and then like the powder gangers. Okay, the problem with the powder gangers is that like a ton of shit got cut from Nipton, and so like all of the stuff that would normally justify that faction is missing. That might be the issue.
Oh shit, these fucking guys already respawned? Alright.
And my mom plays like Skyrim every year. She played Morrowind before I did.
Damn, that sounds
I got her,
crazy to me.
I got her into Subnautica last week because she has a fear of the ocean. So yeah, I've been getting told that she's working through that.
That's awesome though. You can actually like talk about video game. All I can talk about is politics with my family. You know.
Oh, but that's gotta suck.
Oh yeah.
And then my dad plays like classic WoW on private servers.
Oh my god.
That's his thing.
That's awesome. I could talk to him all day about that shit. So I used to do that all the time when I was in like in 10th grade, 11th grade. I was playing that for like a whole summer. It was just me and my brother. Because we had to share a computer. So we would do in like shifts. Like I'd play for like 4 hours, then he would go on and play for 4 hours. We'd play on the same server. Well, it was private servers anyway, but like we'd play on the same account so that we could just, you know, like share items and shit between it. Very communist.
No, it's tribal.
Dead horse. Don't look, Patrician. There's a dead horse.
Let me scroll up because I have my like second monitor where Discord's on one, and then I can only like scroll down and see the chat.
Okay, so I have a...
Because you don't interact with your chat, and then I come and interact with your chat. That's how much chat interaction I do. Because that's how my streams go too.
Oh shit, this is water breathing, not water walking.
And I would get comments like, your chat's full of like really stupid people. And I'm like, yeah, but that's kind of the fun though, is that like, I think there's a lot of people who don't realize that the average person is kind of stupid. I mean, not a bad thing, you know? It's just kind of a fact of life.
They should try working in retail, and they'll realize just how quickly people are... How many people are fucking dumb as rocks.
So it's like, I don't like people who hate on live stream chats, because I really like doing it, and I wish I could stream more often.
The thing is that... I always like to point this out when people like ask me like, oh, how should I get into YouTube or Twitch or whatever, and I go, the best advice I can give you is to understand that it's social media. If you're well, like I'm screwing myself by not reacting to chat all the time or not reading comments or something like that. I'm not using this platform to the best of its ability. And, oh my god, this is gonna suck getting through this.
I get that. Which is why my Discord server is the way it is, because I enable these people.
That's the other thing too. You start talking to certain people and stuff, and they're gonna start talking back before you know it. You have a bunch of people that
You know, you have an exile mage on your server.
Oh my god, this might not be possible. That's something that I'm still trying to figure out. That's why I haven't officially launched my Discord. Hey, by the way, people in chat, I have a Discord. I should get a link. I'm gonna get a link, actually. If you join now, you get access to a very special, unique rank that you get to keep for life. And when I officially launch the server, I'm always oh, what happened? I'm fucking having technical difficulties over here now all of a sudden. I'm always a week away from
Someone's
freaking launching.
yeah, your
this
links
thing.
in the description.
Oh, somebody already linked it?
No, your link's
Oh.
already in the description.
Oh, yeah, I did. Ah. Alright, there we go.
So you're good.
Yeah, check the description. Alright, time for the game to crash.
See, I stream more often, but I really don't like doing like streams where I play games. I want to do like a show.
Yeah. Well, it's like what I really
But-
want to do. I really just want to kind of do like a stream where I just sit and just talk with chat. But I feel like my channel's still too small for me to reasonably do that. Oh, nice. It didn't save. Nice. Oh, that's what I wanted to see. So, one of my apps on my fucking tablet just crashed, and I just lost all the Oblivion gates that I marked on it. I don't even need the fucking map.
Oh, well.
honestly.
You can just go back and refill them with
Yeah, they're marked.
because they're all
they're
all marked on your in-game map.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, the way 100%ers do it is they just they have a stat in the stats menu that tells you how many you've closed.
Oh, I'm dead. That's what happened. Do I actually have to do this thing officially? Do this the right way, because I can't swim through this lava, apparently.
In Fallout 3, almost all companions are restricted to certain karma. Oh, yeah! I
Yeah.
forgot that shit.
Fallout 4 2.
But, you know, hang on. I can look right now. And, really in Fallout 4?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
I thought it was... Huh. 13.2 hours. And I think it was at, like, less than 10 hours of my Fallout 3 on Steam. It is my least played Bethesda game. Of the Howard era.
I'm trying to think what my...
Can I elaborate on the everyone is stupid comment? I mean, you should kind of take it at face value, but you should take it with you should remove the connotation that it's an insult, because everybody kind of has this perception of what like the average intelligence quotient is. The average like IQ 100 is this, when like everybody's drastically overestimating, and really it's like IQ is just a matter of like where you are that day. Like how your day's gone affects how smart you are. Just sometimes I forget shit, or just can't talk. You know.
Yeah, I didn't get enough sleep or something, or I'm just in a mood. Where
Yeah,
I
when
can't-
you're 16 hours into a day where you've been editing for like 12 of those hours, you're just wiped out. I know that from experience. But yeah, I worked in retail too. I encountered people that could not refuse to understand very basic concepts. And I mean, part of that is like they don't do what you do every day, so it's like they don't
Yeah.
need to
They don't-
delegate
they
brain
don't-
cells
They don't
to-
understand the production and the logistics behind like everything. If you don't mind me asking, what sort of
Oh,
retail were
COVID
you
was the
working
worst
in?
thing. I worked in home improvement.
Okay. Yeah, I work in a grocery store.
Home improvement was the worst because you got to explain to people that like refrigerators are made in warehouses or are made in factories, and factories have employees, and employees get COVID.
Oh man, you were doing it during COVID. Oh,
Oh, that was the worst.
I mean, I'm still working in the grocery store, so
Even
went
if I
through
wasn't
COVID
doing
with
YouTube,
this.
I was transitioning away from retail.
Yeah. Same
So.
here. It's actually funny.
Because fuck that. I do not understand people who can do that their entire life.
If I was in the management side, grocery stores are a little different. It's a complete it really is a completely different sort of like operation and stuff. It's a lot more complicated and a lot more, in my opinion, interesting. But if I was like in the
Yeah, because you guys
corporate
deals
side,
with expiration.
yeah, I specifically.
I mean, we had stuff that would expire, but it was a very small list. It was easy to upkeep, and usually it wasn't an issue because stuff would sell.
Yeah. Did you at least get a discount?
Oh no, not where I worked.
I don't get a discount at my place.
There were
I don't know.
there were
if-
benefits, but
Yeah. Like, I don't know if
But-
there's really any grocery stores that give discounts, just because like your profit margins on a lot of shit is so fucking slim. And
Yeah, I knew
it's-
that was that food is a very slim margin
Yeah.
of profit.
But I'm surprised the home improvement store, because that would be like, because I always tell people, because like there's a Home Depot right across the street from my store, so I was like, if I ever get fired from here or I quit or whatever, I'm just going working at Home Depot, because I could get a discount at Home Depot, and I could make real good use of a discount at Home Depot. Maybe they don't get discounts there. That'd be soul crushing.
See, it's not common in home improvement to get a discount because people would just use them for like their massive projects.
Yeah.
Because like the whole point of a benefit is what can we say we give people that we don't actually give them? Because
Yeah.
it's always corporate versus the employee.
And what can we give them that will just retain them?
Yeah, so like a discount seems like something that is pleasing to have, but it's not actually that cool.
Yeah.
Because why would the fuck would you want to spend more time at that place?
Or imagine this. Like, for a home improvement store, or like something like Best Buy or whatever. Say you have to, like, you have like a bunch of really large purchases you gotta make. What if you just worked at this place for like, however long it takes for you to get the fucking discount? Like a month or something like that. You make all your purchases, and then you just quit.
And then you bail, yeah. That's what I imagine would happen if there was a discount.
Yeah.
I always thought
How many gates have I
if I was able to build a house, I would work at a home improvement store because you would get firsthand access to clearance stuff, and you can get most building materials at some point on clearance.
Yeah.
So you could eventually build probably half of a house. Stuff like lumber, even before COVID, never really goes clearance because there's not a lot of change in how lumber works. A board is a board, you know?
Yeah. And it's not like it's gonna expire or anything like that, especially like fucking pressure treated lumber.
But flooring, on the other hand, if you don't have taste, you know, shitty floor tiles always go on clearance. And even decent hardwood would go on clearance. Like, flooring's one of those things that it never made sense how money worked for those people. For those, like, companies.
Yeah.
Because their shit always went on clearance. They were always changing, like, what they were making. It just,
how many
I don't know, it's...
How many manufacturers and designers and stuff exist in that space, though?
There's not that many because it's such a weird business. Like, I think I can only name like 4 brands that we had that did it, and they all did different things. Like one was like life proof hardwood flooring, and then one was tile, one was like peel on shit, and then one was like vinyl flooring.
Yeah. Because
Yeah, that's the thing is when lumber goes on clearance, you don't want to buy it because it's shitty wood.
There's always a use for shitty wood, though. If you got like some stupid scrap project that you're gonna do.
Yeah, but you would never make a house out of clearance lumber. You could clearance sheetrock because that wouldn't be as big an issue. But getting it would be another thing.
Why would sheetrock go on clearance?
Contractors don't want to buy stuff that has like damaged corners or is cracked in a spot or two or like
okay.
chipped off.
Yeah.
Even though like from my experience, like
cut it.
if it's put it on the bottom, the fucked up parts on the bottom, and then just put trim over it.
Well,
Like
if you're like patching holes or something like that, like say you did like a bunch of
Yeah.
electrical work and you had to punch holes in your walls.
yeah, having a giant sheet that you could just cut into
Yeah.
stuff is way more economical than buying the 2x2 squares that we sold. Oh, I would hate to work in food because I would get fat
See,
because I would just be sitting around food all the time.
I hate eating and stuff, so like, and I also have like stomach problems and all that crap too, but it's great for me working in a grocery store because like I don't care about eating at all. So I can be around all this food all the time, and like I buy none of it. I work like right next to the bakery, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't want any of that. But there are people who are like, I could never work in the bakery or near the bakery because I would just buy all that stuff and eat it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But see,
Yeah,
if I worked in a
because
home
you're exposed to it
improvement
all the
store-
time.
If I worked in a home improvement store, then I would be spending my money all the time because,
Oh, there was shit like that where it was like, oh yeah, I need a Dremel.
yeah.
Like, well, to be fair, a Dremel's a really versatile tool, but there was shit that I would buy that was like only because I worked at a home improvement store. As for preferences in flooring, probably hardwood, but that's only because I've had carpet and I've had hardwood, and I preferred hardwood.
Yeah. I prefer anything that you can spill and not have to worry about ruining it too much.
I mean, that was always my thing. Is like, why are you spending so much on carpet? You're just gonna wreck it.
Get like a throw rug instead, like a little area rug, and when it starts getting shitty, you just pick it up, throw it out, and put down something new. And it costs like $30.
Well, and carpet is such a fucking pain in the ass from a logistics side.
Yeah.
Because, you know, flooring will come in on a pallet, but carpet comes in on its own truck, and you need like this fucking giant steel rod attached to a forklift to move it. And I don't understand how the fuck people received carpet and were able to do anything with it. Like, there was a lot of stuff that I would just watch people drive away, and I would go, how the fuck are you getting that out of your truck? I put the shit up there with a forklift. You're gonna unload that stuff by hand? Like,
I got my brother-in-law. I got my brother-in-law, my cousin. They're gonna come through. We're just gonna 3-man army it.
Mm-hmm.
And then.
Which is what a lot of people do.
Yeah.
There was somebody who bought a fucking car press, and I was like, "Do you?" That was the one time I asked somebody, like, "Do you have the equipment you need to like mess with this? Because you cannot pick. You would need 10 people."
Do you have an army at your house?
Yeah. Do you have an army that can risk getting hurt because
Yeah.
it's a fucking car press? Don't ask your kids to help you with this now. I mean, the best part of working at a store like that is you get to drive machines.
Oh yeah. Get to use all those fucking scissor lifts and everything like that. Did you? Yeah, you guys must have had like legitimate like forklifts and everything, right?
Yeah, we were beyond scissor lifts. So like scissor lifts are what you get when you're low cap because they're cheap.
Yeah.
But when you have a lot of shit to do, you get like an order picker, which is like a machine that takes the platform in the air and you're like harnessed to the roof.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah, so like, you know, you're wrestling. Commonly you would wrestle like washing machines and stuff. You wouldn't do refrigerators, but like the worst experience I had was like getting a fucking bathtub down from like the roof with an order picker, because like it was like the whole shower thing. It was like a whole shower set. So it was the bath and it had the wall, and that we stopped carrying those because they were too dangerous for us to sell.
So those were, and you had those like in the steel, like the steel fucking shelves and stuff like that, right? Like above the sales floor, I'm assuming.
Yeah, like 5-inch thick
Yeah.
steel beams. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to like close down the whole aisle and everything so that nobody gets crushed except for employees.
Mm-hmm. At the end, I was working during the day, but for most of the time I was there, I worked at night,
No, okay.
like overnight.
Yeah, overnight restock. Did you get a night differential?
Yeah, you get more money.
Nice.
That was one of the good things, was you could lord over people. It's like, you get paid $1 less.
Oh,
Means
really?
You're inferior. Yeah.
Oh, really? Your place was $1 more night differential? Because that's what I'm doing right now. I technically work nights. I go in at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So for like most of my shift, I'm getting paid that night differential.
Well, okay, so the great part was when I went to days, I kept the night differential.
Why?
Because of the way I went to days. Basically, I went to days because I took time off because of COVID.
Okay.
So, when I came back, like, the usual way that they got rid of the night differential didn't work for them. They just, like, reactivated me, but in a different position. So I kept that pay. And then
They didn't
they
know.
decided that nobody was going to get a raise until, like, 2022. And it was still, like, 2019. So it was like I was stuck with that pay. That was one of the reasons I left. Was...
You know what's a fucking joke too is like those stores are making record profits right now.
It was insane. Fucking COVID was crazy.
There's like certain businesses, you know, a lot of
The
businesses.
state's in fucking lockdown and our paint desk is like overflowing
Yep.
with customers.
Yep, we had the exact same thing. States in lockdown were one of the only places that are open, and it is pure. I was watching like coworkers have
At the
mental
very least, you can
breakdowns.
justify. At least you can justify that they're there buying like food.
Yep.
Like the shit you sell is what you need to live.
Yeah.
These people are buying like paint and lumber, and it's like the only reason we could justify staying open was because, if somebody's like water line broke, they need to be able to fix it.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have to stay open, but we could have taken steps to ensure that people weren't, you know, showing up to buy, you know, shit they didn't need to live.
Well, the thing
Oh,
too is,
they
like,
need it because they're gonna get bored.
yeah, the mental health sort of thing. You gotta, like, we had customers who were coming in and they're like, you know, I'm really grateful that you guys are still open. It really makes things feel like it's still normal. And I'm like, but things are not normal. That's kind of the problem right now. First off, why are you standing 3 feet away from me? 6 feet, please. And then, yeah, COVID was fun. COVID was real fun. But I remember, so was it last summer I was redoing like my room and everything because I had to I was doing shit for YouTube and all that crap. Where am I anyway on the map? I don't even know where I am. And
Oh, professional studio setup.
yeah. No, it was really I needed some shelves because I had a bunch of crap and I need to like move my TV because I have a 60-inch TV in my room, a 65-inch TV in a room that's like 13 feet by 12 feet. So
Yeah, you're living in like a Hong Kong cage.
yeah, pretty much.
You got your 60-incher.
Yeah. So like I was redoing my room and everything.
Hell
and
yeah.
I had to go to all these different home improvement stores and there was nothing when it came to like shelves, storage units, organization. Dude, it took me 2 weeks to find like, you know, like the little like the cubby the little like cube cubby things. Like those
Yeah, those pieces of shit.
Yeah, those pieces of shit.
I hated those fucking things. They're way too heavy for what they are.
And they fall apart immediately and yeah, so it took me 2 weeks to find one of those because they were just sold out everywhere. And eventually I started Googling. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I was like, oh, everybody's redoing like their home offices and stuff. Exactly what I'm trying to do right now.
Except like yours wasn't because of a pandemic.
Yeah. But I mean, there were a lot of people who had to like transition to working from home and everything, and so they had to make make their own home offices. Otherwise, they're getting bombarded by the kids all the time. Like, I'm sympathetic towards that. I get it. But at the same time, it's like you don't have to be repainting your room and everything like that too. And
I am very, very tempted to rent like a public office space. Working from home is a nightmare.
Dude, I've been thinking about that. I was driving down the street and I saw all these places that are like closed down right now. They can't find any tenants and stuff. I'm like, do I just rent something? Like just like rent like a tiny storefront or something for like, dude, like some of these places it's like the rent's like $800 a month. It's cheaper than renting a fucking house around here right now.
Yeah, and then you like, whoops, I forgot to pay rent and accidentally moved all my stuff. Which I'm pretty sure there's probably some boarded up fucking strip mall storefronts that have people living in them because it's cheaper than.
Yeah, probably.
And it's just, oh, it's boarded up because it's out of business. Don't ask questions.
Yeah, but working in my bedroom is kind of a nightmare because I'm a chronic sleeper and I get tired very easily. Because
Yeah,
if
I recommend anybody who can to not work at home.
Yeah, or at least work in your own, like a separate office in your house. Because if you're working in like your bedroom or your kitchen or something like that, you're going to be distracted. You're going to want to do what I do all the time, which is just take impromptu naps, and then suddenly, oh, it's been 3 hours and I didn't get any work done. Driving out, even if it's like a 2-minute drive to like to a storefront or something, would really make it feel a lot more official to me. So it's like I can develop a real schedule, because right now I have absolutely no schedule, even though I've been saying for the past 6 months I got to get a schedule going. Before I go into this Oblivion gate, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast. So I guess you can entertain chat. Be right back.
All right, go for it. Why do you get bad karma from murdering random people? I don't know. I cannot figure out why murdering random people would be a bad thing. But when somebody does figure that out, they can post the answer. So how are we all doing here tonight? I don't have any input over what happens on the screen. I'm just the co-host. But, so I haven't collabed with Mr. Sessions yet, but I have with Tetramorre and Boulder Punch. And he did, it was actually rather nice. He recorded a quote for me, and he did it with Tetramorre. So he's going to be in my Oblivion video, and then he also covered a side quest. I don't remember what side quest he covered because I haven't got to it yet, but he is contributing. And also from Hero to Zero, who did his own Oblivion video. He's more known for his Morrowind video, but yeah, we all kind of hang out together in our Discord servers. Particularly mine. I mean, Private Sessions has one, but like he said, he hasn't really advertised it yet, so it's more so we all just hang out in my Discord server. You still have a seamless tileable texture of Todd's face. Really? I wonder, has anybody ever done, because you know there's the like mods of Half-Life where they do like everything as a single texture that seem pretty wild. You can kill random bandits you've never met before just fine though. Yeah, that is a problem, and it is a problem of dissonance. But I mean, in fairness, they are bandits. So it's like, Bethesda's always had this mentality that bandits are like subhumans that you can just exploit. Praise Mad Dog. He's got his own secret channel. I can't praise him any more than that. Everyone you snipe from afar you've never met before, you know that one guy is friendly. Well, it's not relative. Karma is based on... Karma is like an objective thing where it's based on even factors that you aren't aware of. Like, if you do something shitty, like you shit in a pool, that's still bad karma, even if nobody else is there. Like, you do it at night, because in the morning, those people are going to come and they're going to have their day ruined, and that's bad karma. So that's what that is supposed to be an abstraction of.
All right, I'm back. I heard something about karma.
Yeah, we were chatting with the live stream chat about karma.
Karma as in real life or karma as in video game?
Both, because I was explaining what karma is supposed to be an abstraction of.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, what is karma? Well, it's, you know, you pick up a turtle off the road. That's good karma, even though it doesn't immediately affect anybody in your periphery, because that means that somebody else didn't run over a fucking turtle. Didn't fuck up their car.
Or kill the
So
turtle.
a godly decision locks you out of options. Well, yeah, I mean, we can go all day about like there being some shitty implementation of karma, but as far as the question of why do I get bad karma for killing random people, yeah, that it should be pretty self-evident why killing random people is not that great. Shitting in a pool is always my go-to example of why like super libertarian societies with no government don't work. Or I guess the term's not libertarian, it's anarchist. But like libertarianism does fall under that umbrella because shitting in a pool is too mild to be covered by the NAP. You can't drone strike your neighbor's house because they shit in your pool. Or if you could, the NAP would completely collapse overnight.
Yeah.
The game never tells you what karma does. You're the only one judging it. Well, I mean, Dark Souls doesn't tell you that you need to press A to open in the inventory tab to open. I have this fucking video clip of this guy just on a 30-minute rant about why Dark Souls is shit because it doesn't explain how to equip items. Because the pop-up doesn't tell you exactly how to do it. It just tells you how to open the inventory screen. So, yeah, it is one of those things where, like, the karma system could be better. And it was some shit that they made up for the game. It's not in the original Fallouts. So, and arguably, there shouldn't even really be a reason for it. Your morality should be decided on a quest-by-quest basis. The idea of having, like, a long-standing variable tied to morality is kind of dumb because it removes, like... Because people are just going to commit. They're either going to be Paragon or Renegade, you know? They're not going to make decisions that are true to themselves.
Yeah. Especially if it, like, in Mass Effect's case, it gamifies it and, like, certain things become attached to, like, your karma levels. And it's like, well, if you want this character to live, you gotta be either pure good or pure evil. And it's just like, no. Because, yeah, there's certain situations where it's like, I believe this one thing is okay in this situation, not okay in this situation. Can I have that sort of,
Yeah, it should reflect... I've always thought of Mass Effect like an episode of Star Wars... Or not Star Wars, but Star Trek.
Yeah.
Where you're the captain and you're coming to decisions.
Yeah.
But Renegade and Paragon don't neatly align into, like, what captains would do. Like, a lot of people say that, like, Cisco is the Renegade and then Picard is, like, the Paragon. But I just feel like the system doesn't work as cleanly as people make it out to be. Like, people really simplify it. It's got some issues. Wasn't there a big article about how the vast majority of Mass Effect players were Paragon, like over 70%? Yes, and I attribute that to the fact that Paragon's just better. Like, there's some good Renegade stuff, but in terms of, like, an overall playthrough that you're going to commit to, Paragon's just better because it generally provides more logical, choices.
Plus...
And I am kind of into Paragon, or Renegade.
Oh, I love Renegade. I always play
Because
as most of my games.
I love that the Cisco, like, we got to get the job done. And Renegade makes sense to me given the situation. Like, yeah, it makes sense that the commander would be pretty rough with people, but like the way it comes off and some stuff is just like, it always feels like a gamble.
Yeah. And you
like,
could
am
also...
I gonna do something that makes sense, or am I gonna fucking shove somebody out of a window?
And you could also... There's also just that issue, that disconnect when you're talking about the dialogue choices in general, because it's like you'll read something and then it's just like you actually hit it and your Shepard just says something that's completely out of left field that you did not expect.
The weirdest part was Mass Effect had that problem, and then like Emil was like, yeah, we're gonna draw obvious inspiration from that and admit that that's where we draw our inspiration, and we're gonna learn none of the lessons from it.
If anything, we're gonna make it even worse.
Yeah, all of the problems that Mass Effect had, we're just gonna embrace them. Those are our problems now.
Yeah.
And it's like the whole point of taking inspiration was you liked that idea and maybe you thought you could improve upon it by including it.
Oh, man.
Or else you thought it was perfect as is. We should make Emil publish, like, what his alignment is in Mass Effect.
I also think Paragon is such a popular one because it's really difficult to be mean to companions. in Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Even when I'm playing as like my renegade character this time around, when I'm talking to my companions, half the time I'm picking Paragon choices. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Except Garrus, because Garrus embraces the dark side.
Yeah, that was always my thing, was like, I'm too worried that I'm like going to say something that offends the NPC, which is irrational.
Because first off, they don't
Granted,
exist, and also if
I've-
you do like a side-by-side comparison, like reload and stuff, you realize, oh wait, my choices don't matter, of course. 'Cause it's a
I
video
couldn't
game.
have said anything that would have alienated them into leaving,
Yeah, exactly.
except like once per each game.
Yeah. Which, like, I completely understand. I'm very sympathetic towards game developers in that it has to be an illusion. You can't, especially like a game like Mass Effect, where it's like, oh yeah, all the games are going to.
It can.
interact.
You just have to embrace. You have to embrace text-based dialogue.
Yeah.
You have to accept that.
But I also,
Or,
but I also
you know,
well,
AI
I'm saying
voice
like
acting.
even beyond that, but it's like, if there's certain, I feel like there's certain decisions, like if they went all the way with them in Mass Effect 1, like, you know, characters would be dead, entire quest lines would disappear and stuff, and it's just like, as a game developer, I would understand, like, you have so much time and budget and everything, losing half of the content that you can show in the second game just because of different dialogue options is...
You get like worse outcomes out of like if the Krogan in Mass Effect 1 dies, Rex,
Yeah.
in the quest that involves him in Mass Effect 2, right? Like it's
In
just
Mass
worse
Effect- in
off
Mass
because he's
Effect
gone.
3, actually, is where you'll really start to see that, which is...
Yeah, I knew that. Is it true in Mass Effect 2?
Where,
like...
You'll see it a little bit. You'll have to deal with his, like, shithead brother who's kind of a pain in the ass, and he'll give you, like, he'll give you an attitude and all this crap. But that's about as far as it goes. It just gets contained to a cutscene. But then, like, Mass Effect 3, it's just like, oh, if Rex isn't there and the female isn't there, whatever, they're basically fucked. And you probably shouldn't even cure the genophage at that point. Oh,
Well,
man.
okay, I'm about to blow some minds. Not really, but why does Fallout have both reputation and karma? I agree. They're kind of superfluous systems.
Yeah.
But Oblivion has in the karma system. That's what reputation or fame and infamy. That's what
Yeah.
that is. That's what it literally does the same thing. And it has no stakes because you can just do like just YOLO at 9 way shrines and boom, infamy's gone.
Yeah, they have that, you just do the Pilgrim's Way and then it wipes it out. Can you do that multiple times?
Oh yeah. Oh, I did. Because you get all the infamy from the thieves and Dark Brotherhood, and then you just wipe your infamy.
Yeah.
So people stop giving you lip.
Yeah, all the guards and shit. It's like, dude, I saved the fucking world and everything. I'm a walking demigod, and...
Yeah, there's a time and place for that dialogue, but it's not now.
Yeah. It's not when I'm just trying to get directions to a shop or something
I think
like
one
that.
of the devs explained why karma is in New Vegas. Yeah, it was probably Chris Avalon. It was probably Chris Avalon saying we were under contract and we couldn't change anything.
Yeah. It's part of the experience or something like that. They probably had like they gave them a like a checklist like you need this, you need this, you need this, and then you got a blessing.
Someone said I was spreading misinformation about Bethesda and Obsidian, and then they provided sources. Now, I haven't looked into their sources, but I would be interested to be proven wrong that Bethesda was not, in fact, taking advantage of Obsidian.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like I've heard that narrative a million times that it was a very one-way relationship, and oh, Jesus Christ, I got sniped out of the air. But I don't know what corroborating evidence there is or isn't when it comes to that. Round 2
Well,
is
my
like,
my understanding was they licensed the game out to Obsidian, and they gave them 2 years to make it, and they paid them by milestones, and then Bethesda did what Bethesda does, and they withheld milestone payments so that the company would go under bad times, and then they would acquire them. That's what they did to Arcane.
Whoa. Huh. It's kind of ironic if that really was
Oh,
what they were
I thought
trying
he
to go
dumped a
for.
bunch of sources. It was just one.
Oh, okay. Would be
And
ironic though
it's Chris Avalon talking about when he left Obsidian.
I saw he was like
So.
he was countersuing a bunch of people who were like throwing allegations at him and stuff.
I would, dude. If I was Jeremy Soule, I'd be suing fucking people.
Yeah.
Because it's bullshit that fucking Wikipedia had on his article for like 2 years. Like the entire time I was making the Morrowind video, Wikipedia had on their article that Jeremy Soule had like raped women.
Now did it say or was it just allegations?
I mean, they said it was allegations, but
in
it was
this-
it was languaged in that used language in that way.
Yeah. And when you're dealing with, things like this, your reputation really does. You live and die by your reputation. Especially
Yeah.
in creative works where you work contract to contract. Project to project. I don't know.
Oh, he was just saying. He seemed to. Okay, this guy seemed to walk away with the idea that I was saying that. He seemed to think that I was saying that the reason that Microsoft acquired Obsidian was because of how Bethesda treated them in New Vegas, which is not what I was saying. In fact, what I did say was that Bethesda had failed with Obsidian to acquire them, using their typical routine.
Jesus Christ, why do I keep getting caught in this thing? There we go. It would be ironic if that really was the case, that they were trying to hurt Obsidian to buy them out, and then in the end, they all get bought out by Microsoft.
Yeah, but Obsidian got bought out by Microsoft. ZeniMax and Microsoft made a deal.
They merged pretty much.
The-
Well, actually, no.
yeah,
Did they?
It's not a merger, but
Yeah.
there's different kinds of acquisitions.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all acquisitions, but the terms of the contracts are very different. Like Bethesda acquired Fallout, and it was of no benefit to the people who made Fallout.
Yeah.
When Microsoft acquired Bethesda, it was to the extreme benefit of the people who were invested in that company, because the reason Todd Howard was able to run the company the way he did for so long was because he went to the investors and said, if you allow me to run it this way, these things will happen, and then you'll get acquired, and when the company gets bought out, your shares will be so valuable that you'll just be fucking rich, right? And lo and behold, Bethesda got bought out for $7.5 billion. Bethesda's free to continue their projects. Probably. There was probably a stipulation because Todd Howard's big thing is like keeping his studio free. So it's like they're under the Microsoft umbrella, but I mean, they've been working with Microsoft for years. There's like, there's stuff where Todd Howard was talking about like meetings they would have at Microsoft because they were trying to get, on Oblivion, they were trying to get like specifications for the hardware, because the Xbox specifications were so important to the development of Oblivion, like insanely important. Like most YouTubers haven't even scratched the surface for how important Xbox was to Oblivion. Like you cannot argue that console parity was not something that was motivating the development of Oblivion, because go listen to Todd Howard's part in the Bethesda podcast
It was supposed
in
to be a
the
launch
Oblivion
title.
5th anniversary.
So
Yeah, it was supposed to be a launch title.
So
It was
that alone tells you how much
Yeah,
you can expect for them to be working together.
how much dialogue was in the game was entirely determined by what they for a long time didn't know if they were going to use DVDs or what for the Xbox. They for a long time didn't know how much RAM the Xbox was going to have, and they for a long time didn't know like what kind of like optical drive the Xbox was going to have. And those were all things like there's this crazy part where Todd Howard talks about how the like spin rate of the disc, how the inside spins faster than the outside, so you put certain data on the inside so it's accessed faster.
Yeah.
Like, that was optimization shit they did. Yeah, it's just wild. There's so many... I cannot believe people talk so much about Oblivion without doing, like, basic research. And, like, finding this stuff out.
This is why we need you to be making this video. There's just certain games, and I'm still like I was saying a while earlier. I always describe what I try to do, like half entertainment, half informative. So I don't intend on going as deep as like you do, but even for me, when I hit Mass Effect 2, like originally I was going to do Mass Effect 2, and it was going to be a 2-hour-long video, and I started watching other people's videos. I'm like, no, this has to be a long one. And just within the like, I'm not even getting into development or anything like that. I'll leave that to somebody like you or Ray Civic or something, because I just don't really have the time or the patience to do that deep of research. But even within the context of like what I normally do, I was seeing just how underserved Mass Effect 2 has been over the years. And just like people who have just opinions about certain things that I feel is just completely wrong. Or just
I played
way off
this
base.
video game, and now I'm qualified to make a video about it.
Yeah, kind of.
There's a lot of people who have that
there's a lot
who
of-
have that kind of mentality.
Yeah. And I'm not going to say, like, I'm doing the craziest amount of research possible, like I said, but I'm still doing some research. I'm still trying to get some context in for what I'm going to be talking about. But for the most part, I just reference within the game itself. Like, you know, this NPC said this, you do this, blah, blah, blah.
While I was... Hang on, give me 1 second. Yeah. While I was out of the state for taking care of family stuff, I was still editing the video. I was going to, like, game stores and, like, bookstores and stuff, and I found some cool stuff. I found, like, Assassin's Creed on PC. I found Morrowind on the Xbox. I finally have a physical copy of that. Can't play it, but I own it. And it was like $6. That was the cool part. I found another copy of Skyrim. That'll be good for when I want to make a joke about how many copies of Skyrim there are. And I found Dawn of War, too. A physical copy of that. I also found this book. It's for $4. It's called Game Design Secrets of the Sages. And it is one of the craziest fucking things I've ever found. It's a book published in 2000 that is full of stuff like here's a part from Tom Hall. Here's a part about from one of the developers of Fallout. Here's a quote from David Cage. Here's a quote from Warren Spector. Here's Tom Hall again. Here's some stuff on Duke Nukem Forever. Here's Shigeru Miyamoto.
Yeah, see...
Here's some Tim Willis stuff. Like, here's Mark Laidlaw from Valve. Here's Gabe Newell from Valve.
Oh my god.
This book is, like, full of fucking crazy shit. It's like there's 3 pages on like the monster design in Half-Life. So I really want to scan this and like send it out to people because
How big is the book? How many pages?
Okay, this is the appendix. Minus the appendix, it is like 400 pages.
Holy crap. So
Yeah, it's a thick book.
Yeah, there's got to be some really good info in there that people just don't know exist.
Yeah, so, like, I feel like if you even scratch the surface of the information that was out there, you could make some really interesting videos, and they don't have to be, like, 5 hours long.
Yeah.
You know? I'm thinking, like, Civ 11, because he quotes stuff from books like the Doom Development Bible or something like that. Or like there's some stuff that I feel like Ross Scott from Accursed Farms would have been really interested in knowing when he was making his video, because like there's stuff about Dungeon Siege in here and there's stuff about Sin. There's a big section about like Warcraft 3, Diablo, and StarCraft 1. I was annotating it, just seeing what was in the book. I'm on page 129, and it's like 5 rows of annotations. So that was a great find from my vacation, in quotes.
It's interesting because what we're dealing with right now, like what you and I are like getting into, it's the fringes of something that is still so fucking new. Like video games are still so young as like an art form, as like a medium, whatever you want to call it, and like I feel like there's still just not enough people taking it seriously enough to be looking at it going like trying to collect all this information, all this knowledge and everything that's just floating out there. So you'll just, if you're doing any sort of research, there is no real good place to start except for like maybe Wikipedia and like a couple subreddits related to the game.
Yeah, you know about the like Xbox magazine we found that like it was referenced on Wikipedia, but the archive was dead. Apparently the guy who ran the archive decided that having a bunch of Xbox magazines just wasn't worth it and like deleted all of them.
Oh my
There's
God.
just shit like that where like there's one source of information and
it just,
none of it's archived.
You know, it's funny because like people are like, well, if it's on the internet, it exists forever, and it's just
yeah, there's just so much content on the internet that it isn't really true.
Of that too, content that isn't true, or stuff that just disappears. Like somebody deleted it, and it's just like, well, it's not there anymore, or it's just off in the middle of nowhere that nobody ever will fucking find.
The thing is, I don't think it's unrealistic for game video makers, like analysts, to step up their level of research. They don't have to go like full academic, like I'm at like source 50 on my bibliography. I've actually like split the fucking bibliography up into like sections of like, here's all the videos, here's the music and stuff. You don't have to go that hard. But like if you're gonna make a video about a topic and it's already been done, then the next thing to go for is insight.
Yeah.
So it's like, so if you're talking about Half-Life, it would be really good to have this book and to have all of this information, because there's multiple Valve developers who were interviewed for this book. And it was written by who wrote this fucking thing? Was it Mark Saltzman? His name's on the cover. Yeah, Mark Saltzman. He compiled it. He's still doing like tech journalism. Like he's a actual journalist.
That's generally that's the best way to find like solid content, solid information consistently. Compile a list of like what's it called? Like journalists, writers, game devs who don't do game development anymore, and look at it that way too. You could always go through and just be like, all right, what did this guy do on these games that I'm interested in?
I feel like that would be like a game developer's toolkits. Like, let's talk about everything Mark Laidlaw did.
Yeah.
Let's talk about everything that Tom Hall did.
We need more stuff like that on the internet, I feel like, related to video games. Is just more information on how games are developed, how specific games were developed, just the thought process certain developers had when it came to designing their games and everything. 'Cause it's like that's
so for games, we're at like
insight.
we're like at the 1960s of film for video games.
Yeah.
Where it's sort of transitioning into an academic thing, but it's still, for most people, just like something to be consumed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing too. There are just people who don't take it seriously yet. And it's like, I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry if you want to look at it from a dollars and cents perspective. I feel like that alone justifies.
And there's so many artists.
Yeah.
So many artists.
So many.
I saw a Table 53 review today of a game that I saw on Steam, and like I just passed over it, Like I didn't think it would be that interesting, and then I saw his review is like 10 minutes long, and it was a really interesting game. And it's like those people, you know, I just didn't. There was so much that I didn't have time for those people.
Yeah.
It was the game Mini Motorways.
Oh yeah. I saw you link that on my Discord. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that game the other day actually, and I was like, oh, that looks kind of interesting. I'll have to watch it. Do I want more magic resistance?
Table 53 made that video, and he was somebody that was like, he had 400 subscribers when I had like 30, and he actually commented on one of my videos when I was like complaining about YouTube. It was about like, do you remember P-scores?
Who?
You might not have even seen it. Like, P-scores are this thing that YouTube came up with to like grade channels for. It was like how your channel would be graded for recommendations.
Yeah.
And that really annoyed me, and I made a video about it, and he was like, should do more content and less complaining. Which he was right, but at the same time. He's at like 1,500 subscribers now, so.
Oh shit! So you just completely fucking zoomed right past him.
To be fair, I got really lucky.
Made the.
I don't intend to ratio people. I didn't even know that was a thing, but.
Yeah, made that
Yeah.
Morrowind video and it just fucking blew up.
It was the novelty of it, really.
The clickbaity of the length of it. Which is the exact same thing that happened with me with Oblivion.
Yeah, and people get defensive about that when I say that the Morrowind video is clickbaity. They're like, no, there is a thing. There's like good clickbait and there's bad clickbait.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can't deny that's not what it is.
I mean, it's like marketing. There's effective marketing and then there's predatory marketing. It's the same thing.
But at the end of the day, it's all marketing.
Yeah.
It's all advertising. Who is the other guy? A lesser man. Here's a channel that has not uploaded in over a year.
I think I want another ring.
Has 300 subscribers. I had like contacts with a bunch of like small reviewers when I was still small. And it's such a sad thing. Creative people who like don't get recognized in YouTube and in games.
Yeah. Or just in general, like video game studios too. Like I'll play a game and it's just like, wow, this game's fucking fantastic. And then you look at like the Steam reviews and it's like, oh, they have like 2,000 Steam reviews. This game definitely should be more popular. Or like studios that will like create a game and then, you know, they go under and then 10 years later people discover the game and are like, wow, this game was fantastic. What happened to the studio? Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, that's like Ross Scott's thing. It's like, here's all these fucking studios that are dead that made really cool games.
Feel bad. It's just, it's the problem with, it's the noise problem. Too many, it's great
Too many
having all
fucking
these...
streamers.
Yeah, right? Oh, man, we want to talk about Twitch. Don't even get me started on Twitch. Twitch is like the perfect case study for too much noise of a platform. Because at least YouTube has, like, mechanisms in place so that, you know, maybe one day you'll catch a break. Like, I consider myself really fucking lucky. Like, what I'm doing right now, I was not planning on doing any streaming or anything for the next, like, year and a half. I was like, this is going to take about 2 years before I'm, like, in a position where I'll maybe start monetizing and everything, and I'm okay with that. I'll do my 2 years, and we'll see what happens. And then, like...
I remember when the Cyberpunk video for me was supposed to get 10,000 views, and then that would be my big break. And the Morrowind video was just going to be dead.
Yeah.
It really was a case that I basically got to a point where I could just give up on it. So there's a lot of things about the Oblivion video. Like, I'm already to the point on the Oblivion video where I was on the Morrowind video when I released it, but I'm still going because there's a lot of stuff, like, mistakes I want to fix.
Yeah.
That, and not like here's a list of shit grudges I got to take care of, but I've taken care of the mispronunciations now. I actually give a shit. With the Morrowind video, I can say, yeah, I just didn't give a fuck. I would be like, well, I guess I said that wrong. You know, I don't have the time to record a fix for it.
Oh my god. Doing pickup lines is always the dilemma. Because you never notice that you fucked up a word or something until you're editing, and then you're like, oh shit. Do I go back and fix that?
I have a system for it now where I mark it all and do all the pickup lines in a single day.
Yeah, one shot. Yeah, that's pretty much what
That's
I
what
do
all
too.
those markers... I got to get this done. I mean, I got my quota and then some done for today. I got to get... Before the end of the month, I got to get it done where I can show the patrons.
Oh, yeah.
The markers.
Yeah, because you got that. You got that whole thing, your behind the scenes thing. I've actually considered, like, just subscribing to you on Patreon just so I could see the behind the scenes stuff. Because I'm one of those...
I do kind of wish I could give Patreon access to people.
Yeah, but...
Without having them pay for it, because there's content creators I would give access to my Patreon.
Yeah, but that's Patreon's business model. It's like Twitch. They can't let Twitch streamers just give away subscriptions for free. That's how they make their money.
But I mean, like, I feel like there's kind of a circle on Patreon, because, like, if you subscribe to another creator and then they, like, subscribe to you,
Yeah.
then you're, like, losing money on the taxes and, like, losing it to Patreon. So it's like...
Yeah, can't...
I also thought about that on Discord. Like, why do you boost me? Why don't you donate that to my Patreon and then just say that you want it to go to the boost? Because then I can get a discount and we could all save, like, $30
Yeah. Oh my god.
a month. And then, like, we can YOLO it into some crypto scams.
What the fuck is going on? Why can I not...
Just put a caption on screen saying it. I did that for a lot of stuff in the Morrowind video, because it's very easy to just go on screen like, oh yeah, I said that wrong, or like make a meme of it. But you know, it's better to not have it happen at all, and it's not that much work once you have the system supporting it. But like when you have 70 subscribers, it's a whole other mental game.
That was the strangest fucking glitch I've ever seen. I guess there was some like geometry that didn't get deloaded or something.
You were like climbing up something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably the case.
Yeah.
Which is weird because the collision models should be tied to like the visual model.
Yeah.
So
they might have had like some like bounding boxes or something like that, some invisible boxes to prevent people from like maybe like the geometry was actually fake and not solid.
Somebody on my Patreon emailed Noah Berry, who is the world artist that's in the Making of Oblivion documentary, and asked him about Speed Tree. So I don't know, because the thing, I don't know if he knows that it's going to be in a video. I don't know if I should like try to reach out to him and like get permission.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you should always go for permission, but like,
hey, easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission, right? Unless you on YouTube,
well,
in which case they just tear your fucking video down and give you a strike.
What I see, the way I see it is, because he mentioned this, Bethesda doesn't really do it the way they did it in Oblivion anymore, so it's not the biggest deal. It's not like proprietary.
Yeah.
Because Oblivion was very experimental with like Speed Tree and stuff. If you have ideas for essays but you don't know where to start, you just start with something passionate and see if you like it. Yeah. That's my biggest recommendation. Do not start with a long video.
That's why I started with Oblivion. See, I did the exact opposite. I started with a long video because I was like, oh, well, I'm going to learn how to do video editing and everything, and I'm planning on making it like a bunch of smaller videos, so I'll just do a really long Oblivion video.
So it'll be easy.
Yeah,
I mean, I was like that. I did that with Fury, because Fury was like a total of 2 hours, and it's in parts, and it's uploaded on separate days, but it's really one project.
But but my advice, don't break up a project like that. Just release it all in one shot. I have the analytics to prove just how ineffective it is to release a video like in that sort of setup. Unless each video is going to be, like, very well self-contained. I am so fucking lost in this Oblivion gate. I've never seen an Oblivion gate like this before.
Yeah, okay, so I was planning on making a video about how you make a video. Like, how you do that content. Oh, you're in that, like, the giant fucking piece of shit. Like, literally, it looks like a piece of shit Oblivion gate. Where it spirals up.
Yeah.
So,
see if I can do some out of bounds.
my big thing about workflow is when you decide to make videos, you're really two people. You're not one person. You're not a video creator. You are a writer and you are an editor. And I mean, you're a voice actor too, but fuck that guy, right? Okay, so you have to kind of divorce these two mentalities because they're at odds with each other. Writers want to take shortcuts that will fuck over editors, and editors don't want to do everything that writers want to see done. So the way you have to work on the relationship between these two people, and the way I did that with Oblivion is every time I have a visual example where somebody is talking, like say, and here's what this person says, I write out the quote, exactly what it is, and I put a timestamp. What sequence is it in? Where in the sequence is it? And then the writer, me, did that for like 95% of the quotes that I use in the video. Editor me loved it. So, yeah, you kind of have to, do favors for yourself, basically. And it doesn't seem like that, because how do you do a favor for yourself? But, you know, it's a thing.
It helps to, I would recommend reading plays. Read a play and look at how it's structured.
Mm-hmm.
Don't write an essay. Write a
Yeah,
play.
that's another thing. And that's something I never thought about because I was just in theater. So, like, I read plays.
Oh, really?
I talked about that on the podcast I was on, the Universe from Here, which, that's sad. That guy made another episode after mine. So, I was hoping that he would have made more.
Oh, you
but
should send me that. I never seen that. I didn't see that.
yeah, it should be at the top of like the announcements channel on my Discord, but I'll send it to you. Where to post the Todd texture you made in your server? I have a Creative Works channel in the creation area that people can post stuff that they work on. Like, there's a guy in my Discord server who's making a mod for Noida that's like adds a bunch of Morrowind stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm always interested.
It's the editing part that I'm loath to get into. Yes, editing takes longer than writing.
Yep.
Editing is more excruciating than writing. You have to take every opportunity you can to do creative stuff when you edit.
Yep.
And another thing is side projects, man. Like, I'm about to break down and do a side project because I'm tired of editing this fucking Oblivion video.
Dude, I can't.
I spent 20 minutes searching for a fucking example. What the fuck was that piece of shit? It was like something... Oh, it's the lady that like gets onto you if you go near the boat in the water district. I had spent 20 minutes looking for a fucking example of that lady talking to me.
Did I seriously just walk out the fucking door that I came in?
That's the worst thing, is finding super specific visual examples that you have no clue where they are. And how I found it was I went to my second channel where I uploaded a clip of her because I just happened to do that, and I looked at what armor I was wearing, and that told me what part of the playthrough that happened in.
Dude, what I do, I just made hard saves all the fucking time. And if I need something like that, I'll just go in and I'll just B-roll that. I'll just go in and
I'm doing that for Skyrim.
Dude,
I needed more hard saves for Oblivion.
Yeah.
Because I need like a hard save of whodunit, so I can do some stuff with that quest.
Yeah, I did. Benefit of me like having played that game a million fucking times and really having an idea of how I was gonna make the video anyway was or at least the things that I really wanted to focus on. I knew like where to make my hard saves and stuff, and they came in really handy. Once again, another benefit to if you're just starting out, pick a game that you know very well.
Mm-hmm. I think that's one of those cases where you kill your baby when writing. Sometimes you do have to be like that, yeah.
Yeah. All the time, actually. There's always something that I gotta compromise on.
Because, you know, sometimes when you're writing, you're thinking about a scene, and then you're just wrong. Sometimes you just have to be wrong. Like, I have to redo my combat section because I upped the... okay, you might not have seen it, but I have this section in my Morrowind video where I compare Oblivion and Morrowind combat. And my example is, like, you have a Argonian character, and he fights a skeleton, and here's blade level 25, and here's blade level 100. And I showed that how, like, the games look different and feel different to play based on those skill levels, and then the same is not necessarily true in Oblivion. Oblivion feels very much the same regardless of what skill level you're on. For some reason, I decided it would be a good idea to overcomplicate that example and, like, do, like, 50 different tests where it's like, here's where I'm blade level 25 and they're blade level 25. Here's where I'm blade level 25 and they're here. It's such a clusterfuck, and it's like so confusing. It's hard to follow. It's like one of the few times where, like, I fucked up as a writer, and now it's like I just have to start from scratch.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, don't worry. I just had to. The reason my fucking Mass Effect video is still not out is because I... Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
I will say, you should not make a long-hour video for the sake of making long-hour videos.
No.
And I do worry that there's going to be a market of, like, we have to up the ante. We have to do a 9-hour video to get more clicks.
Yeah, it's
and
gonna
then we
become
gotta
an
do
arms race.
That's why I'm kind of hoping, like, I'm at 11 hours and 15 minutes. I haven't done the conclusion yet. Maybe I can bump it up to 11:59 and end the arms race.
Yeah, at least there is a hard limit.
There is an upper limit.
No.
After
Because
that,
then
you would have to stream the video.
Or no. You have to make multiple parts. Oh yeah, I get to do rules now.
Part 1, 12 hours,
Yeah.
which is probably what the Skyrim video is going to be, because that's going to be even worse. But so what's this YouTube channel comparing Morrowind and Oblivion? So that's in my Fighters Guild section in my Morrowind video over on my channel at PatricianTV. I mean, YouTube took away the ability to go to people's channels and live stream chats for some reason, but that's the channel icon if you want to look it up. Honestly, I think you can still just look up Morrowind and it comes up. Like, I think I'm still the top result.
Oh, your Morrowind.
I think that arms race is basically Joseph Anderson's deal. I have this wild conspiracy theory that I don't actually think is true, that the reason we haven't got the Witcher 3 video yet is because he wanted to have the longest video and then mine came out. Because the timing's too perfect.
I'm starting to get a little schizo with people doing videos after I've done one. And then I see points that I made in my video. I'm like, did they watch my video?
Yeah. I mean, it's possible, you know. Not everybody's like me in live streams when they watch other people's videos. Which Skyrim's going to be fun, I think. That's going to be a legendary series of streams. It's something I'm looking forward to.
I can't fucking wait, dude. Are you like me, where it's like the current project you're working on doesn't fucking matter to you? It's always the next project.
Yes and no. I've learned to kind of make sure that the Oblivion video stays the important project that I'm working on. But it's like, when I was working on Metal Gear Survive, it was like, I'm currently thinking about Oblivion.
Yeah.
I did that in 2 days.
Your Metal Gear video?
Yeah.
Oh, right, because, well, Tetra did.
Well,
like,
Tetramorre did half of it, but I mean,
Yeah.
18 minutes in 2 days seems...
That's still
good.
Yeah, that's
to
still
me
pretty fucking good.
for a full video.
Yep.
The arms race thing seems kind of untrue. What happened to Joseph Anderson? I remember him saying he'd make a Nier Automata video, but I'll tell you what happened with that. Mr. Caption made a Nier Automata video and got a ton of shit for it, and then everybody else decided that that game is off limits because it's not worth the bullshit that comes with covering that game. That's why he never made a Nier video. Yeah, I know. Joseph did have like he did have like real life shit go on, but come on. He said that the Witcher video was like done. The Witcher 3 video was done. and he was just waiting for Cyberpunk to come out so that he could make sure that like the Witcher 3 video wasn't dated. And then like I don't see what about Cyberpunk could have changed your arguments about The Witcher 3 unless the entire video was, and then CD Projekt Red learned their lesson from The Witcher 3 and implemented it in Cyberpunk, which that's a really foolish thing to have done, and I doubt that's the case.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's like would
Yeah,
the mistakes of
Nier-
the game retroactively get washed out by the sequel atoning for them.
yeah,
The mistakes still exist in the game, so
mhm. I don't see that being the case. I really think it was just the video wasn't done, and some real life shit caught up on him, and now he's like behind, basically. Yeah, Nier Automata is like Undertale. It's one of those games that YouTubers don't like covering because of the community that surrounds it. Which is funny because Nier's like one of those like popular with the porn community games, so you wouldn't think it would have that issue.
dude, I am so fucking lost in this gate right now. Oh god, I really hope this is the right way. I feel bad.
I didn't
for
know
whoever's
Mr. Caption restarted his channel. I thought my understanding of that story was he realized that like he couldn't take the heat, so he got out of the kitchen, and which is something I respect.
Yeah. And you could always disable comments too if he really doesn't want to look at it. You can do this. Like if you're like genuinely intimidated by like having to interact with other people and stuff, you can do it without interacting with people. Like there are days where I literally pretend my channel doesn't exist, just for like some peace of mind.
I am gonna disagree. Dark Souls and Morrowind don't have nearly as toxic communities. Like unless you're like your litmus test for toxicity is extremely, extremely low.
I just say
Like
you just have to approach it with care and respect. Is basically it. Like if you're going to criticize the games, come with proper criticisms and a good argument. Don't half-ass it.
Well, I mean, if you're part of a community that is the Hate on Skyrim Club, then you can imagine that, yeah, it's going to be pretty toxic, because that's a community that's centered around hate. But I mean, like, if you're just hanging out in Morrowind communities, it's not that bad. Last of Us 2 toxic community. Last of Us 2 is too young to have, like, a community yet. Because it's still going through that volatile time period of, like, the transients who aren't part of the fans of the series playing it. Yeah. And, eventually it'll move on, it'll have a core, and then you'll be able to test if it's toxic, because it having a political bent to it doesn't make it a toxic community. Like, it's very... If that game had come out, like, 10 years ago, it wouldn't be that big an issue, but it's a post-2014 game, so...
Here's a question for you. How long would it take before you think you could do a retrospective on the game? Like, how long does the game have to be out?
Honestly, the retrospective thing is marketing.
That's basically how I look at it too. What's the difference
that's
between...
literally it. I consider my videos analysis. I don't consider my videos retrospectives.
Yeah.
Because retrospectives are subjective to your experiences, and my videos are extremely objective. And not in a objectivity for the win kind of way, like Google Gobble, Red Team objectivity, like just actually objective.
Just focusing on, I don't know, hard facts, I suppose.
Well, okay, so when I'm referring to toxic communities, like, you can make a video on Dark Souls and be pretty much fine. You can't make a video on Undertale and be fine. Like, it's too risky. If you're even slightly wrong, you get just a deluge of shit for it. And this is the same thing with Nier, and it happened to a couple people, and YouTubers pretty much decided that they weren't going to analyze that game. And so I don't even know what a retrospective literally is compared to analysis. So, analysis is sort of forming an objective understanding of something, whereas retrospective is discussing like the history of the game and or a history of something and where it's at today. So it's like in what the words literally mean.
But they get used so interchangeably at this point. It's kind of
Yeah, and that's the thing is it's all kind of marketing.
yeah.
So it's like people are calling retrospectives analysis and they're calling analysis retrospectives because we're all kind of in it together. But is that what Will's fucking talking about? I feel like a retrospective implies looking at the effect the game has had on the industry because he was talking about how he can't make a fucking Skyrim video until Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. And I disagree with that notion. Because one, Fallout 4 happened. So you can tell what lessons Bethesda learned from Skyrim.
Yeah.
It's like saying that you can't learn from Doom 3 because Doom 2016 hasn't come out yet. It's a non-starter for me. I just want Will to make another video, honestly. I want to see that he's improved.
Well, here's the thing. Will was one of my bigger inspirations for my fucking Oblivion video because I saw that, and then
Yeah, I imagine.
I sent the video to my friend, and jokingly I was like, I bet I could make a video that's longer than this. Like, I know I can talk about this game longer than that. I talk about this game all the time to this one specific friend. He's like, oh, just fucking do it. It's just like, all right, I guess I'm gonna do it then. So, I gotta rewatch Will's video. I only watched it twice. I don't remember much. I mean, I can't even remember what I put in my own videos, let alone what's in other people's videos half the time. So,
the streams on Will's video are probably the only ones I kind of regret, and that's a kind of.
yeah.
Because
You still have
I
them
feel-
up though, right?
yeah,
Like,
they're
you-
still up.
Yeah, you didn't take them down.
They're the only ones where I came the closest to kind of entering mob mentality and kind of embracing the meme. And even then, I tried to step back and I tried to explain to people, like, here's why he said Cassius Cosades and not Caius Casades. This is a thing that happens, you know, especially when you stop giving a fuck because the project's taking so long. Like, I'm probably one of the people who can most relate to that issue, you know.
Yeah.
But the streams went on for so long that I kind of slipped into that mentality. And it was one of those things where if I could do it again, I would have just split it up into more streams. It would have been better for everybody that way.
Yeah, you did.
I wouldn't have not done the streams. I would have still done them.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Just
And not because I made a
in
ton
one
of money,
sitting.
because I did not. I did not make a ton of money from doing those streams, because I didn't monetize any of them.
Yeah, that would open you up to certain problems for sure.
It would just be like ethical issues. And there are people out there who would say that you could monetize them.
Technically, it's fair use, so yeah, you probably could use it.
It's a lot more fair use than how Twitch streamers do it, where they just put the video on as filler material so they don't have dead air. Oh my god. If I ever fucking catch that shit, I am clapping that shit down.
Just put.
You gotta at least...
Yeah.
You gotta at least be discussing my points.
Yeah. Don't just be rebroadcasting my video, because you're just fucking...
Or, if you want to enter a licensing agreement, you know, you can reach out to me. We'll enter a licensing agreement. I'll take a 20. You know?
Give me $20. That would be more than those fucking, the ad revenue off of that, probably.
Mm-hmm. When people get mad about pronouncing Pokemon names, for example, I fear for when they learn this thing called having an accent. That is something that I also think about, is some people have called me out for stuff that is just products of my accent. And it doesn't seem like I have an accent because I come from a part of the world where I come from the Pacific Northwest. So people out there really don't have accents. But when we do, it's really noticeable. Like we say milk. Like elk, milk. But it's milk. That's how you say it in most of the world.
Oh, well, I'm from fucking New York, so...
Yeah, you guys
Talk
got your
to
own
us.
problems. You guys don't speak English.
Door. Shut the door. Oh God. Went to the store. Work in a grocery store.
Didn't the debate of React videos come back up recently? I think related to fucking Pokemon or some shit. Yeah, JXC had that problem where Twitch streamers were watching one of his videos, and like they were just putting it on as noise. Which is like, if your if your stream is so fucking boring that you cannot pull people in with you playing a video game, which, let's be fair, there's almost inherently no value in that anyways. Then, you know, don't fucking rebroadcast our stuff that we actually spend hours producing. Or, here's the thing though, because YouTubers are so much more accessible, you could enter licensing agreements. That's the correct way to do it, and then you won't have copyright issues.
Oh, but they're paying you an exposure. All 50 of their viewers.
Yeah.
that
All
aren't
of those
going to
people who
watch
aren't going to watch your video and aren't going to subscribe to your channel.
because they just watched it already.
Because
and it's not like there's a,
on
and,
your channel.
and it's not like
Well,
their
the thing is,
VOD is gonna live forever and you're gonna get a bunch of viewership that way or something like.
I like
mean-
to be optimistic and think that maybe like 5% of the people who watched my streams of me watching people's videos got annoyed with me talking over them and just watched them themselves, right?
Yeah.
I have to think that I at least exposed some of these people to people who are at least in their genre. And at least I'm discussing, you know, the points in the video, and it's going towards something. Like, people don't believe me that there were notes that were taken. I can, you know, show you the fucking markers. Hell, Will's video has like 200 markers on it. There were notes taken. They're in the Oblivion video.
Well, you were doing that, or at least the one that I was watching where you were doing the E3, the Oblivion E3 2006 one. You were doing it live in Premiere, like the comments and shit.
I did all of them in Premiere. That's
Yeah.
why some of them are fuckered, because like Premiere started acting up.
Oh, Premiere doesn't like you using it creatively. Actually, I think Premiere just doesn't like being used in general.
Oh man, don't even get me started. I hate Premiere, and I'm considering making the switch to like Vegas or DaVinci Resolve or something for the Skyrim
Yeah.
video. As soon as I'm done with Oblivion, I am like picking up roots and fucking leaving.
How many crashes?
Probably.
How many crashes do you deal with on a daily basis with Premiere?
Not really on a daily basis, but it's like just weird shit. But I am on like version 4 of the project, and I make a new version every time a crash happens. So that's 4 crashes over the course of this Oblivion project.
Yeah.
And you're like 7-hour video, fuck that. You're on private session stream. I think that you can handle length.
Yeah, my Oblivion. What's my Oblivion video is almost 7 hours long. 6 hours.
Yeah.
41 minutes.
Weird phenomenon I've noticed. People always round down on YouTube. So 7 hours and 53 minutes is always 7 hours for some reason.
Oh, I always round up.
I know that's what's weird.
Basic rules of rounding. If it's below
Well,
half,
basic-
then
basic-
round down.
Basic rules of ripping off your fucking boss. You work for 7 hours and 53 minutes and you get 8 hours of pay. Like, that's the way I think of it. Have I seen JXC's video and his reactions to his Doctor Who or 6 Hours video? Yes, I have. I thought it was a great video. I related to a lot of the shit he was talking about. I should have posted that on my Discord. I'm gonna fucking do that now. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna do it now because I still have Table 53's video up there, and he's a smaller channel.
Yeah, you don't want to distract. Oh, I think it's time.
That's something I'm worried about with the smaller channels. Is I might have people who just start showing up that just want like exposure.
Clout chasing.
I'm always going to have the metric that if I'm going to share you out, you got to make good videos, and if I'm going to work with you, you got to make good videos.
Yeah. Wait, so what's my excuse then? Why are you working with me?
Can you talk to a Dremora? I want to have a chuckle finding that glitch. Is there a glitch where you can talk to random Dremora?
In Oblivion?
I know you can. You can talk to like Cathatet in Paradise. I don't know if you can talk to generic Dremora. If you calm them, maybe. But I don't think you can talk to commed NPCs
No,
if they're like bandits or Dremora.
no, I think it just says like, I don't know if it gives
You
you.
would have
any-
been able to in Skyrim or in Morrowind, I should say.
Let me-
Just post it in the YouTube channel. No. But try to remember so we can post it tomorrow.
You know what?
You too.
I was
Good to
gonna
see you.
say, what'd be great is if you could just schedule posts. Certain bots.
Yeah, that
certain
annoys
bots let you do that on Discord.
I shouldn't need a bot for basic features that other social media has. So I want to say, while you've been doing this, I have been playing City Skylines, and I've been making Anvil in the City Skylines. I did Breville at one point.
Do you have mods like modded assets and stuff to make it?
Usually I do, but I don't this time. I'm doing it all bare because I didn't want to fuck with making mods for it. I just wanted to play City Skylines,
Yeah.
and I'm not even really playing it because I have infinite money.
That's how I
I'm
usually
just
play it.
making
It's usually how I
just
play it.
making Anvil.
Armor, weapons, I
Are you
have it
using?
all.
Are you doing it for like a video, or is it just for the fuck of it?
No, it's for the fuck of it. I might show them off in the Oblivion video when I'm talking about the cities.
Yeah.
The ones I have done. I'm not gonna do all of them unless I have suddenly end up with a ton of free time, and I don't see that happening.
I fucking love City Skylines. How much time do you have played in that?
Let me look real quick.
So it's one of those like time vampire games.
185 hours.
Okay, so yeah, we're pretty much at the same level then. I think
That's a
I
fair-
have like around 140, 150.
That seems a fair. Bye.
Seth is a great reviewer. He's one of the best people in that short form.
Yep.
You
I
know
would-
you're a good review channel when you every game you review sells out.
He literally gets like fucking developer deals and like publisher deals and shit now because of that.
What?
Like GOG's always cutting
Mhm.
him deals and stuff because it's good business. I'm gonna buy some of these.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
so I need an
advice.
amulet. Yeah, he makes fucking quality content, and it's like on the surface you look at it, and it's just like, oh, that doesn't look too difficult. But after you've edited enough, like I look at his videos and I get anxiety watching some of his videos because he'll do like 6 cuts in like 3 seconds, and it's just like,
That's a fair.
oh my
Mhm.
god, that 3 seconds must have taken like
I think
an afternoon to
Well,
fucking
I think-
edit.
I think it's an acclamation thing. I think he probably looks at like fucking what Joseph does and freaks out.
Yeah, maybe.
Cuz he probably looks at long videos from the mentality of like I got to make 6 edits a second for that long. And it's like no, it's a different kind of ball game.
Have you ever watched Uber Danger?
His name's familiar but not scratching the top of my head.
He-
Did you know about the JXC stuff?
Oh,
I was going to make sure.
what can I interest
Was you asking me?
Yeah. Did you know about the JXC stuff?
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know why this name is familiar, but it is. Anyways,
JXE stuff?
What-
you? Drive a hard bargain.
JXC, they did a like 5-hour, 40-minute Doctor Who review or analysis, I
Oh,
guess.
I think I saw that. That must have been linked on your Discord or something the other day.
It probably was because I know it was posted in a few channels.
Yeah, that's probably where I saw it then, because that sounds familiar.
Yeah, he had a very interesting thing because not only did he have the deluge of 6 hours in quotes, he also had like the politics stuff that comes with covering Doctor Who,
Yep,
and
that must have been fun.
it was a really interesting thing. Have we seen the Kreia video? I'll let you field that one first.
Kreia? I don't think so. Doesn't
It's
sound familiar.
Knights of the Old Republic 2, Philosophy of Kreia.
Nah.
Okay, so it's it's a really good video. His accent stands out to me because he comes from the Benelux, so that in that part of the world, they don't have a phoneme for the th sound. So every time he says other, he says udder. It's very interesting. The English is unique as a language that has that th sound. Not a lot of languages have that.
Yeah.
So when ESL people almost always stand out for their th sounds.
I think I'm just gonna sell this.
Jay is also a regular member of EFAP, so he already had quite a reputation. Yeah, that's another thing. EFAP is like a conditional modifier in a role-playing game, where it's like you get some stuff easier. It's like the Atronax sign. You get some stuff easier, but you get some stuff harder. It's like the spell absorptions, like you get a built-in community, but then like the stunted magicka is like you also get a community of people that are gonna hate you just for participating.
That seems a fair price.
That's always something in the back of my mind too, is
Fine.
because
What alliances you have?
yeah, exactly. Actually, yeah, that is a very valid thing too, is who you surround yourself with, who you end up affiliating with, because their audiences then wind up becoming your audiences. And
Already a YouTuber.
oh. But that's always something kind of in the back of my mind, is
I'm gonna ride this
how-
patrician train until he gets into some drama, and then gonna cut him loose.
Nah, I don't think that. We'll
That was the other thing
go-
with
go
with
down
helping small
together.
creators.
Well, that was when I first reached out to you. That was my immediate concern, was like, oh shit, is this dude gonna think I'm like clout chasing him because I have like 100 subscribers or some shit like that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is something I think about, but at the same time, I like to be optimistic, and I like to think that I have a sense that I can tell when somebody just wants to take advantage of me, and when like someone, and also I have the almighty litmus test: is your fucking content good? That's always like the number one thing. I don't have a thing against the accents. I'm just pointing out that was a very striking part of his video. His accent doesn't bother me because, I don't know. It doesn't sound more intelligent, but it also doesn't sound exotic, but at the same time, it like tickles those nerves.
Farewell.
If you associate with someone, you're publicly endorsing them to the people you're watching. That means you support everything they're saying.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Well, no, he's saying that that's how people see it. And we know that's not true, but there are people who see it that way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Goodbye.
I understand why a lot of people have that concern. I feel like I'm at just the right part of the internet culture that like I don't have to worry about that particular thing. Unless I make all the horses sign NDAs. I have a Portuguese accent, and I'm concerned people will have a hard time understanding what I'm saying if I'm going to narrate my own essays. I haven't heard that many Portuguese accents, so I can't... Is it European Portuguese or is it Brazilian Portuguese? Because one of those might be incomprehensible. I don't know. The thing is, there are a ton of YouTubers who sound exactly the same, but there's also, like, something that can work for you is your accent. It can either work for you or it works against you. The only way you know is if you try. Because
never
you
knows.
might find that your fucking accent is, like, your greatest weapon.
Never Knows Best and White Light are two great examples of people who have accents, and they can... I'll fucking watch any of their videos just because of how they sound, honestly.
Yeah, audio quality is a big thing. There probably are a decent number of people who have thick accents who don't realize that it's the microphone, not their voice. And it's hard to justify investing a bunch into a microphone. But it's not all about the money you spend. It's also about like the practices you take and the methodology you use. That can go a long way. White Light found some kind of cheat code, I swear.
He's just good at what he does.
He's good at what he
He's
does.
a great writer.
He has a solid workflow, and he has people who's willing to edit for him.
Oh, really? He has other editors. I did not know.
Yeah, so the only reason I know that is because his Far Cry 5 video had a different editor. Like, for once I looked down in the description to see, and yeah, he had a different editor than... It was like a YouTuber. So it was like the deal me and Tetramorre had if Tetramorre didn't narrate part of the video and like just basically make half the video.
Yeah.
And attach it to mine.
God, I wish I could get a fucking editor. I hate editing so much.
I don't have a problem with editing. I just have an existential crisis every time I open Premiere. And unfortunately, it lasts a long time because Premiere takes forever to load.
Oh, DaVinci Resolve loads right up.
Well, you got to bear in mind that my project's like 5 megabytes when the normal project's like 100 kilobytes.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like a normal video, Premiere is way okay. Like Metal Gear Survive, Harry Potter, the first 3 Harry Potter games, Battlefront 2. My favorite video to make was Boneworks because I made that 30-minute video in 24 hours. Or no, not 24 hours, sorry, 8 hours. I hit publish at midnight, and at 8 a.m. the next morning, I was exporting the video. And it's really good for that being true.
I'm trying to think what the fastest one I ever edited was. It might have
Well,
been...
you've got kind of a disadvantage there with your lineup.
Yeah. I think the shortest one, I think the quickest one I ever turned around was Fallout New Vegas. The DLCs for it. Yeah, that was definitely the case, actually. That was the fastest one. Because I had I was working on a Fallout 76 video that is no longer listed on my channel because I did not like how it turned out. Yeah, I had to face...
Oh man, we should do a stream sometime where we riff it.
Oh god.
That's when content really starts getting scarce. So we'll start riffing our abandoned video projects. It's a shame I don't have my first attempt at a Skyrim series from like 2017. And I had streams where I was playing Morrowind around that time too, that are gone now.
Oh, here's a question. Is PatricianTV the first channel you ever made?
No.
Private Sessions is not my first channel. It's not my second channel. It's not my third channel. It might be my fourth. I've been doing this shit since 2016. 2014.
Oh, same. Yeah,
actually.
there's a lot of content creators that are like that have had a lot of false starts.
Yep.
And that's because small YouTube fucking sucks.
For me, it was
like a lot of people. A lot of people who are in this space don't get it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You sit there. I am so fucking lucky. Like, I mean, story of my life. I've always been lucky. I feel like, but with this thing, the reason all my other channels failed was because I never committed hard enough. So I only did it for like a few weeks, and I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. Or like I did the most recent one before Private Sessions. I did for like 2 months, but a couple of the videos I never even uploaded because by then I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. Then one day I just decided to do it again.
You guys planning to try Morrowind multiplayer? Yeah, I still want to do that at some point.
How many people can play Morrowind multiplayer? Is it just co-op?
As many as your server can handle.
Oh my god.
I'd like to do that for the server, but I had this video idea that was like Patrician and Pleb play Morrowind, where I get like one of my friends who didn't play very much of it to do like a series with me. I actually played Morrowind with one of my friends, and it's going to be in the Oblivion video on a point I make. where we played Tez 3 and P together, and like tried to do Molag Bal's quest.
I like that idea though.
I do wish I could do more VR games. There's two I have in mind that I would want to do, which is Half-Life Alyx and H3 VR. I have some not so popular opinions about Half-Life Alyx, which is not a motivator for why I didn't make the video. I got halfway through recording the video and then some other shit came up. So Half-Life Alyx is super fucking easy, by the way. Like as far as VR games go, maybe I think it's not easy. I think I'm just good at VR games because I have a lot of like physical advantages when it comes to VR, like not getting motion sick.
What headsets do you have?
I have the Valve Index.
Oh, okay.
It's a very nice headset. Is the hot take that Half-Life Alyx was good, or are you just hanging around me? Because I've been saying it's shit for a while, so if you've been hanging around me, Gaiden, then you might think that you might get it backwards about what the hot take is. Because a lot of people like Half-Life Alyx. I think it's like some revolutionary VR game.
A lot of people are. As somebody who's never played Half-Life, never played VR games, the way I look at it, the way I keep hearing it is like it is finally the game everybody's been waiting for VR. Like Valve finally figured it out.
Yeah, go play Boneworks. It's way better. Boneworks is legitimately a good VR game. Like, if you're gonna justify buying a headset for anything, it should be Boneworks. I like to think that I started the conversation on on why Boneworks is better than Half-Life Alyx, but that's probably not true. How many views did the Boneworks video get? Because it was a pre-Morrowind video, so it was like, I remember back when it came out, it got like 100 views because I shared it on Reddit.
Oh, you had to self-promo.
Oh man, that was the worst. I started self-promoing with the Darkness 2 video, which was after Morrowind Part 5. I didn't share any of the Morrowind videos ever until the one that made me big.
The full cut. So you basically were doing what I did with Oblivion, where you were.
Which is a terrible idea, by the way.
It really
Never
is.
do that.
It really is.
Never do that. Please learn from us.
Yeah.
You're gonna think, oh, my content's not good enough to share. That's bullshit. If you're good enough to make it as a YouTuber, you're good enough to fucking share it out. And guess what? A fast way to find out if you're not good enough is to share it out. And you might not like that some people don't like your stuff because you might suck. But at the end of the day, you got to take that cold pill.
Yeah. See, I made the conscious effort never to self-promo just because I was curious. Because one of the reasons I got into YouTube was I actually wanted to see how analytics works. Because I'm a business major. So I like looking at how these things work, and I wanted to see, like, get as real of a taste as I could of, like, how does the algorithm work? Can I figure it out? Can I reverse engineer it? So I was actively always trying to avoid sending out, like, info about my videos, links, or anything like that. I wanted to see if I could just build from scratch on YouTube. And, I mean, it worked, but I don't really know how valid my insights are because I feel like I just got lucky.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's the thing. YouTubers tend to suffer from imposter syndrome a lot too.
Yeah, a lot of that. A lot of that. Like I can't even watch my own videos half the time because I'm just all I see is just mistakes, and then I don't know.
Hey, we can stream. We can do one of my work streams, but for your Oblivion video.
Oh god. If I guess if I was on call, I would do it. But if I could just sit in the audience silently, I would just be dying.
Oh yeah, you would be on call.
Oh god, I'm in one of these once again.
I'd like to get like Tetramorre in here too, and like have like people in here.
I've been meaning.
We'll start our own EFAP.
I've been meaning to ask you for a while now. Should we just do like a podcast series together, like you, me, Tetra, probably a few others, but definitely like the three of us.
Yeah, and I feel like we could focus on like actually uplifting like decent small creators.
Yeah. You know what a video that I want to do. And this is probably not going to be until at least next year when I have some free time. Is a analysis on video game analysis on YouTube. Literally just go through and kind of give my insights into like reading analytics on like YouTube, reading trends, trying to figure out what videos do well, what videos don't do well, what games do well, what games don't do well, and just try and put my information out there, like what I think, because I think that would. I feel like we need more of that on YouTube specifically, across any sort of channel, across any sort of like niche, be it video games, ASMR, like everything. I think people on YouTube need to start like talking more about like how YouTube actually works.
Well, I mean, it's a competitive space, and a lot of people don't want to share information because they think it'll hurt them.
See,
so
that's the beauty. That's the beauty about what like we do with our niche, is that I don't see it as being competitive. I think the strength is actually teaming together and working together. Because, like I said, and I see it in the comments, I see it all the time. People say like, "Oh man, I just watched 2 other Oblivion retrospectives this month. Yours just came up. Guess I'm gonna watch another one." It's like, there's demand there. There is so much demand.
In fairness, though, yeah, a lot of those people they just get on like an Oblivion or a Morrowind binge and watch a bunch of videos.
Yeah.
Like that's how the audience kind of engages with our content. So that's why like people being worried about oversaturation is kind of bullshit in this niche particularly.
Yeah, exactly.
But I feel
niches like other niches in video games itself, like day one content, like oh, here's how to get this thing in Call of Duty Black Ops or whatever, like the newest gun skin or whatever. Like that's competitive, that's saturated as all hell. But
I mean, yeah, we're all talking about games that came out a decade ago.
Exactly. This is what's considered evergreen content. It's content that you could upload and expect it to draw views for years and years to come. Nobody's gonna give a fuck about that skin in a week, half the time. It's just the thing that people are talking about now. So, I don't know. There's certain...
Yeah, I wanted to do a video that was advising people on making long-form content, and I was going to start with a section on, is this right for you? Because I do feel like there's a decent number of people who've been telling me that they're getting into it that really shouldn't, at least not yet. Because I liken it to like mountain climbing, where you can get acclimated to that, but if you have COPD, you're going to fucking die if you try to do it. There's a lot of people out there that really shouldn't start with it, at least.
Yeah. Start with something smaller. I didn't start with long-form analysis content on my other channels. Some of them were Let's Plays channels, some of them were machinima, some of them were analysis, but it was kept to like 15 minutes long. This is the first time I actually started long-form. And it requires a certain skill set. It really fucking does.
And a mentality to not go fucking insane when you're working on an Oblivion video for 8 months.
Oh my god. Well, that's why I'm starting. That's why I want to start my Morrowind video right now, because I want to give myself plenty of time.
I was gonna say, so me and Tetra working together. I want to say he got his part done in a week, and that was because he had like real life commitments. So
yeah,
probably a lot less time than that. And I got my part done in like 3 days, not counting like the writing part. But I mean, writing is hardly like work. I tend to like, sometimes I just write scripts as like therapy from editing. Like how I wrote a script on like the ending of Attack on Titan.
So
I don't know if I'm ever gonna. I might make that video once the anime comes out, but
Attack on Titan video.
Yeah, but I have a script. So writing's not really work, but like I think the turnover on that video was really good, and I think that's the positive benefit of collaboration.
Yep. Well, it's also the
Is
time,
that-
the time commitment as well. It's like you save time by collaborating as well, so you're just able to produce something quicker. So that lowers the payout that you need from that video. But what I was gonna say is, I hate everything that I'm actively doing. When I'm writing, I hate writing, and I want to be recording voiceover. When I'm doing voiceover, I hate doing it, and I'd rather be writing or editing. If I'm editing, I would rather be doing fucking anything else. I would rather be sleeping than editing. It's just like, or I'd rather be playing my next game.
That's why side projects have always been good for me. Having those 30-minute videos. And the 30-minute videos do well. Like, I did not anticipate... Like, a portion of my audience are here because of Battlefront 2 and, like, the Harry Potter games. And I did not anticipate that.
I liked your Modern Warfare video. That was one of
Those
the first...
are...
That was one of the first videos of
Yeah,
yours
those
I
are...
watched.
Those are interesting. I kind of cringe at the first one. Only because, like, I was so rough at it.
Yeah.
I stand by a lot of what I said. There's very little that I've said that I'm, like, don't stand by. Like, the Bioshock video is kind of controversial, but I stand by a lot of what I said in that video.
I agreed with a lot of what you said in that video, and I fucking love Bioshock 1. I don't like the rest of the games, but...
That's kind of the thing, is I want to, like...
Bioshock 1
I want to
is
revisit
what
that
got me
subject
into
because I feel
writing.
like it would do well. Yeah. I can see that.
Like, it got me to read
I only-
Atlas Shrugged, and then Atlas Shrugged is why I started writing. Or why I
All right,
got
here's
back into it.
Alright, here's the dumbest thing. I played Bioshock because it came in a 2-for-1 with Oblivion on Xbox.
What is this? Ooh, where is this last save? Something fucked up.
Did you forget to save?
Oh, my game just crashed. No, I think Oblivion just stopped autosaving. And accepting...
It's probably tired of your shit.
Yeah. It's tired of loading in all these fucking Oblivion, so I have no idea where I'm gonna be. Ooh, that's
part of the fun. Like it would look any different. Just pretend that you're still making progress.
Yeah, right. This is just a podcast now at this point. Yeah, I know I was quick saving a lot too. So
I know about the YouTuber Mickey D. Dude, Mickey D is always like he's always in my there's a section of our analytics that'll tell us like where other YouTubers are. Mickey D's all over it. And he's all over my Discord. I fucking banned one of his videos because it was being posted so often. Not because I didn't like it, just because it was like being posted every hour.
I don't think I've even watched any of his videos, but he's constantly in my recommendations and, like you said, always in my analytics dashboard. And I'm like, who is this? I got too many people I gotta watch. How
By the way, we're not behind on the chat. I'm just dictating the pace that we read it.
I'm not even reading chat, unfortunately. Sorry. Sorry,
Hey,
guys.
this is a better format. Now you don't have to read it. I'm just playing City Skylines. Save this and make another city.
The shit requires just enough input in between talking to you and everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. I hate streaming video games because it's hard to interact with the chat and do that. That's why I want to do more of a show.
I like doing both. I don't want to make any promises at this point. Oh my god, no, is this... Where am I? Oh, okay, this is just the last top living gate that I got out of.
In fairness, in my video, I come off as a prick too. So.
What, did somebody call me a prick?
No, somebody said that Mickey D might come off as arrogant.
I'm a prick too, so it's all good.
Well, it's like when you get in the business of telling people that like they're wrong about something,
Yeah,
you inherently come off as a prick.
Yep.
Just comes with the turf, I'm afraid.
And that's actually something that I was struggling with in the beginning when I first started this was I was like, you know what? I'm gonna only cover games that I really love, and I'm going to focus more on the positive things and not on the negative things. And that lasted all of about maybe 2 videos for Oblivion, and then I realized,
Why don't you review things you like? That's
I
a
love
common one.
And I love Oblivion. Oblivion's my favorite game, or one of them anyway.
To be honest, I like Oblivion, and
And I
fucking people are gonna
tore
think
it
that's not
apart.
true.
I fucking tore it apart in my video. I think I spend more time bitching about it than I do giving it credit for the things that it does right.
I feel the same that I was the same way towards Morrowind. I feel like people kind of overstate that, like, how much I fanboy over Morrowind, because I point out that a lot of shit is in a lot of problems are in Morrowind. So, okay, this is gonna be tricky. I'm not sure how you do like lakes in City Skylines. I might just have to make it a canal and tell everybody to fuck off if they say anything.
Oh right, because I remember I had a mod that let me just use the like the landscape sculpting tools. It's been a while since I've played City Skylines. I have to avoid that game now because I start playing it and then it's 4 days later and I've sunk another like 50 hours into it. And all I have to show is like one really nice like highway interchange and a city full of traffic problems.
Well, yeah, the fun of City Skylines is making a fucked up city and then like desperately trying to fix
Fixing
it.
Yeah.
So I think if I just cut it this way, it might give the illusion that I'm going for, because I'm making Leowin. I did Breville and Anvil, and now I'm doing Leowin. I think coastal cities just
Oh my god, it happened again.
resonate with me. So
It didn't save again. And I know I was quick saving. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think my game
sounds
might-
like you corrupted. Sounds like
yeah.
you fuckered it.
Oh,
Turns out it's impossible to complete all 60 Oblivion gates.
maybe. I'll do like a hard save. I'm
You-
fucking TCLing my ass through this thing. I don't think people want to watch me close this fucking Oblivion gate a 3rd time.
I think something that goes unstated in the long form community is that we're kind of serving the niche of people who have jobs and need something to listen to in the background.
Or people who are doing chores or going on car drives or playing other games.
Truck
while-
drivers.
playing other games while they're listening.
Yeah, I get a lot of I'm working on my Skyrim mods
Yeah.
in my comments.
You know what's funny too is like I write scripts. One of my favorite things to watch while I'm writing scripts is the dev team who does who's working on what is it, the conversion from Oblivion into Skyrim's
Skyrim Beyond or
Skyrim.
what, something like that.
No, Skyrim. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this hip new game that's coming out soon. It's Skyrim.
it's getting.
You're just watching Todd Howard's stream.
Listen, closing Oblivion gates is it's taking its toll on my mental capacity. Sky Oblivion. Jesus Christ. They only say it 50 times each stream, and I've
Okay.
only been watching them for like, 6 months now. You'd think I remember the name of their project at this point. But like a lot of the people on the dev team will like, especially the guys who work on like making the dungeons and stuff, they'll just stream them making the dungeons. So I'll put them on, watch them like working on this, and it's really.
Oh, I think somebody mentioned that during my fucking stream where I was working on my dungeon mod. That like they watched those streams and like it was very familiar.
Yeah. I wonder if that might have actually been me that said that when you were working on your the mod, right?
Yeah, the dungeon
curse,
mod. Yeah,
the cursed dungeon mod.
I don't call it cursed.
Yeah, I call
It's a
it.
blessing.
That's my name for it. The curse sounds better. It's more clickbaity.
Well, yeah, you got to do what you got to do to sell the video. Okay, the video where what is it? The Oblivion Dungeon Overhaul video. That was kind of experimental for me because that's like the only video on my channel that's under 10 minutes. It's like 5 minutes long.
Yeah.
Oh no, the original Morrowind analysis part 1 was 8 minutes exactly. So,
But
other
you
than
did-
that, oh,
But did you
the
release
Fury
them?
analysis conclusion. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Part 1 of the Morrowind analysis came out on Christmas in 2019, and then I thought you knew this. The Morrowind video originally came out in parts, and then I compiled it and redid a bunch of editing, and that was the
Oh, okay. And then you just delisted?
yeah. So for a long time they were listed, but now they're all unlisted.
Yeah.
Except for part 1, you can still see the old one there, and then like it links the playlist there. So if you want to watch that old version, you can. I can pretty much list all of the changes right now. So I redid the introduction. I redid the part about the all the areas. I added the soundtrack section. After that, the next thing I would add would be the section on the Daedra, which is like 4 hours later. And I added the other half of Blood Moon, because originally I did not cover the werewolf side. And then I added the conclusion. And I redid all of the audio to make sure that it was all leveled together. It was all to the same standard of quality.
Did you re-record the audio, or just
No.
remixed it?
Anything I had to re-record, I just redid from the ground up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's everything. So, like, objectively, the part version, it can be interesting, but a lot of it's going to be, like, repeats if you saw the big one. So you might as well just watch the better version.
Yeah. Watch the definitive version. I had a similar idea for my Skyrim video, because I never really intended, after I released my Skyrim video and it, like, just didn't do very well for a few months, I was just like, alright, maybe I'll just never do that sort of format again. And now it's actually, like, pretty big. So I'm trying to come up with ideas for this Skyrim video, and I'm kind of like, should I do, like, you know, I actually just talked myself into doing this, but, now I'm saying it out loud. But, like, so, like, the next video is going to be a different character. Spoiler. And that character is going to cover...
I don't think that's a spoiler. I think we knew that.
Yeah. But, the character's going to
So they cover...
like, the Dark Brotherhood, Fighters Guild, and, like, a few other side quests I'll probably hit up as well. Oh, and Dawn Guard. Then I'll do another video just for, what's it called, Dragonborn. And I think it makes sense that I bring back the original character for Dragonborn, because it's just like, she's the Dragonborn in this series. Yeah,
that's like the one example of, like, yeah, that's the same character.
Yeah.
Obviously.
And
Unlike the champion of Cyrodiil and Sheogorath.
Fortified agility ring.
Okay, Leowin's roadmap is fucking atrocious. Might be a very realistic city, because holy shit.
You gotta see what they're doing for what's it called? Sky Oblivion. They completely
I saw
Leowin.
Which, I'm gonna be honest, I think Leowin's problems are tied to the quest you do there, not necessarily the way the city's laid out. I mean, it's got some issues, but...
I always kind of liked Leowin, honestly. Never really had...
Do you guys think you'll ever set up a TES 3 MP's public server? I'd be keen to jump into something like that. I don't think there's many dedicated YouTube servers out there. So yeah, I was trying to figure out how to host an Amazon, like, server so I could host it. I never could figure it out, because I just didn't have the time to dump into, like, learning that. Because I never had the issue of, like, I have to host a server for people I don't know. Usually when I host servers, it's like, it's a Minecraft server, and I know everybody who's going to be in it.
I've always wanted to host a public Minecraft server, and I've tried many times. Never really...
I will do it at some point.
Yeah. I fucking love Minecraft.
I'll probably start with, like, a patron thing. I want to do a thing where, like, there's an island and it's for patron, and then, like, everybody else doesn't live on the island, or like has to earn their way in. I want to do a social experiment with a bunch of strangers on the internet.
Yeah. That's really like the best part about becoming a YouTuber is that you can, if you get large enough, you can start doing some like experiments because you never know what you might discover doing it.
Mm-hmm. Or like I have a research team that does work for you.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, like that is like a genuinely great thing.
Having a research team for your videos.
Yeah, research team has connotations, but like they do.
Like the people on your Discord, basically, they get like the special, the special rank and everything.
Mm-hmm. Like they didn't research the whole video, which is what the connotation would be with calling them a research team.
Yeah.
It was more like there's
like a
certain like
contributor.
there's certain fucking bullshit that you have to research that's really annoying.
The six like that was
and
the
really
60
obscure information.
60,000 lines of dialogue that took you.
Yeah. I'm not gonna spend like time I could spend editing the video on like researching this minor thing when every time I post it into the Discord within an hour somebody has found it.
That's why I just focus on. That's what I like about what I do is if I run into a situation where like I feel conflicted, it's like I could spend the time doing all this research, like I could waste the next 4 hours trying to research all this shit, or I can just put a funny bit in here instead and call it a day. And I'm just like, yeah, I'll just do the funny bit instead.
Yeah, sometimes you got to make an executive decision.
Yeah. And
On what's worth the time.
And it's all about
especially when you're small.
Oh yeah.
Like if you're a small content creator, you're listening to this fucking. You just snap that bit out of existence because it's not worth the effort.
Yeah. Dude, there's so many things that I wrote it, I recorded it, and I hit the editing stage, and I'm like, I know how long this is going to take for me to track down all these clips. It's going to take me like an hour to make 15 seconds worth of footage. Is it worth it? What's the point that I'm making? Nah, cut it out.
I won't have you besmirching my Discord community because, like I said, I've said it 1,000 times. It's an interesting crossroads of internet culture. It's like image boards and Reddit and Twitter and fucking like YouTube comments rolled into one community.
Yeah. Just go in there with a certain degree of mental fortitude and you'll be fine. Oh, holy shit, somebody just donated.
And somebody big dick here dropping a 20.
Zaro Madison, I'm assuming the C is silent. Hey, Private Sessions, how you doing, bro? And your buddy, too. I'm doing great. I'm doing really great, hanging out with Patrician.
So I get half, right? I covered your bathroom. No. I feel like that's what destroys partnerships.
No, actually, I'll subscribe to your Patreon today.
Yeah, now you know where the money's going.
What was I gonna ask though? Because I know you have like a specific Patreon rank on your Discord. Can I keep my teal color text, my teal color name?
I think it's the top one because Tetramorre is a patron, and he's on the top too.
Yeah, but he has a is he an approved creator as well?
Yeah.
His thing is his name's blue though. His name's dark blue.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Shit. Okay, I need to fix that. Because I mean, yeah, you have patron roles, cool, but like approved creators way cooler because there's like 9 people at that rank.
I'm gonna be honest. The day I saw that made my day. I texted my friend. I was like, oh my god, I'm an approved creator on Patrician's Discord now.
And he's like, who the fuck is Patrician?
No, he's like that dude again. Because literally for like 2 weeks, I just kept talking about like, oh yeah, I'm watching this dude's shit right now. He's pretty fucking cool. God help my friend.
Oh man, I didn't even think about how annoying it would be to like have to deal with somebody who's watching my video. Because it takes most normal people a long time.
Yes! I just got a fucking necklace of sea walking. Now I can walk across lava.
There you go.
sorry to cut you off, but that's a 2,000 gold. That's a really rare fucking drop at level. I think I'm like level 8 right now, or level 6.
Yeah,
Level
I talk
6.
about that because in Morrowind, constant effect enchanted items are very, very rare. So Oblivion kind of changing it where they're more common is kind of a big change, because there was not stuff where you could just have a ring and now you can just water walk forever.
Yeah.
Because there's more
It-
places
it
where you need water walk in Morrowind.
It really does trivialize certain things, like water walking, and that's a pretty major or feather. Like fuck, you don't have to
Yeah,
cast
feather.
feather.
Feather's another one.
Just put it on a ring or 2 rings.
The fucking gray cow
I gotta
with
look
like
up.
200 points of feather.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to start leveling up. I might have to make some spells soon.
How much of a nightmare do I think it would be to review Warframe, since I know I played it quite a bit? The problem with those live service games is that they change so much. So I don't like reviewing stuff where there's like constantly news about it. Like I canceled a Halo 3 ODST review because of the PC release, because I wasn't going to review the Xbox copy. That was what PatricianTV Morrowind was going to be, was ODST actually. So like, because Warframe's constantly changing, that's kind of an issue. And another thing is like, it is a live service game, so like there's elements that would just be kind of annoying to deal with. It feels like a logistical clusterfuck, and I would need like, it would have to be a collaboration.
Yeah.
And even then, I'm not that tempted to do it because Warframe's not that cool.
I don't want to boost personality.
Warframe's not that cool. I just put 421 hours into it. I feel like I just admitted that I slammed back tequila on at like 8 in the morning.
So what's a video that you would want to make, but you just don't think you're ready to make it yet?
World of Warcraft review.
Ooh.
WoW Classic.
Ooh. How much WoW Classic have you played?
I played it back in the day. It's not that I've played a lot of it, it's that I feel like my format would be really interesting with like there's just so many, like, there's so much music for WoW Classic. There's so many zones. There's so much cool stuff about that I would love to cover. That, like, Warframe would be just so logistically difficult.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, I don't know. So, going back to that dude I name dropped earlier, Uber Danger. He did a video of like his first time playing World of Warcraft Classic, and that's basically the format that he used. He broke it up. It was basically like, this is my journey going from level 1 to 60 over the course of like 6 months or so. And it took him a long fucking time to make those videos, but it's in my opinion, it's some of the best shit I've ever seen on YouTube. And
yeah, I can imagine that's an extremely ambitious project.
He was very light on the analysis because he's not like he's just starting to get more into analysis, but he's more like entertainment than anything else. But it was just some of the most entertaining, funniest shit I've ever fucking seen on YouTube.
They're over here.
And so I saw that and I was like, oh, I know, I'll do Fallout 76. So I played Fallout 76
naturally
for like a few weeks, and I just completely underestimated what I was getting myself into. And I
psychological break.
So
your mood stat reached 0 and you said no thank you.
there's a reason, like, there's such little content on my channel right now from Skyrim to basically now was because I just kept working on that fucking video, just rewriting scripts over and over again. And then
There's a reason why. There's a reason why my last video in 2019 was on June 3rd, and then the next one was Christmas. And that was because of E3.
Oh, what the fuck?
I kind of want to get back into doing the gaming news videos that I did two of,
Let me take a look.
because I didn't realize how
Perhaps
based
you need new armor or
uh,
weapon.
I was.
I have a large selection of both.
What, your takes on it?
Oh man, dude, I say some shit. Like, I just fucking let loose on like corporations and shit. I forgot about that era. And it was like 2 videos. It was like an experimental thing. I was like, if I cover gaming news, can I get some audience? The answer was no.
Yeah. So did you enter that period where you were just constantly trying different things, hoping to gain some traction on something?
Yes, but that was before this channel, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, let's go through my history of what I've reviewed. I did Fury, which is an French indie game it's a boss rush action isometric game with a synthwave soundtrack. That's my first video. My second video was Call of Duty Modern Warfare. So that's a big shift there. And then I covered The Cursed Crusade. Very few people have ever heard of that game. It's a abandonware game. You can't buy it anymore, so. Then I covered Battlefield 3. Then I covered Wanted Weapons of Fate, which was interesting because it's a movie tie-in, so. That was probably where I started actually getting attention. People would occasionally watch a video, but for the most part, like, Wanted was the first time that I had people, like, seeking out, like, oh yeah, I remember this fucking game. What was it called? Oh yeah, Wanted had a video game. And, like, I was getting that audience.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but yeah, that was like the first time it happened. And then Pleb Tier Crisis 2. That video is weird because it's like strangely popular for that era. Like, and I don't get what's different about it that like the other videos didn't click, like the Singularity one that came after it. Yeah, I just don't get what worked about Crisis 2. And then at that point, I started doing the, like, monthly gaming news roundups. So, like, my first one was Epic Game Store, crunch periods, and difficulty sliders, because that's what was going on in April of 2019.
Yes.
And then in May, I did Epic Game Store again, because it was still in the news. Randy Pitchford and what was the third topic? Anti-loot box bill and gaming disorder. So that was what was going on that month. And then I disappeared. When they needed him most, he disappeared. I was actually writing the Morrowind video.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you if you've ever done this. Have you ever,
What can I do? I offer the finest goods and
God, I said I'm gonna release part 1 on Christmas, and then by like the end of January, the whole series is gonna be done.
That's more than
Have
you ever said that?
Publicly or to myself? Because I mean,
To yourself. To yourself.
The same.
Oh, good.
Just
made a good bit of
I
gold.
I just did it again recently, like a few weeks ago. I was like, oh, I'm gonna, you know what, guys, I'm gonna stream twice a week now, Saturday and
Well, I mean, that's
Monday.
one thing.
You too.
And the Mass Effect 2 video will be out by the end of July. Spoiler alert, it's not coming out for another few weeks. I can't fucking stick to
I don't think any of those are as bad as saying that you're going to edit 8 hours of fucking video in a month. I don't know what I thought the amount of effort would be,
And you were
because at
working
that
at
point
that
I
time
should have
too, right?
known. Yeah, I had a fucking job.
Was it full time or was it part time?
I was billed as part time, but at that time I was full time.
Oh.
So
So you just weren't gonna
yeah.
sleep, right? That's what was going on.
Yeah, just fuck sleep, you know. No
Fuck-
social life.
Don't. Yeah. Oh well, that's the
know.
first thing to go. Like.
I'll eat by an IV drip.
Oh.
So Maulard made that same mistake where he said his The Force Awakens video was going to come out on a weekly basis, and then like here we are 3 years later, and there's 3 parts out,
Yeah.
and it's still not done. We're still in like Act 1 of the movie.
I've learned that lesson very hard. Just don't say anything until it's like uploaded, and even then
A
it's
sneak
like.
peek? A sneak peek on the cutting board would be nice on the expected release date. Yeah, so that's what I give patrons. I do like a weekly, sometimes bi-monthly update on where the Oblivion video is at and where if I'm going to do like side projects that month or not. And that's what I tell patrons. Unfortunately, I need to set up a system where those updates eventually get out to like the broader public.
Yeah.
Because it's like there are a decent chunk of my audience that don't know that I'm even working on an Oblivion video.
Farewell.
So,
That's
but I mean, I'm optimistic about where the project's at because I have 2 hours left on the current pass, and then I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna add all the detailed stuff like this specific example and that. I just have a big list of that, and then I'm pretty much done. So,
so how much longer?
but yeah, I thought I would.
How much longer? You're talking another week, right?
Yeah, it'll be like next Friday.
That's what I like to hear. Hold you to that.
I'll cut my subscription if you don't. My patrons are actually very understanding.
Well,
And it is one of those things because I made it clear from the very beginning that like this could be another 18-month project.
Yeah.
Like it won't be, but you know,
well, it's also
that's what I'm going to say it is.
That's one of the better places I feel to make those sorts of announcements and those sorts of updates is because like those people they're more or less invested in you, not so much they're invested in the next
Not the
project.
video.
Oh, I'm getting.
Yeah, because if you're buying a future video, I got bad news for you. There's no guarantee of anything getting done.
It's not even worth it. Yeah, like I might just drop the video.
If you want to buy the video, hey, there was a guy who donated like $50 to my channel to me because of the Morrowind video. Like that does happen. People do that. That's a valid way if you don't want to subscribe for months and you don't because there's no guarantee of how long the project's going to be.
Yeah.
I can upload videos on community posts, and I was tempted to do the next one as a video. So, it's funny you bring that up. So after I started making the Morrowind video,
It's my pleasure.
I got to part 3, which
What can I
was
interest you in?
that's an hour, and then that's another hour. So we're like 2.25 hours into the project, and I make the remastered discussion where I talk about the Call of Duty Modern Warfare remaster. Which it might be is also one of the more controversial videos.
Take care.
Which is weird because it's like fucking Call of Duty.
Greetings to you.
You would think people would be used to it at this point of people throwing fire at Call of Duty.
Well, yeah, the remaster video was basically me saying like, why are we remastering this game? You know, it's barely playable as is. And I feel like a lot of the story kind of changes with some of the like animation changes they made. But you know, that's just reading too much into it.
I disagree. That's reading into the medium correctly. This is a medium with a that's capable of a ton of subtlety, and the fact that people like dismiss those sorts of arguments as being pedantic.
Shooty, bang, bang. I just want to like shoot people, man.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like if we want if we want people to
Always keep
make better games and stuff, we
Have
need
a
to
look
show
around.
them that there are people here who
You
are
won't
willing
find
to
better prices at
value
all
certain
times.
things. I'm willing to value great animation to tell a story. Please, somebody who's good at animating, make a game that relies heavily on animation.
Mm.
That's what's important about having these sorts of conversations. I mean, it's, egotistical for any of us to assume that the developers are sitting there like taking notes about what we're talking about. But if you make a good enough point, and I've seen it before. I've seen YouTubers and Twitch streamers and stuff make a point, and then like 6 months later, that point is being said all over the place, and it's like that's kind of how it works. God, I hope nobody takes my points and starts spreading them around though.
I did want to have an idea to do like a random sports franchise game, like an NBA game from 2017. Just to like, not modern at all, just to like, because I think it'd be funny.
What, just to
Because
like...
those games are so just disposable.
Yeah. But
Literally, these games are literally built to die.
here's the thing though, is that a lot of publishers use the money that the consistent revenue those games generate to then invest in, like, or at least this is a theory, the way the logic goes is then invest that into riskier IPs.
Except 2K doesn't do anything except like
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto Online updates and
Yeah.
fucking the yearly NBA game. So
Right, I gotta read this.
in theory, but
In theory, that's how it's supposed to work. But I hate getting into arguments about like business intent and like intent that happens behind closed doors and in boardrooms and stuff, because we're just not
especially
privy.
because there's so many people that don't have fucking real world experience.
Yeah.
That just don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I worked in a fucking grocery store, and the amount of insight that gave me into how businesses in general work now and stuff, and people look at this and like, oh, EA's just being evil here, or like BioWare's just being stupid or evil or whatever, and it's just like, no, it could have just genuinely been some sort of budget issue, or it just got mishandled, like somebody didn't catch it. Oh, how does a team of 150 people not catch a mistake like this? And very fucking easily, actually, when you're working on 6 or 7 different issues at once in a single day.
Yeah, a lot of people don't get that at a certain point, as you continue to add people to a project, it starts to
gets-
turn into more of a clusterfuck, not
Yep.
less.
Yep. Unless they have the foresight and the wisdom to very heavily invest in good people in HR and office managers and communication directors and like all that back end. Instead, but then think of it from the developer's point of view as well. It's like, well, do we want to spend our limited resources on increasing our back end so that we can do our jobs more effectively, or should we just get more artists and designers and programmers so that we can in effect make a better product that the end user is going to see, and we just suck it up and like suffer it on our end?
Well, and also, just because your lead designer can work with a team of 30 or 40 doesn't mean that they can work with a team of 150.
Yeah.
That's kind of Bethesda's problem, is that their studio blew up so rapidly,
Yeah.
and people tend to think like, oh, they had 70 people who worked on Oblivion. No, like 30 of those people were in fucking training during the development of Oblivion, and another 20 of those people didn't work that long on Morrowind.
Yep. And there's
So-
a whole thing too, like, I work in a team of like 12 people at my store, and you get one new person in there, and it's like, that's a big fucking deal. So what happens when you're a team of like 30 people and you just double the size of your... Actually, I can explain that from my perspective as well, because I've seen us open up new stores, and I can tell you how much of a fucking clusterfuck it becomes when you have to try and train a bunch of people to meet a deadline that you cannot push forward, and you only have like a few weeks or a few months to get that shit set up. It becomes a nightmare. Now imagine doing that while you're revamping a game engine, while you also have publishers and you have deals and all these other things you have to worry about. I do not envy game developers in the slightest. Like, there's a reason so many of them just fucking drop out and just go into indie dev, and they just do like a project with them and like 3 friends. It's easier to do something
Because
like
you
that.
might make less money, but it's fucking more satisfying.
Yep. and it's probably less stress too.
So my video after that was like Splinter Cell Conviction and then Hitman Absolution. Hitman Absolution, that video got put in like some random website that I don't understand. I never saw where it was linked, but apparently it was linked there. I was very excited. That video got 200 views.
Which I'm assuming at the time that was pretty fucking
Oh,
big.
that was a big deal.
Yeah.
I think I got like 20 or not 20, like 5 subscribers from that.
That's pretty good. Oh man. It's crazy.
Dude,
it's crazy.
5 subscribers? That's like 5 weeks.
Yeah. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy to me now that I'm like sitting here and I'll see like 5 subscribers come by in an hour, and it's like 4 months ago, that was how much I was getting in a week.
Mm-hmm.
Like back in the beginning of this,
I firmly believe that people are biased against subscribing to small channels, and that the bigger a number you have, the easier it is for people to do it.
I almost feel like there's an inverse, and then there's like a donut hole that develops. I feel like in the beginning, and because I've done this too, like I'll see a channel that I kind of like, and I watched one of their videos and I really enjoyed the video, and I watched the rest of their stuff. I'm like, but you know what? I'm going to subscribe because it's going to make them feel good, and what difference does it really make? It's not like it's going to clutter my inbox all that much. It's one upload every like few weeks. But then I feel like at the high end too, like what you're describing, it's you just get the people who will just subscribe because it's habitual to them. But I feel like there's a valley in the middle there, where it's like they're just large enough and they're attracting just enough like savvy people who are just gonna be like, he's big enough. I don't need to give him like a sympathy sort of subscription. And then there's the other people who just don't even think to subscribe because they just watched the video, they saw it like pop up in their feed, they watched it, and then they just fucked off.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, subscriptions aren't a big deal. It's all about views at the end of the day.
Yeah,
but
subscriptions.
But at the same time, it is one of those things where, I don't know. I just feel like when you're bigger, I feel like people are more likely to subscribe to me now, even though I'm exactly the same, than they were a year ago.
So what I also think applies much more strongly is viewership for a particular video. Because I've noticed videos that would hit like 1,000 views is like a magical number. If it hits 1,000 views, it exponentially starts increasing, and I can point this out in graphs too. I've seen it where like once it hits 1,000, it pumps up to like 2,000, and then it'll hit like another magic sort of number, like, oh, now it's 10,000, and then it just like blows up again. And I feel like there are people when they're going through and they're scrolling through and they see a video that's like that sounds like it would be interesting, like, oh, this is a Oblivion retrospective. It only has 200 views, so I'm gonna watch the one that has 32,000 views instead.
That's why my goal has been to get Tetra up to 1,000.
I know.
And then like get a new project going.
Because he's so... Anybody who's in this chat, who's watching this video right now, go look up Tetramorre. Somebody like plug his fucking channel or something. Somebody give a link, because he is criminally underrated. Like, seriously. Go fucking subscribe to him. Go watch his shit. Watch his fucking MGS2 video was fantastic.
So it's like I want to get guys like him up to 1,000 so that they have a fair chance.
Yeah.
Once they're past 1,000, I mean, it's classically thought of in our industry that once you make it to 10,000, you're a player. But I think once you're up to 1,000, you at least have a fair shot.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be a lot more fair for you than when you were back at 72 and thinking that your Morrowind video wasn't going to get any views and getting lucky.
My channel started taking off. The first video that started taking off for me was my Fallout New Vegas video.
It probably deleted my link. You'll have to post it.
I'm gonna plug it myself. I'm gonna risk.
Doesn't like links.
Yeah. I'm gonna plug it myself because Tetra's.
Even then, I think he still doesn't show up in like search recommendation for looking up his channel name, which is that hurt. Dude, I fucking shared space with Patrician4 for so long. before I finally.
Wait, I gotta bring up OBS now.
Oh, I know what I did wrong here. So in my Brazil city, I had the road that was connected to the highway, and then I had all the roads in the city, but I connected the two with a sidewalk, and it like stopped people from driving cars. All right, see you, Joel. Good luck with your interview.
Oh man, good luck. Interviews are fucking scary. Okay. Oh, do I have damage health? I don't think I have damage health.
But yeah, that was a wild. Tetramorre was a wild one. Like how I found him, and
Yeah, how did you? I found him through you, so.
he just followed me on Twitter one day, and I think Gaiden was talking about him, and I like clicked on his video and checked it out. And I listened to his Metal Gear Solid 5 video while I like rode a bike. And I was very impressed. It's very rare that like I'll listen to a video on a bike, and then as soon as I get home, put it on my computer and continue listening to it. So yeah, it was just one of those things where like he kind of got lucky, but he got lucky in a more controlled manner. It wasn't winning the YouTube lottery,
Yeah.
you know.
He just got picked up by a
You must
good bigger channel.
Farewell.
I could take him
I
under his
trust
wing
you
a
have
little bit.
Let's do business.
Well, and I think the collaboration goes a long way because it's
Yep.
one thing. I helped Boulder Punch out, and he just got 5 minutes, and see, he was in my Dishonored 2 video, and I mean he's at 18K now, but I'm gonna be honest, that's a lot of his own work. I don't really think I sent that much his way.
It's difficult to say exactly. I mean, my fucking
Okay, guy, there are a couple guys like you that just like go out and watch tons of videos and post about them in the Discord. So I know you watch a lot of Skyrim videos, so that's why you came to mind.
Alright, now I got damage health. It's time to make the god spell. Not sure if I'll be able to cast it, but
You mean drain health?
drain health. So it's you drain endurance 100% for and then damage health. Like as where's it drain health?
That sounded degenerate.
Maybe it's drain health that you're supposed to use.
Drain health is cheaper, and it will kill them if they drop below the certain health, like power word kill.
Yeah, I might not have actually needed that because I'm pretty sure I had drain health. No, I don't have drain health. Yeah, drain health.
Tetra's the three Tetramorre videos I recommend: his Metal Gear Solid 5, his Control video, and his Metal Gear Solid 2 video.
Yep.
And the latter half of the Metal Gear Survive video. He did good on that too.
He's gonna become the Metal Gear guy. He already says he doesn't want to do another
He'll get
Metal
bigger
Gear
than all of
video.
us. I know, that's what's funny is, sorry man, you're typecast. It's over for you.
Yeah, I'm already typecasted as the Bethesda guy, I think.
I could pivot into Star Wars right now. Drop the Oblivion video, start making videos on Star Wars games. I have that opportunity.
Alright, can I wait now without getting ambushed?
Yeah, I don't like typecasting because I really like Tetra's Control video, so it's obvious that he can do more than Metal Gear. That's just what's going to be easy for him, and that kind of sucks, but no, he doesn't have 37K, so he can't just do whatever he wants. He just still have to play the game. But
Or just make a
I don't know.
really long video on an Elder Scrolls game and
yeah, just make an 8-hour Morrowind video, but actually over 8 hours, like 8 hours and 1 second, and then like Oh my god, this is the longest video on YouTube.
Furthering the arms race.
Good day.
Well, for the
It consumes all.
For the time being, I still have the longest Oblivion video on YouTube.
For the time being. I could drop mine tomorrow. It'd be longer. And then somebody will be like, well, I'll just make a blank video for 24 hours. This stupid. You can't upload a 24-hour video.
Oh my god, dude, everywhere I'm going, I'm just getting ambushed. This world wants me dead.
Yeah, that's what they don't get, that it's not just that it's long.
Yeah, I gotta...
Because, I mean, you know, stream VODs are long.
It's gotta be about something that people are actually gonna want to watch, too. About a game that people want to watch. That's the thing, that's what's kind of making me nervous, is the more I'm doing this, the more I'm seeing, like, what games actually have the attention and which ones don't. And I feel like, Bethesda games in general have some of the most attention when it comes to, like, analysis, retrospectives, and stuff like that.
I think Indigo Gaming said it, that, like, there's something unresolved about Elder Scrolls that people want.
Yeah.
It's like therapy sessions for people.
Because it's always, you love the first one you played, and then the second one you played, you realize something's weird, something's off. And it probably has to do with the fact that every time Bethesda makes a new game, they just kind of reinvent that game. So you only get that high once, and then afterwards you just fucking chasing it the rest of your life.
It's like Last Jedi videos. It's just everybody's therapy session.
Now, I remember this, like, I have to do this in a special order. I think I drain health first and then drain endurance.
So after Hitman, I did Sniper Ghost Warrior. If you've never played Sniper Ghost Warrior, you'll say who. If you have, you'll go, holy shit. It's one of those games where it's like, they're as close as it gets to, like, so bad it's good games. Pretty interesting. I'm not doing any kind of traffic management, and I'm having, like, a heart attack at this one 2-lane road. It goes for, like, a mile.
Ah, so
And
it's like Seattle. I don't know if
yeah.
you said, yeah.
No, that's where I went at the start of this month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
I've only been there once. One of my friends lives over there. Fucking
intimately familiar.
I love it. I went there, and I fell in love with it before. It sounds really fucking cliche and stupid, but I fell in love with Seattle before I even got off the plane. Like, I was looking down at the skyline and stuff. Like, first I was flying in, and we saw, like, Mount Rainier at sunset. So it was, like, just this beautiful pink mountain. I have pictures of it and everything. And I've never even fucking seen mountains before, because where I live in New York, it's a sandbar. There's nothing.
Yeah, you guys don't have mountains over there. You, like, have the Appalachians and pretend that those are mountains. Like, those are hills compared to what the fuck's out. That's what Cascades are.
That's why I tell people, when, like, we have, like, a few hills around here, and people are like, oh, that's a hill. I'm like, no. That is not a hill. Go to Seattle and you will know what a hill is. And then you know what mountains are. But, oh my god, I fucking love that place. I was hoping to go back this summer, but COVID.
Near where I grew up, there was this hill you could go up on, and you could see Mount Rainier, Mount St. Helens, and Mount Adams from one spot.
Holy shit. Yeah, so my friend one day was, when I was over there, I was only there for like a few days, and he's like, we're gonna go up to the mountains today. I was like, okay. I don't know what that means, but alright. So we get in his, like, and it was like fucking his Toyota, oh god, what was it? It was like an early 2000s, like, Toyota Camry. And we just start driving up, like, the, you know, like, the switchbacks, going, like, all the way up into the mountains and everything. We went up to, I forgot what peak it was. I would have to look it up. But, Yeah, we were like up like 7,000 feet almost, and it's like I could see like snow on the mountains and stuff, and it's June. I'm like, what the fuck? Never seen something like this before.
Yeah, they're having a big thing because this is like the first year that Mount St. Helens hasn't had snow on it.
Oh. First time in recorded
Which,
history.
I mean, I attribute it to all the trees getting cut down in the area.
That could probably have something to do with it. Or it's climate change, or it's all the fucking forest fires and shit. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Logging is the heart of pain for Seattle's public transit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, that's the common thing to say out there is logging is the heart of Washington's industry, and really it's just paying for one county.
I mean,
while they butcher the beauty
also,
of the rest of the state.
It's also like a giant. It's one of the biggest places in the world for like tech development and shit. I imagine that. Oh wait, no, those companies don't pay taxes. I forgot.
Yep.
But
yeah, it was interesting going back to like where I grew up as a kid and seeing how much had been logged.
That's
because when I grew up,
that's heartbreaking.
The part of the state I was in was basically pristine. There was very little logging that had happened, and now the mountains are like a lot of it's been clear cut, and they put like wind turbines like on the peaks, and it's just, and for what? There's very little benefit that the rest of the state sees.
Also, they have like a bunch of like hydroelectric dams and everything like that. Do they really need the wind turbines all that badly?
Wind turbines are producing jack shit. Dude, all the power in Washington comes from hydroelectric.
Yeah, they're already way ahead of like fucking New York, I can tell you that, where most of our electrical generation is just burning gas, natural and oil. So they're already like way ahead of anybody else.
And they decided to decommission all the nuclear in the state.
Yeah.
No, it's logged. How Washington works is a lot of this forest is owned by the state, and it's logged by section, and then they sell it as a resource, and then they replant it. So eventually, it might look the same, but I mean, it just looks like
40
patchwork.
years.
Well, and in 40 years, the lot next to it will be logged off, and then, and it's not gonna be like, it's not gonna be that old growth where it's fucking 100 feet tall.
Yeah, it's also not gonna look natural either because they plant them, like in rows and columns.
Barely any of the electricity in the United States is generated by nuclear.
Yep.
That would have completely averted what had happened in Texas.
I think it's about 30%. Last I checked.
Yeah. Wind turbines work in a place like Kansas, in my opinion, but there's just Washington. It doesn't fit Washington.
It's too mountainous.
It's one of those things where I'd like to move back, but I can't.
It's expensive as shit too. I wanna move there, but oh my god, dude, my friend's trying to find a condo right now, and like the condos over there are like $300,000 for like a 2-bed 1-bath, and it's like, really? Okay, I guess I wasn't supposed to come this way.
I'd probably move to Centralia or Olympia. No, Olympia, like Tumwater or something.
How far is that from,
It's like Southside Olympia. And Centralia is like 50 miles south of Olympia. And then Olympia is like 50 miles south of Seattle. and then Tacoma's between them.
Yeah.
But nobody talks about Tacoma because Tacoma fucking sucks.
Yeah. my friend, he was in the army and he was at the base in Tacoma and he was just like, oh god.
Mm-hmm.
They would do like illegal street racing through Tacoma because it's just it's Tacoma. They would like literally like 50 of them would just get together and they would just do street races through the area.
Yeah, don't move to Washington State. They are full. That person in the chat is correct. However, I would like to move back because half of my family lives out there.
Yeah.
And I grew up out there, and I'm accustomed to the culture out there.
That outdoor culture and stuff. A place where everybody's like... Because for me, coming from New York, it's like I'm so used to, you know, just people being assholes and shit like that, which is absolutely... Anybody who lives in New York who tells you that's like a stereotype is a fucking liar and has never traveled out of New York. An absolute liar. Here's what New York has. We have assholes, we have traffic, and we have trash. That's what we got in New York. And you know what I saw when I went to Seattle? The only thing there I saw was traffic. And it was manageable traffic too.
They're good at hiding the vagrants.
Yeah. But we got them in New York too, so don't worry.
No, they're all over the West Coast.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna be homeless, you might as well be homeless in an area that's pretty mild weathered for most of the year. That's probably it.
One thing that stood out to me that I didn't realize that long forgotten was it gets cold at night there during the summer.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen where I live. Because there's just so much humidity where I live that it just stays warm all the time. So the idea that like you have to pack an extra layer because it's going to get colder.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that fact. What
It's
I did
funny
not forget was that July is extremely hot.
It's funny too because it is kind of like it's relatively wet over there. Like everybody over here always says like, "Oh my God, doesn't it rain all the time in Seattle?" I'm like, actually, we get as much precipitation as they do because they have drier summer.
So do we. Ours just happens all at once.
Yeah. But it is like it's moist over there, but it's not humid. Like where I live, it's fucking humid.
You cannot explain what Washington's climate is like to Southerners. They do not understand. They don't get the rain. They don't get the humidity.
They also don't get the earthquakes.
Yeah, we never really had earthquakes.
Yeah.
It's more of a SoCal thing.
Overdue for it though. The big one. It's coming. Like how we're overdue for our big hurricane over here. Our good Cat 4. Another reason I need to get the fuck out of New York before that thing comes. People are like, oh, you got to deal with earthquakes. I'm like, I'd rather deal with an earthquake than a hurricane, I'll tell you that. Category 4 hurricanes can fuck up a lot more shit.
Dry cold is the best kind of weather. And dry heat, I think, is the best kind of weather. I'd rather deal with the dry heat than a humid heat.
I don't know if I've ever dealt... Well, the only heat I've ever dealt with is humid, so I have no idea what a dry heat feels like. Alright, it's time to test out that water.
10 degrees farther in a dry heat. So after the Sniper Ghost Warrior was the Bioshock 2-parter, which sits at 87.1% likes to dislikes. To be fair, I don't know if that's genuine because I did tell people to dislike that video in like the first 30 seconds.
There's a strategy. If you think you have a video that's going to be controversial and you don't want to actually see the genuine hate for it reflected in the dislikes, just tell people to dislike the video right out the gate so you can always disqualify the ratio.
Yeah, that one doesn't count. I told people to call me an asshole on her, ironically.
Yeah, exactly.
So then Morrowind Part 4, and then Modern Warfare 2. Modern Warfare 2, that was like the tail end of a generation, of like an era for my channel. Like, it's the last of a certain kind of video that I used to make. The BioShock videos, honestly, were like at a very angry time for me, because like the channel was going nowhere.
Yeah.
I was stuck at home because of COVID. I never got COVID. I was just
Yeah, just
had to quarantine.
I think everybody. That's why once again one of the reasons I started the channel was I was stuck inside anyway. It was summer. I couldn't go. I wanted to go to Seattle, couldn't. So I was like, oh, I guess I'm just gonna. I was working full time at that time. I was fucking bored and kind of depressed. I was like, I guess I'll just make a video on Oblivion. What else am I gonna do? So what got you into video production in general? Like, why do you want to do it?
I make stuff that I like. I tried making music and it didn't work because I really liked like 2014 synthwave. So I downloaded FL Studio and learned a bit about production, and pretty much all of my music knowledge comes from like the 3 or 4 months that I was trying to make music. And I mean, I like tried to draw and all that. Tried to write stuff. I did write stuff, but I never had a way to publish it. One idea I had was like a published series of like narrated YouTube videos where it's like you just go straight to audiobook.
Yeah,
on YouTube.
I had the same idea recently. Is just do something like that, because I mean, I'm always writing books. That is my roots, and that will always be my roots. And I will die. I won't allow myself to die before I at least publish one book.
Right.
But its distribution of that sort of thing is just it's a fucking nightmare. Like, good luck. You are better off making a YouTube channel and getting big on YouTube than becoming a professional writer, going through conventional means. It just hasn't worked in a long time.
They're the original YouTubers because they've been stuck in the small grind for longer than we have.
Yeah. And it's like
I think it's fitting that my recreation of Weynon doesn't have a port for some reason.
I feel like I saw. I'm at that point now where I feel like I'm just seeing Oblivion gates in the distance. Oh, I saw a fire in front of a cave. That's what it was.
Yeah, because the people who live in that cave would do that.
Light a fire in the front. They're also goblins too. That
Come find us, guys.
That also bothers me when you go into like crypts in Skyrim and they're like so brightly lit with like all these candles and stuff. And it's like, who lit all these candles?
It's one thing when it's the Draugr, because there's at least an explanation for that, but it's like, it's an animal cave.
But would the Draugr...
like,
I assume the Draugr are so fucking, like, feral and stuff that they would just wander around in a dark cave, right?
The lore is that the Draugr maintain the ruins, to some extent.
Oh, okay. And isn't the lore also,
I mean,
like they all came back
like
from the
purpose.
dead because the dragons have returned?
Oh, the Draugr are so dumb. They come from Blood Moon, and the idea was like they defend, like they're bone walkers for the Nords, basically, where they're like ancestors who defend the tombs. So like the ruins are supposed to be Nordic tombs, and it's like they got like soft retconned into being like servants of the dragon priests who were servants of the dragon. It's like not really necessary, but yeah, that was the idea. Was like they maintain the tombs.
All right. Where is that even? I'm guessing that must be in like one of the fucking random books that you find lying around in the world somewhere, right? I don't recall any NPC giving that.
I don't recall where it came from. You can't ask me about Skyrim lore because my brain's full of Morrowind and Oblivion. When I make the Skyrim video, I will be able to field all of these questions.
Oh, you don't just immediately dump all that info out of your head? 'Cause I sure should.
No, because I need it for the next video.
Oh yeah, once the production's done, it's just like gone. Just delete it. Just delete it from my memory. Dude, there were some classes I've taken in college where I finished the final, and as I'm walking to my car from the final, I actively sit there and mark like, okay, you can forget all this shit now. And sure as shit, 2 days later, I don't remember any of it.
Yep. Because there's a lot of pointless shit they make you learn in college.
Oh my god, there's a lot of pointless shit that's just life. Just learning pointless shit when all I really want to learn about is stupid crap in a video game that's even more irrelevant, probably. It's all relative,
well, it's like
right?
I decided to take a math class and I'd learn about like trigonometry because I wanted it to help me with the Unity project, and I literally learned nothing that I needed.
Yep.
And it's like all I wanted to learn was how to do all this fucking bullshit with the cosines. I have acquired none of the knowledge.
What did you major in college?
General study. I didn't finish.
Oh, okay.
I need to finish because I got it good. So.
Yeah. That's where I'm at right now. Is I was talking. I've been debating this the past like couple months now. Now that like my channel's actually getting bigger, and the growth is becoming more like sustainable, and I can tell it's not just like a fad. That my channel is genuinely growing. So I was like, do I go back to college, or do I just stop for now and stop incurring student loans that I'll have to pay back once I'm done with school?
I've gotten mixed answers on that because like there are people out there that are like, no, you should do school.
Yeah. The thing, like,
but at the same time, there are people that are like, it depends, I guess, on what you're studying. Like, if you're gonna do YouTube and school, you shouldn't get like a bullshit useless degree, which a lot of them are.
I'm going for business because I was gonna go into like logistics and supply chain management or something like that. But
yeah,
at
so
this point,
that's
I'm like,
something that is going to be that's something that's going to be useful even as a content creator.
Yeah, it's weird because like I haven't learned anything that I can specifically apply to YouTube. It's more like
like part of it was a COVID problem.
Yeah, going to school as like a business major has really kind of just taught me like a different way of thinking. But it's not like I can't point to one thing and be like, oh, I'm going to apply a SWOT analysis for. I'm never going to fucking do a SWOT analysis. All this shit that I learned about accounting and stuff, I'm never going to use any of that stuff as a YouTuber. But at the same time, I kind of think differently now because I did a lot of that shit. So I don't know. It's weird. I feel like I could have.
YOLO your student loans into cryptocurrency.
Oh, don't worry. I already tried that and I got burnt. So let's not do that again.
Oof. Oof.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it with student loans, but I did it with money that I probably should have saved instead. And then I took a $500 loss. And I was like,
I've lost more money on AT&T than I have on Dogecoin.
I don't even want to think about it right now. Oh God, tomorrow's Monday. That means God, can we have a 3-day weekend, please? I don't want the markets to open. I had a good week last week.
I'm gonna pray that it's a national holiday. Yeah. Sometimes it'd be like that.
I'm gonna pray they invent a national holiday tomorrow. I had a good week. I don't. That means I'm gonna have a bad week next week. These bandits. Oh, yeah,
so then I did Morrowind Part 5, and then I did. This was kind of a change in my content. I did The Darkness 2 and Syndicate. Now, originally I was just going to do The Darkness 2 because it was like a oddity, but originally I was going to do Syndicate, and somebody asked me for like 8 months to do The Darkness 2. So I rolled it into one video because they're actually really like connected. And it was kind of interesting, and that was kind of the turn. That's the first video I shared out. Didn't get any views because turns out Reddit really hates self-promotion when you have less than 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
That you definitely feel like the subscriber bias when it comes to Reddit because self-promotion or promotion becomes much more acceptable if you're an established content creator.
Yeah.
But if you're like a small person, you're just called a grifter.
Yeah.
And ignored.
Yeah. But at the same time, I feel like people are a little bit more lenient content-wise. They go into a small channel and it's like, you know, he's a small channel. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be too harsh on like his audio
No,
quality and shit.
people wreck you.
What on
I'm
Reddit or on the comments?
On
The
Reddit.
video, yeah.
I'm gonna demolish this fucking guy. I could go on all day about how Reddit sucks, and I'll be honest, they're right to dislike content creators because a lot of us are using their website.
Yep.
To benefit ourselves, but at
Yeah,
the same time, it's
have,
like
with no
you literally
intention
have
of-
community. You literally have communities that are dedicated to just posting content. Like it's just
Yeah.
maybe one more way we can try to get lucky. So then I did Morrowind 6 and 7. July 31st, then August 22nd, and then 8 was going to be the conclusion. So at this point, I've done the bulk of the video, and I did Boneworks in September, and then Dishonored in October. And a long-term thing with my channel was I was going to do a Cyberpunk video. Knew I was going to do a Cyberpunk video from the very beginning because that was going to be my lucky break. I was going to work really... Okay, I love this. Let's see if you relate to this. I'm going to work really hard on a video that's relevant to what's going on now. I'm going to make this Cyberpunk video. I'm going to be one of the first ones out, and then I'm going to get like a couple viewers from that.
You see, I never fell into that because I did so much research and stuff before and between like all my channels and stuff that I knew that's false hope. My problem...
Yeah, okay.
My problem was my Skyrim video where I was like, you know what, this game is always relevant. It's the time of the year. All these people are like streaming it right now because it's, you know, it's like December, whatever. Like I'll ride that wave, and then nothing. And I was like, well, that sucks.
Yeah, the part of the reason why I did that theory, Gaiden, was that it really resonates with what goes on with Skyrim. The Dagon 1 video theory, it kind of matches what happens in Skyrim after the fact. That and I think that was intentional. It strikes me as a Kirkbride idea. So on the first day that I was recording Cyberpunk 2077 footage, I saw a 25-minute review that was my 60-hour honest review of Cyberpunk 2077, and I went, fuck. And then 11 days later, mine came out. So, yeah, the news to if you're a small content creator is you're not going to be first to the market. There are people in this industry who have
teams.
Yeah, who have significant advantages over you when it comes to timeliness.
They either have an inside source so that they can get like an early copy of a game or something like that, or they have a literal team, like a writer, a fucking editor or two, and they can pump out a video so fucking fast. There are people who literally, they'll produce the videos as they're playing it. Because they'll have a writer there taking the points and writing the script while the editor is like taking footage that they're recording and just fucking editing it and
already cutting it.
Yeah. It's like you can't compete with that. It doesn't mean I mean, if you really want to do like a gaming news sort of channel, by all means do it, but be prepared.
And definitely don't take time off to review Cyberpunk 2077. And definitely don't not take time off for the year preceding it because you need the vacation time in December to play the game. And definitely never have to explain to your boss why you need to move your vacation because they delayed Cyberpunk 2077 3 weeks. Don't do that.
Oh no. You see, I learned a very valuable lesson this past vacation that I took for the Mass Effect Legendary Edition when it came out. So I was already working on the video and everything, writing a script and all this stuff. So by the time the game was coming out and stuff, I was like, okay, all I got to do is record it, edit it, and be fine, done. And that's not what happened at all. And I winded up wasting my entire vacation sleeping and doing basically nothing because I just fucking wanted to sleep and enjoy my vacation and not grind 12 to 14 hours a day editing. So then I learned a lesson right then and there. I'm like, I am never going to take a vacation with the explicit intent of producing something. Unless it's like brain dead easy. Like I have a vacation coming up next week, and I'm probably just going to do a bunch of live streams of like Minecraft, like me just playing Minecraft because I want to play Minecraft. So I'm like, you know what, I can stream that, and I'll just.
Who would play Cyberpunk on vacation? I would, because I spent years thinking that it was going to be my break.
Yeah.
Very luckily, 2 days before Cyberpunk 2077 came out, this video called Morrowind Analysis, a quick retrospective that was 7 hours and 53 minutes came out, and by the time I finished, the review had like 100,000 views. So there was some good of it, but good fucking lord, don't be that person.
It's rough. Like if I'm giving advice to somebody, I'm like, just be prepared to languish in obscurity for like 2 years. That's just based off of like the trajectories I've seen of like almost every channel. You spend about a good 2 years or so, maybe like 12 months to 2 years or whatever, just getting nothing. And be prepared to do it for like 2 years without any sort of insight into whether what you're doing is correct or not.
And very little support network.
Oh yeah, my support network was like a couple friends who were like watching my videos and saying that they really liked it. And that was basically it.
And of course, your friends will very often say what you want to hear.
Yeah. So it's not even like you can 100% trust and use that as like a barometer for if you're doing things right or not. Cause I mean, half the
Yeah, because what the fuck do they know about audio quality?
What do they know about long form analysis? Like all the guys that all my friends and stuff, except for one of my friends, the one that I texted about Will's video. I always send him like long form videos and stuff that I find online. He's the only one who actually knows it. And he was like the only opinion that I really could 100%, not 100%, but more trust than others. Alright, I'm at 25 gates closed now.
How would you write about a game you hadn't played yet? So, for the Cyberpunk video, I like compiled all of the promotional material and had like notes on everything. And I had a few general. I played The Witcher 3. That was like the first project where I played another game to review something. I played The Witcher 3, and I got kind of a general idea of how the game would play out, and I kind of had like a mental outline. So that's how you write about a game that isn't out yet. And by the way, Cyberpunk, oh, it's not like what they promote. No, it was a lot like what they promoted. You just don't have realistic expectations for games.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of
How many times does this need to happen?
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it so many fucking times at this point, and people always say, "Oh, this is the last time, never again." Am I gonna fall for it? And then they fall for it again. My only disappointment with Cyberpunk was that I couldn't seduce people in that game. Of all the games that I've ever played, I was like, this should be the game where I can sleep my way through a couple of quests, right? Like, that seems like that should... And I never came across that. And that was my only real complaint. Also, the game was just janky because it was released too early. But I don't really give a shit about the world not being reactive enough, whatever, because I knew everything that they were saying was complete bullshit. But and it's a valid argument that people make, where it's like, well, maybe developers and publishers and stuff should not be saying these things anymore. It's like, yeah, but they're going to. So the best you can do is just take what they say with a grain of salt. I don't even fucking look at promotional material that much anymore. If there's a game that I really like that I'm excited for, I just stop following it until it comes out.
Yeah, so Cyberpunk video got 60,000 views, which, you know, that's pretty cool. But like, the Morrowind video got 800,000. So clearly, my priorities were in the wrong fucking place.
How is that video doing though? Like right now, has it like petered off? Is it because like my Oblivion video is like stop and go. It'll like go crazy for like a week or two and then.
It stabilized a few months ago and it's stuck to like the same number of views every week.
Yeah.
Since then, it's very consistent now.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
I did have a when Morrowind went on to Game Pass, it picked up a bit, but unless someone recommends the video, no.
Yeah. But is it still like the best performing like daily pulls more views than any other video?
I won't say that. It depends on like what's most recently out. Like when the Battlefront 2 video, it took off on its own way too. And it's interesting. If the Morrowind video had never taken off, the Battlefront 2 video would be the thing I was known for and would be like the most talked about. So it's like for a while, Battlefront 2 dominated the numbers, and then the first 3 Harry Potter games did well, but it didn't stay on top for as long. But it's like they combined those 2 videos can match the Morrowind video. So
that's pretty fucking good though.
No, we should hit 1 million on that Morrowind video before the end of the year. Which is a wild thought.
In a year, the video went from nothing, not even being like a concept really, to 1 million views. I'm almost about to...
I think long term I'll beat out Will.
In his Oblivion video, probably, because your channel's still active. That's the thing to remember, is that YouTube's going to keep promoting your content so long as your channel's still active.
Yeah, but he has a 4-year head start.
Yeah, but I think I've seen it on my end where it's just if I don't like I'm streaming right now, and tomorrow I'll probably be pulling a shit ton more views just because YouTube's like, oh, you actually uploaded something here.
Yeah, that was always my motivation to stream, was like it keeps the channel going.
Oh yeah,
like it actually does.
That's why I like streaming on YouTube. That's what I don't get about YouTubers who stream on Twitch is like you guys really should try streaming on Twitch. I mean, you can stream on both platforms.
Some of those guys upload frequently though. Like if you upload,
that's true.
If you upload at least once a week, you shouldn't stream on YouTube.
Yeah,
because it does fuck with your numbers at that level.
Well, I'll use Salt Factory as an example. How many viewers? I have more viewers right now than he usually does on his 3 nights a week stream.
Oh, well, you want to talk about someone getting lucky. Honestly, it wasn't a matter of luck, because I think there was some like skill at his level. I think it was like earliness.
Yeah.
Which is a positive attribute.
It's a huge thing. I mean, it's the case too of like that is something to have that sort of foresight. I definitely would never have come up with this sort of format on my own. And when he was doing it, there were a couple other people who were probably doing it when he was doing it, but not many.
Yeah, it was like back when he started, it was like Matthew Matosis and Joseph Anderson, and like Mahler was a name that people were just learning. So yeah, that was the thing. Was like you can't really. I always have to clarify, like you can't begrudge the guy because he was new at it and it was new in general. So
yeah,
got to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I can't give him that same benefit of doubt when it comes to his Skyrim video. So I think a thing would be like we do a weekly show, and then once I start doing the Morrowind work streams, we'd have to move it to another channel.
You mean the Skyrim work streams?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so how should we do this? How should we... I mean, first we gotta contact Tetra.
Mm.
I don't know how your schedule works out. If we were to try and do
I mean,
this semi-consistently.
I just have to stay awake during the day.
Yeah, you're fucking...
Is ER and Mahler the same guy? No. They've been on stream together. They're very different voices. If you haven't noticed, one has an American accent and one has an English accent.
Oh, this is an easy one. I was gonna stop streaming at like 5 o'clock, but you found my weakness, which is just keep talking.
I want to point out how Internet Historian gets on average 200 to 400 viewers for his live streams. Man, that's what I pull.
Does he... Where does he stream, though? He streams... Well, he streams on his secondary channel, I'm pretty sure. He streams on incognito mode.
So, yeah, that would be it.
Yeah. Also, it's usually
I mean,
like,
it all depends on what you're streaming.
yeah, and his content, it's like that. It's all like heavily scripted, and you know. So I don't know how many people are really gonna wanna.
My problem is I don't know what's good or like what's good. I know it's bad for streaming, but I don't know what's good for streaming.
Like content wise, you mean? On YouTube?
No, numbers wise.
Oh, numbers wise, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. I can tell you numbers wise on Twitch, but on YouTube, I have no idea.
I mean, like, there's guys who get like 1 million viewers, concurrent viewers or whatever, but like, so what? There's like people who get like 1 million views on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know. What do actual people on the front lines kind of average?
This is something that...
Have you mentioned what video you're uploading tomorrow? Are you uploading a video tomorrow?
No, this is news to me.
Okay.
This VOD will be uploaded.
Yeah.
No video tomorrow though.
I think you were gonna work on the Morrowind video, like some planning stuff.
Oh yeah. Probably
YouTube
not.
drama has lost its meaning. YouTube drama is split between like a T community that does no research and like a commentary community that does way too much fucking research.
I don't like drama, so I just don't even pay attention to that stuff usually. The only drama I've ever paid attention to was what happened at Rooster Teeth in, what's it called, in like September, October. They had like a bunch of like long-term really big actors and stuff in their team get like blasted out for like sexual abuse and all this other crazy ass shit.
I always felt like Rooster Teeth was gonna go the way of Channel Awesome, and they were just better at like keeping it on the DL.
Yeah. They got big though. They got that AT&T money and stuff, and it was probably just too much too soon. And I don't know. They're not dead yet, so can't really, but not in a good position either. But yeah, so the only reason I followed that drama was because, as like a, like a business-oriented person, and somebody trying to get into YouTube, I was interested in seeing like the ramifications of these sorts of things. How does a company react? How do the talent react and stuff? It wasn't so much like, oh my god, I can't believe this dude's gone now because he was, grooming his people in his Twitch stream, having sex with like fans and stuff, like really young fans.
Choose your career path. Do you become a groomer or a really bad musician?
A bad musician, of course. I mean, I'm a bad YouTuber, so I might as well throw bad musician in there too, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long? Here's a question. How long do you think you're going to do this for? You're going to keep doing Patrician TV?
I have no clue. I mean, my plan is Oblivion video, Skyrim video, and then I have a real fucking think about whether I'm gonna do Fallout or what.
Well, if you do Fallout, you're gonna get typecasted hard into that Bethesda thing. So whatever you do after Fallout's gonna, it's probably gonna
I don't know.
disappoint quite a few people.
I mean, keep the side projects going so that people are used to the idea that like I do other stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. The goal with this kind of thing is always like I think Mandalore's channel is the goal, basically.
Mandalore, I can't even put my finger on what he does well, but whatever the fuck he does, it's just I watch every fucking video, even though like most of the games he cover I never even heard of. I have no investment in Warhammer. I'll still watch all his Warhammer videos. Like, there's a certain magic to it I have not been able to figure out yet. His formula. Like, Seth, I know, he's just a fucking hilarious dude. And the way he edits and stuff is just fantastic. But Mandalore's just like, I don't know.
I think he knows how to pick games.
I think, yeah, that's definitely a part of it. And he just knows how to explain things very clearly and articulate his thoughts very clearly. He's probably one of the most articulate people I've ever seen on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's got kind of like the ideal what you go for if you're a review channel and you don't plan on like founding a company.
Yeah. Is that thunder?
Yeah, we're having rainstorms.
Oh, nice. Oh, God, I fucking love that lava. The water walking amulet is so beautiful because you can just hop off of the surface of lava and take very little damage crossing lava.
I think the acrobatics perk where you can jump on water is the same.
Yeah. Because it is water. It's water with a lava texture put across it.
When you leave Periite's realm, or not Periite, Boethia's realm of Oblivion, you can look out on the horizon and see all the water in Tamriel is replaced by lava for like a couple seconds.
That's interesting. So yeah, it must... I guess it just spawns it when it's in the... It's probably like a weather effect, I'm willing to bet. That just retextures it.
Yeah, it's like the texture of the water is based on like the cell that you're in, but Oblivion's really hacky with how it does it because Oblivion has interior cells, which was new to the series with Oblivion.
Yeah.
I mean, it was new in Mordhold, but like Oblivion was the first mainline game to have that kind of idea. How many gates are you down?
I think this is going to be 27. So I'm already like halfway through this because I know... I guess the goal now is just close 50 gates. Because I'm definitely going to spawn all 50 in this. The rate that they're spawning and everything.
And then you've got 10 more. It's the main quest.
Right, yeah, so those ones count. I think I did close a couple of city.
See, when I did this back in the day, it's 60 gates.
You actually did this?
Oh yeah, I did this when I did this on Xbox. I didn't do it all at once. It was like over the course of a playthrough, but
Oh, okay. I kind of want to... I mean, I don't want to do this, but I kind of want to
I thought strategy fucking died. That was the consensus was I watched his video on stream and then he died.
Oh, well, you're talking a few months ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, fell off the face. No, he's still there. That's actually been something that I was thinking when like COVID first started. I was like, I wonder how many YouTube like people I follow might just die from this thing. Like, how will I even know? They'll just stop releasing videos one day.
No, not YouTube people, because they just stay inside all day.
Yeah, yeah, apparently. Like one of
Now, Strategy made one of the few good Oblivion videos we watched on stream.
yeah, his Oblivion videos. He's fucking good at what he does. That's the thing. He knows his format. That's really like oh yeah, let me do a gate check. Actually, let me do a hard save too. That's one of the things that separates like an amateur YouTuber from like a more seasoned YouTuber is somebody if once you understand your 28 gates.
Your place.
Well, like your format really, like why people come and watch what you make and stuff like that, what they're looking for. Once you figure that out, it's just like, all right. Now I know how to make videos a lot more effectively. I know, like, oh, if I do a joke here, it's gonna resonate or something like that. A lot of introspection you gotta do as a YouTuber if you want to get good at it. Which, I mean, I'm not, but one day maybe.
It looks like on average the work streams got like 6,000 views.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of views were after the fact, but like the Never Knows Best one has almost 10,000 views, but I also think that one has a lot of views because it's the first one in the playlist.
Probably.
And it's going to be the case where when I start the Skyrim workstream series, I'm going to explain what it is we're doing in the first stream. It's going to take 10 minutes, it's going to bore people, but if that's the first thing that people are going to see, they're gotta...
Yeah.
I am kind of thankful that, thank God, I watched Never Knows Best video first. So that could set the tone of streams. It's like, can you imagine if I saw fucking Will's streams first? Which was the impetus for them, by the way. Ugh. I would have gotten endless shit.
I didn't even watch your Never Knows Best one on it. How did you end up? Were you like positive about it or?
I mean, okay, at the time no, but in retrospect, he was like, I mean, I didn't hate the guy. There was none of the ones where I was like, God, this is shit. I mean,
yeah.
We did watch Salt Factory at one point, but we all voted to skip that. That was
that. I heard about that. I heard about that on like the Discord and stuff. And then when I was going through and watching, I saw that part come up, and I was just like, that's what it. Ooh, all right.
Yeah, fucking. I don't know how to feel about that, because I don't know if it's rude or like better or what.
It's just merciful. Just to give him a pass, be like, you know what? It's just not.
Where did I see the Nocturnal Rambler before? Ah, that's where Gaiden posted the Nocturnal Rambler when he was doing like fucking Skyrim videos.
Alright, we got some sigil stones. Oh shit, got another donation? Oh my god. I am gonna have to pay you a commission or something.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. If you had been in the Discord earlier, I would have told you that you could put me in the title.
It was from Archmage.
Yeah. But he donated in his weird currency, so it might be yours.
PLN. What is that? Polish?
Mm-hmm. I can't even say the name of it. Polish Zloty. It's like $6. But
wow. Thank you, Archmage.
Mm-hmm. You'll find the skeleton in the closet. Yeah, you should have put me in the title.
Oh, what? For the stream?
Yeah, when Zarek appeared on my stream, when I re-uploaded the archive, putting him in the title like gave it extra views.
Yeah, I'll probably edit it. Edit the title, be like featuring.
Me and Zarek had an interesting conversation. He hasn't been in the Discord in a while. And I think it's one of those things where he might turn up again once the Oblivion video's out.
Let's see, spell absorb 10 points. It's better than my current pants. Need armor though. I'm gonna go do some inventory management. Was that 29 or was that 30? I do have to like eat dinner at some point, right?
Oh, hang on. What did this person say? What is this dumb shit?
Uh-oh.
Okay, so what this person just commented was, Todd Howard can't think of the best interest of his employees and hasn't provably taken advantage of them because he wears $50,000 watches.
That is a very... I don't even know where to start with that one.
What can I do?
Just because somebody wears something expensive doesn't mean that...
Very.
I hate this.
It's just...
See, this is getting into an argument that I always see where it's like, well, why doesn't Jeff Bezos just give all of his money away? And it's like, because, well, first off, his like net value is in stocks.
Yeah, it's all tied up.
Yeah,
it's not like Jeff Bezos doesn't have...
That's how he.
Jeff Bezos doesn't have $500 billion just sitting around in liquid capital.
Yeah, that's how rich people avoid paying taxes. Is they just put it into like assets and they invest it into something else. I don't want agility. What the fuck am I doing?
All right, you're going into comment gallery. I started a channel on the server for shit like this. I gotta screenshot it before I reply to it because there's always a chance that like they delete it.
So that was in one of your videos. Somebody commented.
That was in the Morrowind. That was in the Morrowind video. They would like.
But yeah, going back to that point, it's like if he wears a $50,000 watch, like, so who cares? I'm sure there are people in his fucking studio that are living in too big of houses or something like that. How people spend their money that they earned is their own business. Also, watches are a really good investment. They hold their value and they actually appreciate their value pretty well. Second, that doesn't mean he doesn't underpay his staff or anything, and it's like it. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a doozy.
There's too many different angles to attack that thing at. Also, Bethesda's always kind of struck me, at least from the outside looking in. It's very difficult to tell from an outside perspective, but they always seem like one of the studios that seems to care more about their people. Because like, when a studio really sucks, you see like things pop up on Glassdoor or like shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that happening with Bethesda, so and you don't see many people leaving Bethesda.
So like
you gotta at some point give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, they're probably an okay company.
I can say this. I've been doing this for 2 years. I haven't heard shit about like crunch periods or like shitty practices. You definitely might not want to say that when Blizzard's in the fucking news for the shit they were doing.
Oh, they're in the news again. Blizzard and Activision are in the news right now. They're getting sued.
It remains to be seen if it's all true or not. Because I mean,
oh yeah,
there's a lot of people who think that if it's a government thing, then this is super. It could just be like one person at the government who is really adamant about investigating this. But the thing is, it's absolutely would not be a surprise to me, in the slightest, that shit like that was going on. Yep. So I give them the benefit of the doubt because that's what you do, but I'm not going to be surprised if it ends up being the case. But it's like, in the time I've been doing this, I'm extremely well researched on the topic of like what Bethesda's work culture is like, and I can tell you right now, I would rather work for Todd Howard than any other person.
Yeah, like anybody can go in and design a fucking quest and everything. They seem very keen on empowering their employees. It's like, oh, I'm a graphic artist. Can I make a quest? Sure, you can make a quest. That's fucking awesome.
I mean, they make them work on the construction and the creation engine, so I guess they don't care that much about their employees. I guess that is fair. You have to treat your employees well, the engine they use, because it does do psychic damage. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there's I can safely I can feel confident in saying that there's worse studios out there to work for than Bethesda.
Good day.
And we'll just put it at that.
Guess I'll work for BioWare now.
Oh God. Well, here's
Armor, weapons,
like
I
you want
have
to talk
all.
about a rough deal? Talk about the studio that got stuck with Andromeda. Brand new studio. They have to do a follow up to a series that's already wrapped up. And that ended on such a fucking sour note.
And it was super popular at its peak.
Yup. And it's their first game. Like, Jesus Christ.
You got a great deal. An excellent bargain.
I forgot the Blades game. Who paid the devs for that? I would imagine ZeniMax. There's some established Elder Scrolls people who worked on Blades, by the way.
Oh, you're talking like the mobile game?
Yeah.
I wonder how. I've never actually played it. Have you tried playing it?
I have not played Blades, no.
Yeah. So that's one of those things where it's like I'm just gonna.
I'll play it when I do my rundown on Battlespire, Redguard, Shadowkey, Dawnstar, Oblivion PSP, and
if you do that,
Skyrim Very Special Edition.
If you do that, if you're already scraping the bottom of the Bethesda barrel, you are absolutely gonna be typecasted as the Bethesda dude. Be prepared. Alright, nice. Oh, this is a big upgrade.
Dude, Skyrim has a fucking tabletop game that has skill levels and attributes. Like,
oh
what
my
the
God.
fuck?
Well, that's an interesting. It's an interesting hypocrisy, but it's also an interesting way of looking at how you can't. Like, how do you make a tabletop game and not have stats? But it's like that's where that was, Elder Scrolls' roots was in tabletop games, like basically every other RPG.
It's such a bass-backwards evolution of mechanical ideas, where it's like the Elder Scrolls formula is so simplified that it can't go back to tabletop.
Yeah.
Without adopting shit from Morrowind.
A pleasure to speak.
A Skyrim tabletop game exists? Oh yeah.
How may I help you?
Well, I mean, Skyrim's on it's on Amazon Echo, so, the sky's the limit at that point.
I don't know. I have to wait for Skyrim to come out to release my Oblivion video.
Good day.
Let's see, how much does this actually give?
I shouldn't give Will too much shit because again,
God.
when he made that video, he sounds like he's got a new setup.
Let's do business.
Like, that's not just like some shit you record. It sounds like he is serious about wanting to pull the trigger on a Skyrim video.
Yeah. Is
So,
has he released anything else?
I've been told he had videos after the Oblivion video, but like his channel didn't work out, so like he just unlisted or deleted all of them. So,
Like I remember hearing it might
to
have,
date, he's only got 2 videos.
it might have been from your. Yeah, I think it was from one of your work streams where you were saying he was like really self-conscious about like his voice and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he did like a bunch of text in one of those in his like follow-up video or something like that.
Oh yeah, there is another Will Loves Video Games video, because he did an hour-long video, and I don't remember on what it was, but yeah, it was like he had text on screen to communicate his ideas. Because
Yeah.
I guess I've been told he was self-conscious. It might have just been some experimental shit, but I always thought that was weird because his voice wasn't that bad.
No, it was just his delivery was just needed a little bit of work. That was it. Like you just need to work on his inflection a tiny bit. But I mean, I watched the fucking.
It was
video
mostly
twice.
just. It felt like he was intentionally raising the intonation of his words at the end of
Yeah.
each sentence because, like, that's what you're taught to do in like a speech class. But it's not necessarily what sounds best, especially if you expect people to listen to you for fucking 5 hours.
Yeah.
So,
I almost said 7 hours, and then I was like, oh wait a second.
no, I think you're mixing up Will and Mr. Caption. 'Cause Mr. Caption had a bunch of like Bethesda game videos, and then he blew up all his channel after a near
What can I
video.
interest you in?
What, he took everything down?
Take care.
Yeah.
That always that hurts to see when people just tear down the whole, just delist everything, or worse.
Well,
yet,
it's like
delete
okay,
the,
so
delete the channel in general.
the thing is, I don't even know how badly he fucked up, but I'm going to assume it wasn't bad enough that you just fucking delete your entire channel.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you could have at least left your videos up, because now I gotta watch like a 360p re-upload
Yeah.
the Mr. Caption Skyrim stuff.
Because it doesn't go away. People download. I mean, there's a there was this like Minecraft griefing team that I really fucking loved watching back in the day, and I saw the writing on the wall with like, oh, their videos are gonna get fucking taken down one day. I thought the outrage people were gonna take them down, but it actually turned out that they just got DMCA'd to shit because they used a bunch of copywritten music, but went back in the day when it was okay to do that shit on YouTube. So they got nuked that way. But I downloaded every single video that they uploaded, and I survived 2 fucking hard drive crashes with that thing on it. But and I still watch them from time to time because those videos aren't available anywhere else as far as I'm aware.
There was a guy in the Skeptic community back in the day who had all his shit taken down, and for a long time you could only watch his videos via like an archive somebody had.
Yeah.
I think they're finally back on YouTube, but that basically killed that guy's channel, and it was a shame because I found him interesting. That's the Skeptic community was like. It's sad that we can't have that on YouTube anymore. But I don't know. They were kind of like got morally compromised was the issue. It wasn't. They were like dying long before YouTube was just like
Perhaps you
just
knew
took them down.
a we-
I wish I could still watch Dishonored Wolf's videos. Yeah, he's another prominent example of somebody who like deleted their channel.
That's just not reasonable.
Come on.
I'm assuming it was harmful. It actually was not, because I don't think Harmful Opinions ever came
That's a fair
back.
deal.
Like, I don't think his videos ever came back, because his channel got fucking deleted. Because it wasn't... He didn't get terminated by YouTube. Like, someone hacked his account and deleted it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it wasn't Harmful Opinions, but... That reminds me of Oxhorn taking down smaller Fallout channels. Wait a second. There's some drama here.
Do some new thi-
Skeptic and Underfoot, same community, but different person.
You too.
Good day.
Oh, this
New
fucking
clothing,
guy.
you have a fantastic selection.
Got 200 patrons, but he doesn't share what he
It's
makes
more
on
than I-
Patreon.
That seems a
Hmm.
fair.
And I have 60 patrons.
Do you
One
share?
one
how
day
much?
I will. One day I'm gonna ratio this fucking guy. You haven't heard of the Oxhorn drama? No, you are free to spill whatever tea you have on that, as they say. I just stopped watching Thunderfoot because it was getting too Reddity for me. Yes, that was my problem with Thunderfoot too.
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom again.
All right, go for it. I will entertain you, chat. Hello, chat. Let's talk about the skeptic community. Yeah, I used to watch this guy called Micromedia. He had like a guy who wore a trench coat. He had like a cow skull head. You could actually look him up because a lot of his stuff eventually came back, but he got fuckered on YouTube. Looks to be about 5 years ago, which sounds right, 2016. Someone basically abused the DMCA system and like destroyed his channel, and he didn't really come back afterwards. But he had a very interesting way of talking and kind of sharing information. And it was like old school skepticism where it wasn't just science, fuck yeah, don't like doubt the dogma. He was like a genuine like old school skeptic. And I mean, he had his like war with the SJWs, but that was like, 2014 to 2016. And the thing you have to remember is at the time, the skeptic community, like the people who would meet at conventions and stuff, they were having increasing issues with their stuff being taken over by people who were like, I know this is a convention for people who think that aliens are real, but we're gonna fucking make it about feminism, which I think they're justified in not being upset with the fact that their community was commandeered. So, but yeah, I understand anybody who doesn't like it, because who wants to watch part 50 of Thunderfoot's shit on like why Anita Sarkeesian is wrong? Like I get that it gets views, but come on. Come the fuck on. So I never I never saw. Oh, so Oxhorn nukes anybody who talks shit about him. So am I to understand that I can't talk shit about him because he'll nuke my channel, but because I'm not on my channel, I'm on Private Sessions channel, it'll actually do collateral for one of my competitors. So I can manipulate this guy into taking down one of my competitors, and then I will have less competition when it comes to releasing my Oblivion video. I do thank you for the tip. But yeah, I'd be very interested to see more about this him taking down people who talk shit. That sounds very interesting to me because once you get your gold play button, hell, once you get your silver play button, you kind of lose that. You kind of lose that that card you can pull that like I'm being harassed. I remember the Solar Roadways stuff. That didn't push me over the limit because I don't know. It was the same vein of like Sam Hyde or iDubbbz covering, shitty Kickstarters, but like from a more like science-based perspective. Because Foot like an actual scientist.
All right, I am back.
So I figured out a way to kill your channel, and then I'll have no competition.
Oh, good.
So apparently, if I talk shit about Oxhorn, he'll strike us down.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you're free to send that to me because that sounds very interesting and something that I should know about. And definitely make fun of and definitely like poke the bear. Well, see, I got into the skeptic community because, like, originally I was part of like the atheist community, but that one was never good. That one was always kind of insufferable, and I just didn't realize that I was insufferable, so I fit in there. Once I realized that I was being a prick, it kind of faded. So,
Shit, did I not mute my fucking thing? Alright. I will have to wrap this up at some point soon, because I gotta eat dinner. So I think I'm
yeah,
going
go
to
for it.
close. I'm gonna look for one more gate and have a nice even 30, because that puts us at exactly the halfway point.
Mm-hmm.
So let us go out into the wild. I think I'm done with inventory management. Let's go out to the wild and start hunting for more gates. I completely abandoned my map that I had and everything. There's no hope.
Didn't work out.
Nah. I'm just looking for empty spots on the map and just going from there. Wait, so who is this guy you were talking about?
Oxhorn, right? I've been told that he's a 1.5 million sub YouTuber, and I've been told that if you talk shit about him, he takes you down.
Oh.
So, I'm waiting for the deets on that one.
What's he do? What's he upload?
Look at the Father Elijahcal videos on YouTube for Oxhorn stuff. Okay. Sounds like I got something to listen to.
Yeah. Oh boy, I can't wait to get nuked now.
There we go. Is it moral to be a pretentious douchebag? Is it moral to criticize Fallout 4? Why this Fallout YouTuber couldn't avoid drama from... Oh, the right opinion. Okay. Like, I don't condone the right opinion, but he's one of those, like, commentary channels that I know at least puts in the work. So, there's more of a basis to it. So, okay, this ought to be interesting to look into.
Alright, got my last gate.
I'm gonna mark it as unread so I remember to do it. That's something that I do a lot on Discord.
Oh yeah, forget about it. There's so much shit that I just wind up forgetting about just because cleared the notification or something.
Okay, someone who's more knowledgeable, is there 4 hours of stuff to talk about involving Nikocado Avocado, or was Tro stretching it out? Because I know nothing about it other than, like, apparently they're like a disgusting slob. So, I don't see how there could be 4 hours of content, but there's like 50 parts to that Chris Chan series, and that's not stretching for time, so... Once you get more subs, don't tempt stream viewers to take down the stream. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh boy, you don't want to talk about him, but yes, there is a lot of content. Okay, because that's one of those things, like, people were memeing on Quentin reviews for his iCarly video, but, you know, I don't know the first thing about iCarly. It could be possible that there is 5 hours of stuff to talk about. You never know. Here's the thing, I fucking hate Trump review. Yeah, he's never gonna lift that down. Because that's a hot take if I've ever heard one. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thinking about dinner. Thinking what I'm gonna get for
I don't
dinner.
want people thinking that I've just, like, stolen your channel.
What do you got after this? What are you gonna do?
Go to sleep.
Oh.
Yes, and then I gotta wake up tomorrow, and I have to do all of the Daedra tomorrow, and then I have to do like a like a gear comparison. That's my quota for tomorrow. Hopefully I get done with the Daedra section, which will include all the side quests, so I'll finally do your part. And I have to get from hero to zero his part too.
Yeah. Do I want to save in front of a bunch of enemies? No, I don't. Oh man, this fucking sword that I got's doing really good work now. Alright. I think that about does it. We're at 30 gates closed. After how... I don't even know how long this has been going on for.
Like 7 hours or
30
something.
gates, yeah. Longest stream. I was only going to do like 4 or 5. Yeah. Well, I think I'm at 7 hours now. Exactly on this.
So,
7:01.
I guess we'll at Tetramorre about our idea and see if we can set something up.
Yeah. Whenever you get the time. I mean, unless I'm working, like, you know, at my actual job.
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to do anything, like, post anything to my channel for, like, a month after the Oblivion video, so...
Yeah, I don't know how exactly... We'll have to figure it out, like, who hosts the videos or whatever.
It's EFAP length, but we still have 5 hours of super chats to read. So, yeah, I probably like just host it on my channel, and then when I'm not doing like the work streams,
Yeah.
and then we can just move it over. So,
I mean,
sounds like something cool we could do, but no promises if you're in the audience.
yeah. I don't even know what I'm gonna be doing in the next 2 hours.
How much more Mass Effect video do you have to do?
Oh god, I haven't even started editing.
Nice. Okay.
So that's gonna be
I love
tomorrow.
that.
That is going to be tomorrow, and hopefully some of tonight. It would be nice if I could at least finish editing more of the script, because I'm still recording voice. So here's what it is: I still have to finish writing the script. I'm about like 3/4 of the way through writing the script. The rest of it's only going to take like maybe another like 2 days total worth of like time.
I don't record or edit anything until the script's done.
Normally I don't, but I'm so confident with what I got set up already that I feel like I can commit now. I know how it's all gonna work. I know how I'm gonna end the conclusion and everything. It's just writing it down.
You got that chat Mass Effect 2 video next Friday.
Yes. What is next Friday? Is that even the end of the month?
Nope. It's the day before the end of the month. Yeah. So before August of 2021, there will be a Mass Effect 2 video somewhere on YouTube.
Holy shit! Editing. See, the funny thing about editing Mass Effect, the Mass Effect videos, is that it's actually pretty quick, just because of how the game is structured and how it all like kind of just goes very linearly. So it actually doesn't take me very long to edit.
I can imagine that. Because it's not as open world.
Yeah, exactly. It's not fucking Skyrim where, Jesus Christ, editing that thing was... I think editing Skyrim was worse for me than editing the Oblivion video was. And the Skyrim video is like, you know, half the length.
I can imagine that. Fucking Skyrim's gonna be my nightmare project.
Yeah.
I already know I haven't even started recording anything on it.
I know. Morrowind can go one of two ways for me. Either I'll just wind up killing myself at the end of it before it's even finished because I'll be so frustrated, annoyed, and depressed. Or it'll just be super nice and smooth and very rewarding.
I think it's pretty easy to compartmentalize stuff in Morrowind. So you can do all of the faction content at once, and then it makes it easy to find.
Yeah.
After the fact.
Yeah, because Oblivion's just like very compartmentalized. It just took me forever because I was so new to editing and everything. So, like I said, the first video took me 40 minutes to the first 40-minute video took me 100 hours to edit, And then the last two videos, which were like almost twice the length, took me like 20 hours.
So I'm gonna let you go. You go ahead and
Yeah.
plug everything you need to before you leave, before you end the stream. So I've been Patrician TV. I've been here for 6 hours, and I'm kept.
And he just cut out before he finished. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Anyway, yeah, so I'm gonna head out too. I gotta eat dinner. Mass Effect 2 is still in the works and everything. I don't know when the next stream's gonna be because I was on the fence of even doing this stream just because I really want to finish this video. So it's gonna be whenever I have time and I feel like it and I can't do can't do any more editing. Let me link. Oh yeah, the Discord. There's a Discord. I have a Discord. If you join up now, you get a fancy little title for life. The link of it is in the description of the video down below, so check that out. Check out Patrician. He's a good guy. Hooked me up. It was great getting to talk to him for a while. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys sometime, hopefully soon, because I don't want to have to actually work on the Mass Effect video that much. I don't want to have to grind. Grinding sucks. Alright. Have a good night. See you all later.